Welcome to the IELTS Reading Masterclass. If you've ever felt overwhelmed by long passages, confusing questions, strict time limits, or disappointing IELTS reading scores, you're in the right place. This course has been designed to take you from uncertainty to confidence. Whether you're aiming for Band 6, Band 7, Band 8, or even higher, you'll learn the exact strategies, techniques, and shortcuts that successful IELTS candidates use to answer questions faster and more accurately. Over the next 10+ hours, we'll break down every major IELTS reading question type step by step. You'll learn how to skim effectively, scan for answers, manage your time, avoid common traps, and understand exactly what IELTS examiners are looking for. This is not just another theory-based course. You'll practice with real examples, proven strategies, and practical exercises that you can apply immediately in your exam. By the end of this masterclass, you'll have a complete system for tackling the IELTS reading test with confidence, speed, and accuracy. So grab your notebook, stay focused, and let's begin your journey toward achieving your target IELTS score. Let's get started. Skimming is a reading technique designed to help you grasp the general meaning or main idea of a text quickly. Instead of reading every single word, skilled readers look for key phrases, topic sentences, and structural cues. This method allows you to process large amounts of information in a short amount of time. Think of it like getting the elevator pitch for an entire book. The goal here is speed, not perfection. When you skim, your brain isn't trying to memorize details, it's building a mental map of the content. This means focusing on who, what, and why, rather than getting bogged down in descriptions or examples. Here are 4 examples. The rapid decline of the bee population is linked to pesticide overuse and habitat loss. Identifies the core problem and cause immediately. This is the main thesis statement. Notice how this sentence encapsulates the entire article's focus. These are often found in the introduction or conclusion, acting as signposts for the reader. Furthermore, changes in local climate patterns have rendered traditional feeding grounds unusable. A transition word, furthermore, signals added supporting evidence. Ignore the specifics of the climate change details for now. We are looking for structural signposts here. Words like however, therefore, and in addition tell us how one idea connects to the next, guiding our understanding. Experts recommend immediate governmental intervention and coordinated research efforts. A call to action or summary recommendation. This tells you what the author wants you to do with this information. Authors rarely just present facts. They usually build toward a conclusion or a suggested solution. Skimming means finding that final takeaway point. Conclusion: conservation efforts must involve local communities and global policymakers. The ultimate summary statement. Do not read the supporting paragraphs, just read this line. Always look for bolded text or italicized summaries at the end of a section. These are intentionally placed to give you the single most important idea. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, purpose, main idea. Scanning, purpose, specific fact. Skimming is broad and conceptual. Scanning is narrow and targeted. If you are skimming, your eyes should move in large jumps across the page. If you are scanning, it's like using a search engine. You were looking for one specific keyword or number. Reading headlines. Reading full body paragraphs. Headlines provide the core concept. Body paragraphs offer supporting detail. A good technique is to read the headline, then quickly skim the first and last sentences of each paragraph. This gives you 80% of the meaning with minimal effort. Academic essay. News article, quick read. Both require finding the thesis, but academic essays are more structured and dense. When dealing with news articles, trust that the journalist has done the heavy lifting. The lead paragraph should contain all the necessary who, what, when, and where. Reading a recipe. Reading historical analysis. The recipe requires precise detail, measurements. The analysis requires understanding context. When reading something procedural, like a set of instructions, you can skim to understand the steps, but you must slow down when it comes to quantities or safety warnings. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Effective skimming requires you to identify the central R over the text, rather than getting lost in minor details. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. correct answer is theme. Remember that the theme is the overarching idea, the message the author wants you to leave with. Don't confuse the topic, like bees, with the overall theme, like environmental crisis. Always look for transition words, such as therefore or in addition, because they signal a shift in a sign. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is focus. These words are signposts. They tell your brain that the author is changing direction or adding weight to an argument. Pay attention to them when you skim. A quick way to assess main ideas is by reading the first and last sentence of every major RSOMUD. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is paragraph. Most professional writing follows a predictable structure, placing topic sentences at the start and reinforcing the idea at the end. This pattern always helps us skim effectively. If your goal is only to get an overview, remember that skimming is about speed and not deep comprehension. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is concept. We are aiming for the general concept or the big picture. If you find yourself needing to reread a sentence multiple times, it means you might have been reading too deeply when a quick summary was needed. Here are 4 ways to practice. This builds a framework in your mind before you even start reading the content. Treating the headings as an outline primes your brain. Instead of seeing random blocks of text, you see a map that tells you what ideas are coming next. Use the PSC's method: purpose, start, conclusion. Before reading anything, ask yourself why you need this information. What is your purpose? Knowing your purpose dictates your speed and depth. If you only need to know if a book is about dragons or space travel, you will skim very differently than if you were researching mythology. Don't get emotionally invested in minor details. If the passage describes someone's feelings or background unrelated to the main topic, let it pass quickly. Details and anecdotes are often used to make writing engaging, but they rarely contain the core academic information. Train yourself to skim over these descriptive passages. Time yourself. Start with a timer for short passages. Set realistic goals to build speed muscle memory. Practicing under timed conditions is the best way to force your brain into skimming mode. It's not about reading fast, it's about slowing down enough to capture the core ideas quickly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid decline of local bee populations is a critical global issue. Scientists point to an alarming combination of pesticide overuse and habitat loss as the primary culprits. Furthermore, changing climate patterns have rendered traditional feeding grounds unusable for many species. Immediate governmental intervention and coordinated research are necessary steps forward. Conservation efforts must therefore involve both local communities and international policymakers to ensure biodiversity. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, bee decline is caused by human activities requiring immediate global action. If you skimmed only for keywords like decline, pesticide, and global, you would easily synthesize that core message without reading every word. The main idea connects the cause to the solution. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means as a result of or because of. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is linked to. When searching for signal words, pay close attention to conjunctions and prepositions. Words like due to, owing to, and linked to are excellent indicators of cause and effect relationships. Effective reading for standardized tests requires more than just comprehension. It demands strategic reading. Next, use skimming not just to get the gist, but specifically to locate topic shifts or major argumentative points. Finally, when tackling specific questions, remember that scanning is purely tacticality, means moving your eyes rapidly over the text, looking only for key words or names mentioned in the question. It's crucial to understand that these strategies are not mutually exclusive, they work together like a system. Don't try to skim and scan at the same time, which leads to cognitive overload. Instead, use skimming for the overview and reserve scanning only when you are ready to extract precise information. Here are 4 examples. The early adoption of printed materials fundamentally altered the pace of knowledge distribution, identifying the core subject and date range for contextualizing. Notice how this sentence establishes a clear before and after contrast. When you see time markers like early adoption or fundamentally altered, it signals a major shift in the argument, which is often where the question will focus. Meanwhile, oral traditions persisted locally, keeping knowledge alive outside of academic centers. Using transition words, meanwhile, to mark a counter-argument or parallel idea. The word, meanwhile, is a signal phrase. It tells you that the author is about to pivot and offer an alternative perspective, which is excellent information to remember for mapping out the full scope of the passage. Therefore, modern education must integrate both written research and oral storytelling techniques. Recognizing a conclusion or synthesis statement that summarizes previous points. This is your thesis reaffirmed moment. The word, therefore, signals the author's direct takeaway message. If you are struggling to find a main idea, look for sentences starting with transition words like consequently's or thus. However, critics argue that such integration is logistically challenging and expensive. Identifying an objection or counter-argument using a strong conjunction. Academic passages are built on debate. When you spot, however, immediately pay attention because the author is introducing tension. This contrast often provides key details for comparison questions. Let's compare 4 pairs. Historical analysis, text type. Scientific report, text type. Focus on causality versus evidence. In history, look for because and chronological order to map cause and effect relationships. Scientific reports, conversely, demand that you locate quantitative data, things like percentages, dates, or measurable outcomes. Skimming, strategy. Garning, strategy. General understanding versus specific retrieval. If your goal is to understand the overall argument, skim for topic sentences and key verbs. If you need a specific piece of data, like a name or date, stop skimming and activate pure scanning mode. Finding main idea. Understanding inference. Stated versus implied meaning. The main idea is usually stated directly in the introduction or conclusion. Inference requires you to connect 2 separate ideas presented by the author, forcing you to read between the lines rather than just looking for key words. Identifying paraphrasing. Understanding synonyms. Structural change versus word substitution. While synonyms are simple word swaps, paraphrases involve completely restructuring the sentence, changing the active voice to passive voice, or vice versa. Always read the question and the passage answer together to catch the structural shift. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The primary concern with globalization is that local cultures may become certain to dominant foreign influences. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is vulnerable. When you encounter a blank in a summary, don't just look for the closest word, identify the concept. The passage likely used susceptible, so your job is to find its higher level synonym that fits the academic tone. Effective study habits involve creating a consistent consistent routine rather than relying on last-minute cramming. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is study. This question tests your ability to condense complex ideas. The original text might have spent 3 sentences describing regular work, but the required answer is just one powerful noun like routine or schedule. While technology connects people globally, it can simultaneously contribute to feelings of social file. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is isolation. Notice how the passage sets up a contrast using while. This structure is perfect for spotting paradoxes or dual-effect zone positive benefit paired with a negative drawback. Ultimately, academic assessment aims to measure critical skills, not just rote memorization. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is thinking. Think of these blanks as miniature paraphrasing exercises. The author might use higher-order thinking, but the blank demands a single word that captures the essence, in this case, critical or thinking. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pre-reading phase. Do not read the passage first. Instead, spend 2 minutes analyzing the questions and reviewing any provided vocabulary list. Treat the question set as your roadmap. The test writers structure passages so that the answers are highly relevant to the questions asked. By looking at the questions first, you know exactly what data points you need to hunt for. Active annotation. When reading, physically underline key arguments and use marginal notes to summarize each paragraph's function, e.g., example, counterpoints. This step turns passive reading into active engagement. You aren't just consuming words, you are analyzing the author's rhetorical moves as they happen, which significantly boosts retention and comprehension breadth. Time pacing simulation. Practice time boxing your effort. Allocate only 15 to 20 minutes for the full reading passage, leaving buffer time for review. Test day anxiety often makes us read too slowly. By simulating timed conditions regularly, you train your brain to maintain a focused pace even when the material is challenging or dense. The pivot point check. After answering a question, quickly locate the specific textual evidence supporting your answer. Do not rely on memory. This final check solidifies your understanding and prevents careless errors. If you can point to the exact line or phrase that justifies your choice, you know your reading was accurate and complete. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The concept of deep-sea bioluminescence offers profound insights into marine biology. Many organisms produce their own light through chemical reactions, a process that has evolved independently in several distinct lineages. This self-generated glow is not merely for show, it serves essential functions such as camouflage, attracting mates, or paralyzing predators. For instance, some anglerfish use glowing lures to draw unsuspecting prey into the abyssal depths. Furthermore, understanding these complex chemical light sources helps scientists develop new forms of sustainable lighting and medical imaging. Question 1. What is the primary function of bioluminescence in deep-sea life? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it serves multiple essential biological roles, including camouflage, attracting mates, and trapping prey. This question requires synthesizing information from a single sentence. Note that the passage doesn't list just one reason, it gives a triad of functions, so your answer must be comprehensive. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means evolved independently. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is independently or evolved independently. Be careful not to select just any word. Look for the specific phrase or keyword used by the author, like independently, because test makers often stick closely to vocabulary presented in the source text. Mastering reading speed isn't just about moving your eyes faster. It requires a shift in how you process information, a technique called active chunking. Instead of treating every sentence as an isolated fact, you must group related ideas into chunks. A chunk is a conceptual unit that builds meaning together. When you identify these chunks, you are simultaneously absorbing the core vocabulary and understanding the overall narrative structure. This method allows your brain to process multiple pieces of information concurrently, significantly boosting both speed and deep retention. The key takeaway here is synthesis. We need to move from reading words to reading concepts. Think of it like listening in a conversation rather than taking notes on every single word spoken. By chunking, you force your brain to summarize the meaning instantly, which is what truly solidifies vocabulary in long-term memory. Here are 4 examples. The advent of artificial intelligence necessitates a re-evaluation of traditional labor markets. Identifying the core subject and action phrase. Chunking. Notice how this sentence immediately establishes the relationship between AI and job markets. Instead of dwelling on advent or necessitates, we process the entire clause. AI forces a change in jobs. This speeds up comprehension dramatically. Consequently, educational institutions must pivot towards skills emphasizing critical thinking and adaptability. Finding the result consequence, the why. This clause tells us what must happen next. By recognizing this structure, therefore, X must do, we know the entire point of the previous chunk was to justify this necessary shift in education. Furthermore, cross-disciplinary collaboration is becoming indispensable for solving global challenges. Identifying supporting evidence scope expansion. Vocabulary indispensable. The word indispensable means absolutely necessary. When you spot linking words like furthermore, it signals that the text is broadening its scope, and you should pause briefly to link this new idea back to the main theme. Ultimately, successful adaptation requires policymakers and industry leaders alike. Identifying the concluding summary statement, the takeaway. This final sentence acts as a perfect wrap-up. It tells you who is responsible for the change discussed throughout the passage. Always look for these thesis or conclusion statements. They are high-value information. Let's compare 4 pairs. Academic journal article. Popular magazine feature. Density and tone. Journal articles prioritize dense, specific vocabulary with complex syntax. Magazines use simpler language and more anecdotes to hook a general audience. When you see high density, slow down slightly to map out the relationships between concepts. Primary source document, letter. Modern synopsis of event. Perspective and bias. The primary source gives you raw emotion and unfiltered language. The synopsis filters that information into a clean, objective narrative. Always remember to read the original document with awareness. The author's bias is part of the data. Technical manual. Narrative storytelling. Purpose and flow. A manual focuses on sequential, procedural steps using precise verbs. A story uses descriptive language to focus on emotional flow and character development. The goal is different. One needs mechanical precision, the other needs immersion. Directed reading goal, oriented. Free reading enjoyment. Focus versus flow. When you have a specific goal, like finding the answer to a question, your focus is narrow and tactical. If you are reading purely for pleasure, let the text guide you. Prioritize flow over speed. Both methods are valuable, but they require different mental muscle use. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Effective readers must adopt an active mindset to maximize retention. They should always try to determine the central idea or main of each section. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is thesis. Instead of just absorbing random facts, successful reading involves constantly questioning yourself. What is this paragraph trying to prove? Identifying the thesis forces you to synthesize the information immediately. When encountering unfamiliar vocabulary, do not stop and look it up. Instead, try to deduce its meaning from the surrounding. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is context. This skill is critical for maintaining speed. If you rely on a dictionary too often, your reading pace stalls. Train yourself to use context, clues specially, synonyms or examples provided nearby. To improve speed and retention simultaneously, practice summarizing what you read out loud immediately after finishing the passage. This process is known as AGSS. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is retelling. The act of verbalizing the content changes your brain's engagement with it. When you retell a summary, you are physically confirming that the information has moved from short-term to long-term memory. Remember that reading is not passive. It is an active process requiring constant engagement and mental witty. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is engagement. Think of your mind as a muscle. If you let it wander while reading, the information will slip away. Maintaining high levels of mental engagement means keeping those metacognitive questions running constantly. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pacing drill, speed. Time yourself reading a single paragraph. Then try to read it again in 90 seconds, focusing on comprehension. This drill forces you to confront the gap between speed and understanding. Start by accepting that your first attempt will be slow. The goal is improvement over time, not perfection today. The vocabulary mapping drill, retention. Select 5 new words from an article, write them down on one side, and create a simple visual map or example sentence using each word on the other. Do not just write a definition, create a personalized connection to the word. By mapping it visually, you engage multiple parts of your brain, which dramatically improves recall rates. The 5-minute summaries drill synthesis. After reading any article, force yourself to write down 5 key bullet points or a 4-sentence summary within 5 minutes. This drill trains your brain for rapid synthesis. You are practicing filtering out the fluff and retaining only the core, high-value information. Pre-reading activation, preparation. Before starting a chapter, spend 2 minutes looking at headings, subheadings, captions, and any bolded terms. Predict what you will read. Never start reading cold. Activating your prior knowledge by scanning the structure primes your brain, giving you mental hooks to hang new information on as you progress through the text. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The concept of deep work suggests that in an age of constant digital distraction, focused, uninterrupted concentration is a rare and valuable commodity. Unlike shallow tasks such as answering routine emails or attending non-essential meetings, deep work requires sustained intellectual effort. It demands immersion into complex problems to produce high-value results. Furthermore, the ability to enter these deep states has become a crucial professional skill, requiring deliberate practice rather than simply hoping for uninterrupted time. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is focused concentration, deep work, is increasingly valuable and requires active effort to maintain in today's distracting environment. When answering a main idea question, resist summarizing the details. Instead, synthesize the core argument. What is the text fundamentally trying to tell you? The answer must encompass both the what's deep work and the why's valuable commodity. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means routine or superficial. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is shallow. This tests your vocabulary retention skills. Instead of simply knowing the definition, you are practicing finding the precise word used by an expert writer to convey a specific nuanced meaning. Ways, look for synonyms provided in context. Skimming is not about reading every single word. It's about gathering the overall flavor or general gist of the text. Think of it like looking at the table of contents before diving into a book queue. Get an immediate sense of the scope and topics covered. We are searching for the main argument, the central thesis, or the primary takeaway message across the entire passage. This technique allows you to manage time efficiently when faced with large volumes of reading material. Remember that skimming is a preparatory skill. It should always be done before attempting detailed comprehension. Our goal here isn't understanding facts, but rather establishing the structural backbone of the argument. By identifying the main idea early on, you can better allocate your focus when you do need to slow down for specific details. Here are 4 examples. The pivotal role of canopy cover in maintaining biodiversity is undeniable. First sentence, topic sentence, signals the core subject. Notice how academic writing often places its most critical point right at the beginning. Recognizing these topic sentences allows you to predict the general direction of the paragraph without reading every supporting example or statistic. In conclusion, sustainable urban planning requires a multi-sectoral approach. concluding statement offers the synthesis of ideas. The final sentences are often where authors summarize their findings and state their ultimate position. Treat these conclusions as major clues. They almost always contain the passage's definitive main message. Global temperature rise rates have accelerated significantly since the Industrial Revolution. Paxed, key statistic, a bolded data point, points to a major conflict or trend. If you encounter strong, emphasized claims, especially those involving historical shifts or dramatic changes, they are usually markers for the passage's overall concern. These aren't just facts, they frame the argument. These findings necessitate immediate and global policy adjustments. Call to action implication statement shows the so what. By skimming for a call to action or implication, you are identifying the author's intent. The main idea is often tied directly to what the author wants Oshkosh to do with the information they just presented. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, gist. Scanning, specific detail. Goal, difference. If your goal is to understand the big picture, you skim. If you are hunting for a single piece of information like a date, name, or percentage, you must scan. Skimming covers broad areas. Scanning requires intense focus on precise keywords. Analyzing an article. Reading instructions. Text type goal. When skimming a news article, you look for the political conflict or societal impact. But when scanning a manual, you are looking solely for one keyword, like reset or talk, to solve an immediate problem. Academic essay. Technical report. Structural clue. Both require skimming, but academic essays are driven by thesis statements and argumentation. Technical reports tend to be data-heavy, meaning your main ideas might be buried in graphs or listed bullet points rather than flowing text. Identifying tone, author's attitude. Pulling out names. Focus area. Skimming for tone means reading the emotional weight of the languages, it urgent, skeptical, or laudatory. Scanning for names and dates requires you to filter out all descriptive adjectives and verbs until only the proper nouns remain. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Experts agree that early detection of these atmospheric shifts is crucial for predicting future blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is patterns. The word patterns here acts as a powerful summary noun, telling us the general subject area. It allows you to understand the key concept without knowing all the specific scientific jargon used earlier in the text. Therefore, policymakers must integrate biological data into their frameworks to address species blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is decline. Decline summarizes a large discussion about habitat loss and population reduction. When you see multiple synonyms for the same concept, remember that one strong summary word captures them all. The shift towards remote work models requires significant investment in digital blank infrastructure. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is infrastructure. Identifying infrastructure is key because it pulls together ideas about connectivity, technology, and physical space. It summarizes the practical requirements necessary for a societal change to succeed. Overall, adapting our consumption habits represents the most immediate way to achieve carbon blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is neutrality. Neutrality is the ultimate goal word here. It encapsulates all the complex actions reducing emissions, offsetting carbon, and changing behavior into a single measurable objective. Here are 4 ways to practice. Predicting content flow. Before reading a paragraph, glance at the first and last sentences. What is the author likely transitioning from or to? This technique leverages your existing background knowledge and creates mental anchors. By predicting what comes next, you force your brain to read with purpose, making your comprehension much deeper. Ignoring initial detail? Resist the urge to dwell on supporting adjectives or minor examples. Allow yourself to skip over descriptive fluff until the key argument is presented. This is difficult because we are trained to read every word, but remember that detail supports the main idea, it never replaces it. Train your eyes to glide right past unnecessary modifiers. Contextual mapping. When reading a new topic, jot down 3 to 5 related keywords in the margin. This builds a quick mental map of the subject's boundaries. This active technique transforms passive reading into active mapping. By forcing yourself to identify core concepts, you are literally building a scaffold around the main idea as you read. The 80-2-2 rule application. Focus your deepest attention on the 20% of the text that contains 80% of the meaning. This is usually found in the introduction and conclusion. We are applying a principle from business to reading. Don't waste time on minor details when you need the big takeaway. Always assume the most important information is placed strategically at the beginning or end. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The emergence of wearable technology represents a profound shift in human-computer interaction. These devices, ranging from smartwatches to discrete biosensors, are no longer mere novelties. They are becoming integral components of daily life. They collect vast amounts of physiological data, heart rate variability, sleep cycles, and activity levels, providing users with unprecedented self-awareness. However, this convenience brings significant ethical quandaries concerning privacy and data ownership. Who controls the massive datasets generated by continuous monitoring? Furthermore, there is growing concern about technological dependence, potentially leading to a reduction in natural human interaction and physical movement. Question 1. What is the overall main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, wearable technology offers profound benefits, but introduces major ethical challenges regarding privacy and over-reliance. If you skimmed this, your brain should register 2 opposing forces, immense benefit versus serious risk. The core argument isn't just about the tech, it's about the trade-off between convenience and personal freedom. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means very important or fundamentals. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is integral. When you are skimming for meaning, don't just look up synonyms. Try to understand why the author chose that specific high-level vocabulary word. Integral signals a permanent, necessary part of something else. Scanning is a highly targeted reading strategy. Unlike skimming, which gives you the general idea of a passage, scanning requires you to locate one specific piece of information. You are not interested in the surrounding context, you only care about the data point itself, perhaps a name, a date, a statistic, or a definition. Think of it like using a search engine. You already know your exact keywords and you are looking for them immediately. Your eyes move rapidly down the page, jumping from keyword to potential match without absorbing every word in between. This technique is crucial when you have limited time and multiple facts to find. The key difference here is purpose. When you scan, your brain shifts into a search mode. Instead of asking, "What is this passage about?" you are immediately asking, "Where did the author say specific thing?" Focusing on that specific piece of data allows you to bypass unnecessary reading and maximize your time. Here are 4 examples. Global sea levels rose by an average of 3 millimeters per year between 1900 and 2000. The specific data point, 3 millimeters year, is the target. Notice how we ignore the surrounding text about warming oceans. Our eyes are trained only to spot numbers, units, and timeframes. If a question asked for the rate of rise, you would jump directly here without reading the introductory phrases. The treaty was signed in Geneva on June 15, 1987. Scanning for a specific date and location. When searching for dates or official locations, treat them as visual anchors. Your brain should be looking for month names, numerical sequences, and capital city proper nouns. This pattern recognition is what makes scanning so fast. Dr. Evelyn Reed published her seminal work on deep-sea bioluminescence in 2015. searching for a specific person's name and associated date. If you are tasked with finding an expert or a primary source, your scan needs to be optimized for personal names. Look out for titles like doctor or preceding phrases such as according to, as these often introduce the key people mentioned. The maximum sustainable yield of plankton is estimated at 80 tons per square kilometer. Locating a precise scientific measurement statistic. For technical reading, the units are just as important as the numbers. Don't stop scanning once you find 80. Make sure you also register tons and square kilometers. Capturing the entire data package is crucial for accuracy. Let's compare 4 pairs. Scanning, finding a date. Skimming, finding the gist. Focus on keywords versus overall flow. When skimming, your goal is to understand the main argument by reading topic sentences. When scanning, you are ignoring flow entirely. You are treating the text like a database search field. The mindset shift from understanding to retrieving is everything. Academic journal article. News report on an event. Density of detail versus chronological narrative. In academic journals, information can be spread across multiple paragraphs and deeply embedded in supporting details. In a news report, the key facts are often grouped together early or near the top. Be aware of the source structure to predict where the answer will lie. Finding a definition. Comparing 2 theories. Keywords versus comparative structure. If you are searching for a definition, scan for colons or phrases like namely, and, is, defined as. If you are comparing 2 concepts, your eyes must be trained to spot parallel structures phrases that start with the same connecting words, like whereases or in contrast to. Multiple choice questions. Compare it with true. Keywords versus full context check. For multiple choice questions, you must scan for keywords and then use the surrounding context to eliminate incorrect answers. For true-false, however, you must scan specifically to find a direct contradiction or confirmation point in the text. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The primary catalyst for ocean acidification is the increased absorption of atmospheric blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is carbon dioxide. This question requires you to pinpoint a specific scientific cause. You are looking not for a general environmental problem, but for the exact chemical compound responsible. Training your eyes to spot crucial nouns and chemicals is key here. Scientists predict the coral reefs will face significant bleaching by the year blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is 2040. When scanning for dates, don't just look for numbers, look for context clues like by, before, or projected to. The surrounding text helps you interpret what that number represents. The most efficient method for early detection remains routine testing of blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is blood samples. Unlike skimming, where a sentence might provide broad advice, scanning immediately leads you to the concrete subject. The specific object in this case, blood samples, is the single piece of data needed. Initial studies suggest that increased filtration can reduce particulate matter by up to blank %. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is 90. Be prepared for statistics presented in different formats like numbers or written words. Your goal is the percentage value itself, regardless of how the author chooses to present it. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-read the questions first. Identify keywords and predict where those concepts might appear in the text. This is perhaps the most critical step. Do not read the passage before you know what you are looking for. Convert every question into a search query, making your scan highly efficient from the very first sentence. Use visual scanning techniques. Train yourself to look for patterns, bold text, headings, bullet points, and numerical lists. Authors naturally place important information in these structural elements. By pre-attending your eyes to these visual cues, the formatting hints you significantly reduce the cognitive load of finding the answer. Chunking and narrow focus. Instead of scanning the whole passage, mentally divide it into sections corresponding to question themes. If you have 5 questions, do not scan once. Scan one section for question 1's keywords, then move your eye focus completely to the next section for question 2. This prevents keyword overlap and mental fatigue. Verifying accuracy, the double check. When you find a potential answer, read the surrounding sentence slowly to ensure it fits the question's specific requirement. Scanning is fast, but accuracy matters. Once your eyes land on a keyword, pause for a split second. Briefly reading that supporting phrase helps confirm if the retrieved data point actually answers the prompt correctly. Analyzing text structure means understanding not just what is said, but how the argument builds. We are looking for the logical roadmap, how one idea transitions to and supports the next. Identifying paragraph purpose helps you recognize if a section introduces evidence, provides counter-argument, or summarizes a key point. Mastering this skill allows you to write with immense clarity and persuasive force. This ability is critical in IELTS because examiners assess coherence and cohesion, your structural logic. Strong structure ensures your reader never gets lost, guiding them smoothly from premise to conclusion. Remember that strong writing is like a well-designed bridge. Every piece must connect securely to the next one without any gaps. When you analyze structure, ask yourself, if I remove this paragraph, does the argument still hold together? The answer helps pinpoint its vital role in your overall thesis. Here are 4 examples. The primary challenge in urban development is balancing economic necessity with ecological preservation, while rapid expansion drives growth. It frequently overlooks localized biodiversity needs, creating irreversible damage. Effective thesis statement clearly establishes the tension, economy versus ecology, and defines the scope of the discussion. This opening paragraph immediately frames a complex debate by presenting 2 opposing forces. By using while, the writer signals to us that they intend to explore both sides before taking a nuanced stance, which is highly advanced academic writing. Furthermore, educational policy improvements must be coupled with robust teacher training. Merely providing resources without adequate pedagogical support will inevitably lead to implementation failures in the classroom. Strong transition and focus uses furthermore to link to a previous point, then narrows the focus specifically onto the necessary condition, training, rather than just suggesting action. Notice how this sentence doesn't introduce a new topic, but deepens the analysis of the previously mentioned topic. This shows sophisticated cohesion and keeps the argument tightly focused on one structural element. Conversely, critics argue that immediate, drastic regulation could stifle innovation entirely. They suggest a slower, market-driven approach is more sustainable for long-term growth models. Effective use of counter-argument uses conversely to pivot smoothly, presenting the opposing viewpoint fairly before rebutting it later in the essay structure. Structuring your argument this way demonstrates intellectual maturity. By acknowledging a valid counterpoint first, you earn credibility with the reader, making your eventual rebuttal much more persuasive. In conclusion, sustainable urban planning requires an integrated approach that mandates both financial incentives and mandatory ecological impact assessments to ensure future resilience. Powerful synthesis conclusion does not merely summarize, it synthesizes the key tensions, finance plus ecology, into a single actionable recommendation for holistic discussion. A conclusion should never introduce new evidence. Instead, it needs to synthesize, to combine the main threads of your argument into one final compelling idea that leaves the reader thinking about the core solution. Let's compare 4 pairs. Global warming is bad. We need to do something about it quickly. The escalating crisis of global warming necessitates immediate and comprehensive international policy shifts, particularly focused on transitioning energy infrastructure. Specificity and scope, replacing vague statements with precise academic language that defines the problem's area, energy infrastructure. The primary difference here is moving from a generalized complaint to a specific, arguable claim. Strong writing doesn't just state a fact, it proposes a manageable scope for discussion. Some people think technology makes us lazy because we use phones all the time. While critics often point to excessive screen time as evidence of technological dependency, this viewpoint overlooks the substantial advancements in remote learning and global connectivity afforded by modern devices. Acknowledging complexity using while structures allows for nuanced discussion instead of simply rejecting opposing views outright. This revision doesn't dismiss the criticism, it frames it within a larger, more complex debate. This structural approach makes your response feel balanced and highly authoritative. Because cars pollute air, we should ban all petrol cars immediately to help the environment. To mitigate vehicular emissions, policymakers could consider phased restrictions on fossil fuel vehicles, coupled with robust public transport expansion funding. Actionable and measured solution, changing an absolute demand, ban, into a measured policy recommendation, phased restrictions, coupled with. The strongest recommendations are rarely extreme. They are practical, multifaceted proposals that show the reader you have considered logistics, not just ideals. Education is important for people to get jobs and be rich later. Beyond vocational job placement, education plays a crucial role in fostering critical thinking skills, enabling citizens to participate fully in democratic governance. Shifting focus, moving the argument from purely economic outcomes, getting rich, to broader societal impacts, democracy, critical thought. Whenever you can broaden your focus from mere survival or economics to cultural or philosophical implications, your writing immediately gains academic depth and intellectual weight. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Faulty deduction, jumping to conclusion. The increase in recycling is good for the planet. Therefore, all factories must stop using plastic immediately. Measured policy recommendation. While increased recycling rates are beneficial, an immediate global ban on industrial plastics would create severe economic disruption. Instead, gradual material substitution policy should be implemented. The biggest mistake here is making a structural leap assuming goods means immediate ban. A sophisticated argument always includes qualifying language, like while or instead. Overgeneralization, ignoring counter-evidence. Many people read e-books more than physical books. This shows that paperbacks are becoming obsolete. Acknowledging nuance. The rising popularity of digital reading devices suggests a shift in user preference. However, the tactile experience and collectability of printed media maintain a dedicated market segment. Do not assume that because one thing is increasing, another must decline. Always dedicate space to discussing the exception or the enduring value of an older method. Superficial diagnosis, addressing symptoms, not causes. The data shows low student participation, so teaching methods need more focus on group work. Root cause analysis, low reported student participation suggests a misalignment between current pedagogical methods and student engagement levels. This warrants investigation into specific curricular design changes rather than simply mandates for group work. A structurally sound argument always digs deeper. Instead of suggesting a simple fix like do more groups, you must suggest investigating the actual cause of the problem. Here are 4 ways to practice. The structural outline. Don't just list points, label the function of each point. Introduction, thesis, Body 1, Argument A Evidence, Body 2, Counter-Argument Rebuttal, Conclusion, Synthesis. When outlining, treat your paragraphs like building blocks. Before you write a single sentence, assign a structural role to every required paragraph. This ensures perfect internal logic and flow. Driven paragraphing. Every body paragraph must start with a clear topic sentence that directly supports one part of your main thesis statement. The rest of the paragraph proves only that point. Think of your body paragraphs as mini essays, each with its own miniature controlling idea. If you can't state that single purpose in a topic sentence, the paragraph is structurally weak. Using signal phrases strategically. Employ transitional phrases, e.g., consequently, conversely, in addition, not just for linking words, but to signal a structural shift, a screw, in logic or scope. These transition words are your signposts for the reader. They tell them exactly what mental step you are taking. Are you moving to evidence? Are you pivoting to an opposite idea? The so what test. After writing a key point or piece of evidence, ask yourself, so what? If the answer isn't directly relevant to proving your thesis, cut it. Keep the focus laser tight. This is your self-editing filter. It forces you to eliminate tangential information that might sound academic, but doesn't actually advance the core argument toward its conclusion. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some universities are considering raising tuition fees significantly to fund research and infrastructure. Others argue this will create unnecessary barriers for students from lower income backgrounds. To what extent should funding policy be determined by market forces versus governmental regulation? Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain a balanced, nuanced structure that explores both the economic necessity, market, and the social fairness concerns, government, before synthesizing a measured policy recommendation. You cannot simply argue for one side. The prompt demands to what extent, which requires you to map the tension between two powerful forces, finance and equity, and find the optimal balance point. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, a strong response should dedicate its first body paragraph not just to arguing for market efficiency, but to acknowledging the structural limitations of pure market forces, setting up your main argument. Don't wait until the end to critique a system. By weaving critiques into your initial points, for example, mentioning that market efficiency often ignores social costs, you demonstrate sophisticated critical thinking from the outset. When we read academic texts, it's not enough just to understand individual sentences. We need to follow the logic connecting those ideas together. These connections are managed by cohesion devices or linkers. Think of them as signposts guiding you through an author's argument. They tell us if a new piece of information agrees with what came before or if it presents a surprising contradiction. Recognizing these structural signposts dramatically deepens our comprehension. These transition words are the skeleton of academic writing. If you can identify howevers versus moreover, you aren't just reading for meaning, you are mapping out the author's argumentative structure. This moves beyond basic comprehension and into advanced critical analysis. Here are 4 examples. Initial research suggests a positive correlation between sleep and academic performance. Establishes the main point of agreement. Notice how this sets up an expectation. The author is building a case for something, a clear initial premise that we must remember as we proceed through the text. However, recent longitudinal studies challenge this direct relationship. The linker, however, signals a sudden contrast or contradiction. This is critical. When you see, however, your mental prediction needs to switch from agreement to opposition. The author has just introduced a major counter-argument. Moreover, participation in physical activity significantly improves cognitive function. The linker, moreover, adds supporting evidence or an additional point of agreement. Unlike contrast words, moreover signals accumulation. The author is saying, keep listening, I have another piece of information that supports the general theme. This strengthens the overall case. Therefore, a holistic approach incorporating both sleep and exercise is recommended. The concluding linker, therefore, signals a logical consequence or conclusion based on all previous points. This word acts as the culmination. It tells you that everything preceding it, the initial idea, the counter-argument, and the added evidence has led directly to this final recommendation. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a news report, journalistic. Reading an academic essay, scholarly. Focus of linkers. In journalism, linkers often maintain pace and readability for a general audience. In contrast, scholarly writing uses them to prove complex logical relationships between highly specialized ideas. General comprehension, skimming. Structural cohesion analysis. Depth of understanding. While skimming helps you identify the main gist, structural analysis forces you to understand how the author built that argument. It's about understanding the blueprint, not just the finished house. Identifying key details, scanning, understanding argument shift. Mental task focus. Scanning is excellent for finding a date or a name. But when analyzing cohesion, your task shifts to tracking the relationship between ideas, which requires deeper interpretation. Simple vocabulary recognition. Interpreting conjunction function. Meaning versus function. Remember that however isn't just a word, it carries the function of contrast. You must recognize its role in reversing or modifying the preceding statement, which is a higher level skill. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The study first established a baseline idea regarding performance. However, subsequent research provided evidence that contradicted this initial finding. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, however. We used however here because we moved from an original positive statement to a negative counterstatement. This signals the necessary shift in perspective for your summary. Not only was this challenged, but furthermore, other factors were introduced into consideration. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is moreover. The word moreover tells us that we are not just listing facts, we are adding cumulative weight to the argument. The author is building a case using multiple reinforcing points. Because of these combined findings, it can be logically concluded that new policies must be implemented. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is therefore. This is your ultimate logical connector. When you see therefore, circle it in the text because everything written before it supports the conclusion that follows. To improve comprehension, we must move beyond passive reading and actively track the flow of ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is therefore. Even when summarizing your own learning process, recognizing the logical sequence is key. Always ask yourself, does this sentence agree with what came before or does it change the direction? Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-step check. When you see a linker, pause and ask 3 questions. What was the previous idea? What is this new idea? And what is the relationship between them? This isn't just about defining, however. It's an active mental process. By pausing, you slow down your reading pace slightly to allow your brain time to perform that crucial logical mapping. Why categorize the linker? Before writing notes, classify every linker you find. Is it a contrast, however, addition, moreover, or consequence, therefore? Creating these categories helps build an immediate pattern recognition skill. Treating linkers like grammatical labels instantly enhances your ability to predict the author's next move. Use visual mapping. When reading, draw arrows or use color coding in a rough draft. Draw an arrow showing agreement and a zigzag line for contrast. This kinesthetic technique turns abstract understanding into a visible process. By mapping the flow physically, you reinforce the academic concept of cohesion through action. Pre-read linker spotting. If you know the article contains arguments and counter-arguments, actively search for, however, although, and similar transition words first. This is a targeted pre-reading strategy. Instead of reading blindly, you are now hunting for specific structural markers, which dramatically increases your focus and efficiency. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Recent scientific models suggest that deep-sea hydrothermal vents support unique ecosystems. These environments thrive without sunlight, utilizing chemical energy instead of photosynthesis. However, the commercial interest in these vent minerals is growing rapidly. Moreover, increased mining activity threatens the delicate balance of life within these trenches. Therefore, international regulation must be established quickly to prevent irreversible ecological damage. Question 1. What does the author imply about human intervention regarding deep-sea vents? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, that current activities pose a severe threat needing immediate global protection. Look at how, however, shifts the focus from scientific wonder to commercial danger. The conclusion, signaled by therefore, is clearly a call for urgent international action. Question 2. Identify two different types of linking words used in the passage and explain their functional relationship. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the passage uses contrast, however, and addition, moreover, showing that while some things are true, there is also additional concerning information leading to a final conclusion. By identifying both however and moreover, you demonstrate mastery. You understand that the author first presents a fact, then contrasts it with a threat, and finally adds another warning before concluding. Before you even read the first sentence, effective readers engage in pre-reading techniques. This process involves activating your ishkima, which is simply your existing knowledge base about a topic. We are also learning to predict content by looking at structural clues like headings and bold terms. By doing this mental warm-up, you prime your brain for incoming information. Remember, reading isn't just absorbing words, it's building connections between what you already know and what the text is about to teach you. The key takeaway here is that preparation saves energy. When you approach a challenging academic article with curiosity rather than dread, your brain is ready to make those complex links. Think of schema activation as giving yourself a roadmap before starting a journey. It prevents you from getting lost in the details. Here are 4 examples. Heading: the socio-economic impact of AI. Signals the passage will focus on social implications. When you see a specific heading like this, your first thought shouldn't be about reading, it should be about linking. Ask yourself, what do I already know about how technology impacts society? Predicting that connection immediately guides where you pay attention in the text. Bold terminology, cognitive load, indicates a key concept requiring definition. Seeing bolded terms is essentially an academic hint. It tells you that the author considers this word crucial enough to interrupt the flow for definition. Knowing this signals that you need to slow down and prepare to learn new vocabulary. Image caption, graph showing rising global temperatures, provides visual context and a core argument. Never ignore visuals. An image caption instantly crystallizes the article's main argument before you read a single paragraph. It's an efficient way for the author to summarize their entire point visually. The summary statement. In conclusion, these efforts must be global. Signals the ultimate scope and call to action. If you see a concluding statement in the preview material, it's your chance to predict the necessary solutions. This forces you to read with a specific question in mind. What are these efforts? Who must participate? Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming. Reading fast for the general idea. Scanning, searching for a single detail or name. Purpose and speed. These 2 strategies are often confused, but their goals are vastly different. Skimming is about grasping the overall mood, the gist of an argument. Scanning requires extreme focus. You are acting like a detective looking only for a specific piece of evidence. Academic article, theoretical and detailed. News report, immediate, event-focused. Depth versus immediacy. When reading an academic article, you should expect nuanced arguments and complex vocabulary. A news report, however, prioritizes immediacy. Its goal is to inform the public about something that just happened. Predicting before reading. Reviewing after reading. Direction of focus. Prediction is proactive. You are making educated guesses before the text to guide your reading. Reviewing, on the other hand, is reflective. It's about solidifying what you just learned and connecting it back to your initial predictions. Question-based reading. Keyword highlighting. Active versus passive focus. Question-based reading forces deep, critical engagement because you are seeking answers to specific problems. Keyword highlighting is more passive. It helps you identify important terms, but doesn't require the same level of synthesis or interpretation. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To activate schema, you should first look for structural cues like headings and bolded terms to help predict the main blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is topic. Notice how topics helps transition your thinking. Instead of just reading words, you are making a cognitive connection about what the passage will be discussing. The process of pre-reading is an active strategy that makes your comprehension more blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is effective. This means your brain is working hard and efficiently from the start. You aren't just floating along, you are guiding your own learning experience. By asking who, what, when before reading, you transform passive consumption into active blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is investigation. These questions give your brain a job to do. They move you from being a spectator to becoming an investigator who needs specific information. Effective pre-reading techniques help build strong mental bridges between prior knowledge and new blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is information. Think of schema as the bridge material, and the text is what you are crossing over to. Stronger bridges mean less chance of misunderstanding or forgetting key details. Here are 4 ways to practice. The PREP method: preview, read, elaborate, predict. Use this structured approach for every major text you encounter. Remember to apply this framework universally, not just in the classroom. When reading a scientific journal or even a magazine article, running through these 4 steps will dramatically boost your retention. Question everything. If you don't know the purpose of a text, ask who wrote this and why. Understanding authorial intent is foundational to critical reading. If you know why, or an article was written to persuade or simply inform you, can adjust your level of skepticism accordingly. The 5-minute rule. Dedicate 5 minutes before any challenging text to only look at headings, captions, and bold terms. Treat this 5 minutes as non-negotiable study time. Do not let the temptation of the main body text distract you from preparing your mental landscape first. Teach it to someone else. After reading, summarize the content and teach the core concepts out loud. The ultimate test of deep understanding is that ability to synthesize and explain. Teaching solidifies your schema, proving that you didn't just memorize words, you mastered the concept. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Neuroscience research suggests that our ability to retain new information is highly dependent on prior learning. When we encounter novel concepts, pairing them with familiar ideas, a process called schema activation strengthens the neural pathways needed for long-term memory storage. Educators are increasingly incorporating pre-reading activities that require students to brainstorm and predict content before formal instruction begins. This proactive approach moves learning from rote memorization toward genuine critical understanding. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, pre-existing knowledge significantly improves how well we learn new material. The core message isn't just about memory, it's about how memory works. The passage consistently points to prior learning as the necessary fuel for better retention. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means existing or previously learned knowledge. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is prior. This exercise of finding vocabulary shows you are reading closely, not just generally. When you can identify key academic terms like novels or attention, you gain control over complex texts. Today, we are deepening our understanding of question types. We will look beyond simple fact retrieval and explore how questions function to test specific reading skills. Some questions ask for the main idea, while others require us to pinpoint cause and effect relationships. Furthermore, you must be ready to identify implied meaning or an author's tone. Mastering these variations allows you to approach any text with greater analytical depth. Think of question types not just as grammar rules, but as reading lenses. Each type forces your brain to filter the text for a different kind of information. If the question is about cause and effect, ignore descriptive details and focus only on the relationships between events. Here are 4 examples. What was the primary cause of the market crash? Cause and effect question. This question requires you to find a direct relationship in the text. You are looking for because or due to structures. Don't just list causes. Identify the most significant one mentioned. According to the author, what is the best course of action? Inference recommendation question. Notice that this question asks for what the author believes. The answer might not be explicitly stated on one line, but must be synthesized from several pieces of evidence. This tests your ability to infer. Which character's role was most critical? Evaluation importance question. These questions demand analysis. You must weigh the impact of different characters or ideas mentioned in the passage. Consider the scope here. We talking about importance to the plot or importance to the theme? If X happened, how might Y be affected? Hypothetical predictive question. This is a higher level skill that requires you to project information. You must use the facts presented in the text as your starting point, but then logically extend those ideas into a plausible scenario. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Different questions target different skills. A when question requires finding a date, while an impacts question requires analysis. Understanding this difference is crucial because reading comprehension isn't one single skill. It's a toolkit of skills, and each question type tests a different tool from that kit. Knowing which lens to use saves you valuable time. They reflect real-life critical thinking. In academic or professional settings, people rarely ask simple factual questions. When you are preparing for an exam or a job interview, the questions asked will mimic real life. They won't just test what you remember, they will test how you think with the information. Mastering question types boosts vocabulary retention. By focusing on the structure of the question, you naturally pay more attention to the vocabulary used in the surrounding text. When you have to analyze a passage for cause or effect, you are forced to connect complex ideas. This active processing strengthens your memory and helps embed new terminology into long-term retention. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the passage implies that changes are inevitable. Say, the author suggests that change is likely, but not guaranteed. A common error here is confusing implication with absolute certainty. The text might hint strongly at something, but if it never uses definitive language like will or must, you cannot assume it. Incorrect, because the economy shrank last year. Correct, the economy shrank last year, leading to... Be careful with fragment answers. When answering a cause-effect question, always ensure your answer is a complete sentence that clearly establishes the relationship requested by the prompt. Don't say, the primary goal was simply to inform readers. Say, while informing readers, the author's primary goal was to persuade them of. Never assume a single purpose. Highly sophisticated texts often have multiple purposes to inform, but also to critique or argue. Your answer must reflect this nuance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Deconstruct the verb in the question. Identify if the question asks you to compare, analyze, or summarize. This dictates your required depth of answer. When you see verbs like evaluate or discuss, it means there is no single right answer. You must form an argument using textual evidence. Treat the question itself as a mini essay prompt. Use exclusion questions. If unsure, eliminate options that are too broad or too narrow. The correct answer is usually precisely contained. This strategy helps prevent overgeneralization. If an option touches on 2 separate ideas in the text, it is probably incorrect because the passage addressed them separately. Read the question first. Before reading the main body of the text, read the question to prime your brain for what specific information you are hunting. This technique, sometimes called skimming with a purpose, shifts your focus. Instead of passively receiving information, you become an active scanner looking only for keywords related to the prompt's intent. Write down keywords. As you read, actively underline or list the 3-5 critical nouns and verbs that directly relate to the question's scope. This physical act of highlighting helps solidify your understanding. By pinpointing those keywords, you create a mental roadmap that guides you straight to the answer without getting distracted by supporting details. Truth value analysis is the ability to determine whether a statement is factually correct, inaccurate, or undetermined. When faced with academic claims, we assign 3 possible values: true, which means the statement is provably accurate; false, meaning the statement contradicts established facts; and not given, indicating that the text provides insufficient information to make a judgment. Mastering this framework requires moving beyond simple guessing and applying rigorous logical scrutiny to every claim presented. Think of truth value not as a binary switch, but as a spectrum requiring careful calibration. The key distinction is between false, which means the statement contradicts something in the text, and not given, which means the text simply doesn't address the topic at all. This subtle difference often trips up even advanced readers. Here are 5 examples. All mammals possess fur. Scope limitation, absolute claim. This example tests the scope of universality. If the text discusses only primates, claiming all mammals have fur is an overgeneralization and likely false within that context. Always check if the statement applies to every single case mentioned. The primary catalyst for the decline was economic recession. Causality claim. Be careful with causation statements. The text might list 3 contributing factors without assigning a definitive primary role to any single one. If the text only lists causes but never prioritizes them, the answer must be not given. The study was conducted in rural areas. Location specificity. This requires you to pinpoint exact details. If the text mentions outskirts or suburban but never uses the phrase rural area, then we cannot confirm it. Location must be precisely matched between the question and the source material. Increased rainfall correlates with higher crop yields. Correlation versus causation. This is a classic trap. Just because 2 things happen together, like more rain and bigger crops, does not mean the rain caused the increase. The text might only state a correlation, meaning we cannot confirm direct causation. The policy was implemented before the end of the fiscal year. Chronological detail. Pay acute attention to time markers. Phrases like "by early next quarters" or "sometime in Q3s" are less definitive than specific dates or clear sequence indicators. If the timing is vague, treat it as not given. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Avoiding oversimplification. Academic texts rarely present facts in simple black and white terms. In academia, nuance is everything. Assuming a statement must be absolutely true or false often leads to missing the subtle qualifications that the author provides. We must look for hedges like suggests or may indicate. Identifying authorial bias. Understanding truth value helps you separate factual claims from the author's opinion. A proficient reader doesn't just find TF-G, they also evaluate why the text is structured that way. Identifying potential biases allows you to judge whether a stated true fact is presented fairly or loaded with persuasive rhetoric. Building argumentative rigor. This skill forms the foundation of strong critical thinking and essay writing. Ultimately, deconstructing truth values teaches you to argue using only evidence. It forces your brain into a mode of questioning every premise, which is the single most important skill for success in university-level discourse. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The trap of generalization. Assuming that because a statement is true for one instance, it must be universally true. Logical fallacies are often hidden in the broad scope of statements. If the text only provides data points from 3 specific countries, you cannot logically conclude anything about the entire continent or world. The pitfall of exclusion. Assuming that because a statement is not mentioned, it must be false. This requires recognizing the difference between absence and contradiction. The mere fact that the text omitted data about renewable energy does not make the concept false, it just means the author chose not to include it. Misinterpreting negations. Confusing what is stated with what has been explicitly denied. Look out for phrases like, "it is unlikely that," or "this hypothesis was rejected." If the text denies a possibility, you must be careful not to assume its opposite is true. The rejection just means it wasn't proven. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify scope markers first. Look immediately for words like all, every, some, or most at the start of a sentence. These scope markers are your first warning signs. They signal that the statement is making an absolute claim and thus requires extra scrutiny to ensure it applies universally according to the text. Paraphrase the key claim. Before answering, summarize the core assertion of the question in your own words. This forces you to process the question's meaning independently. If you can't accurately paraphrase it, you probably haven't understood what specific piece of information you are looking for. Use a quote checks method. If in doubt, literally quote the source text and compare it to the claim. Don't rely on memory or inference during timed tests. Physically locating the passage that supports or undermines your answer is the safest way to achieve accuracy. Challenge ambiguity. If a statement feels maybe, treat it as not given until absolute certainty is established. When in doubt, default to not given. This strategy prevents you from making assumptions based on outside knowledge or slight inferences that the text itself does not support. When answering comprehension questions, you are working with 3 possibilities: yes, no, and not given. Yes means the text explicitly supports the statement. No means the text directly contradicts the statement's claim in some way. And finally, not given means that while the statement might sound plausible, the article contains no information to confirm or deny it. The key difference here is proof. No requires you to find a factually opposite piece of evidence within the text itself. Think of contradiction as direct textual opposition. It's active refutation, not just silence. Here are 5 examples. The report stated that the project finished by May. Statement: the deadline was June. Contradictory: no. Because the text gives a specific date, the statement claims June, we have immediate textual conflict. This is not just missing information, we are given a replacement fact that disproves the claim. The article mentioned the team was highly motivated. Statement: the employees felt energetic. Not given, NG. Motivation and energy are related concepts, but highly motivated doesn't automatically mean they were feeling physically energetic. The text only confirms one concept, leaving the other unsupported. The museum opened its doors to the public in 1922. Statement: it was founded before the turn of the century. Not given, NG. Being founded and opening to the public are 2 distinct events. The text only gives us the opening year, leaving us unable to determine its true founding date. The committee decided against funding the initiative. Statement: the proposal was approved. Contradictory: no. The text uses decided against, which is an unambiguous negative action. If the statement claims approval, it directly violates the textual evidence. Professor Lee studied geology in Brazil for 2 years. Statement: he studied geology abroad. Yes, supporting. Since studying in Brazil confirms that the study took place outside his home country and the text does not limit his location, we can confirm this statement is entirely supported by the facts given. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Contradiction: no, requires direct evidence to disprove the statement. When we prove something false, we must point to a specific piece of information in the text that contradicts it. It's an argumentative function. You are challenging the statement using the article's facts. Absence: not given. Requires no textual evidence, whether supportive or opposing. This is about boundaries. If the text only discusses A and you are asked about B, even if A and B seem related, they aren't linked in the passage. The gap in information is what matters. The trap: assumption. Never assume a relationship because of common sense. Our brains are wired to fill gaps using our own knowledge, but academic reading demands that you only use the passage. Resist the urge to bridge conceptual gaps just because they make logical sense in real life. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say no. The graph shows a steady rise in sales. Incorrect. Say not given. The graph indicates fluctuation in sales. Just because the text does not confirm a gradual trend, you cannot assume it is falling. The absence of clear data about a steady rise means we must default to not given. Don't say yes, the new policy was implemented last year. Incorrect. Say not given. The policy began taking effect in 2021. If the text says it began in 2021, but the statement claims it was implemented last year, which might be 2023, we cannot confirm the full process. We must look for exact temporal matches. Don't say no. Critics praised the film's direction. Incorrect. Say yeses. Critics criticized the film's pacing. Wait, this is a tricky one. If the statement says, critics praised all it, but the text only mentions criticism of pacing, that's a contradiction. Therefore, we must rule out praise entirely. Here are 4 ways to practice. Highlight key verbs and nouns. Identify the specific action or subject in both the article and the question. When comparing a statement to the text, don't just read for general meaning. Pinpoint the main verbs and concrete nouns. If those core pieces of information do not match exactly, you are likely dealing with an NG. Use boundary checking. Ask yourself, which part of this statement must be true for the whole statement to be true? This technique forces you to break down complex statements into smaller, testable claims. If even one boundary like a date or an actor's name is weak, the entire statement is suspect. The evidence box method. Mentally place only the explicit text evidence in one box and the statement claim in another. Do not let these 2 boxes interact until you have compared every single piece of information. This physical separation helps prevent assumption-based reading. Confirming not given. If you suspect not given, try to find the smallest fact that would make it yes. If you can't, keep it NG. This is a final check. If there was any single word or phrase in the text that could logically complete the statement, even vaguely, then your answer might be yes. Otherwise, stick with not given. When listening for main ideas, you are often asked to match headings. This skill is challenging because speakers rarely state the main idea directly. They guide you through it. Your goal isn't just to catch keywords, but to identify shifts in focus the moment the speaker moves from one major topic to another. To do this effectively, listen for transition words and contrasting signals like however or on the other hand. These phrases are signposts that tell your brain, pay attention, a completely new point is coming now. The most important thing to remember here is that matching headings requires you to be an architect of ideas. You aren't just taking notes, you are building a mental map of the speaker's argument. When you hear a shift signal, mentally pause and ask yourself, what new category does this information fall under? You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Before the invention of mass media, communication was largely restricted to personal networks. Letters and word of mouth were slow but deeply personal methods that allowed for detailed storytelling. However, the telegraph revolutionized this entirely by transmitting precise electrical signals over vast distances almost instantaneously. This marked a profound change in expectation regarding speed. Next, the advent of telephony brought direct, real-time voice interaction into millions of homes. Suddenly, distance mattered much less than the ability to speak directly. Furthermore, the internet changed everything again. It didn't just connect people, it connected information globally and instantly. We moved from broadcasting content one way to a complex network where every user could be both consumer and creator. This transformation means that today's primary challenge is managing the sheer volume of data and maintaining credibility in an overwhelming digital environment. Question 1. Which heading best summarizes the transition from letters to telegraphs? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the shift from slow, personal methods to rapid transmission. This question tests your ability to identify a specific thematic break. You need to listen for the contrast signaled by, however, rather than just remembering the words letters or telegraph. Question 2. What major challenge does the speaker suggest regarding the modern internet? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is managing data volume and maintaining credibility. This question requires you to listen for the concluding, overarching point. The shift here is from technological history to a contemporary warning or summary. Question 3. How did telephony fundamentally change human interaction? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is it allowed for direct, real-time voice communication over distance. This question focuses on a single supporting detail. While it is important, remember that details support the larger theme in this case, the idea of increasing connectivity. Here are 5 examples. Whatever used to signal a strong contrast or contradiction. This is a major thematic shift. When you hear, however, it's your brain's flashing warning light telling you, stop. What I am about to say contradicts the previous point. Use this signal to mentally change your heading. Furthermore, used to add more information that supports the current theme. It signals expansion. Unlike, however, furthermore means you are staying in the same general topic but adding depth. This helps you realize you are still within the boundaries of one major heading. Eloquently indicates a result or outcome of the previous idea. It shows cause and effect. This is crucial for matching headings because it shifts focus from action to effect. If the speaker says X happened and then consequently Y resulted, your main heading should encompass both the action and its result. This marked a profound change, used to emphasize the significance of an event or development. Phrases like this are usually used right after a major shift. They help you confirm that what was just said is important enough to warrant its own new heading. In an overwhelming digital environment, this phrase summarizes the scope or challenge of the preceding ideas. Look out for summarizing phrases at the end of a section. They are often used to give you the perfect heading title because they encapsulate everything that came before them. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To truly grasp a new concept, you must first list the section, the core vocabulary associated with it. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is identify. Instead of just reading definitions, try to identify how these academic terms are used in context. Understanding the function of a word is much more powerful than simply knowing its meaning. When reviewing your notes, always your arguments for internal consistency. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is check. The verb to check here means to verify or examine. When studying listening skills, you must constantly check if the supporting details actually belong under the main idea. A good study strategy involves creating concept maps that visually barges relationships between ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is show. Concept mapping is a visual tool, and to show helps you remember that these skills aren't just about audio, they require physical organization too. If you are unsure of the speaker's meaning, take notes on the phrases that change in topic. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is signal. To signal means to give an indication. If you can spot these subtle signals like moving beyond or in conclusion, you will be far ahead of your classmates. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prediction. Anticipate the next point. Before the speaker continues, pause and predict what they will talk about. This primes your brain for new information. This is perhaps the most powerful tip. Don't wait passively, actively hypothesize. If the current topic is early science, predict that the next section might cover technologies or philosophy. It keeps you engaged. Dictation. Write down exactly what is said. Transcribing short segments forces extreme focus on pronunciation and grammar. This improves auditory accuracy. Dictation works because it removes the luxury of interpretation. You can't guess, you have to listen perfectly for every single word, which sharpens your ear like nothing else. Shadowing. Repeat immediately after hearing. Repeat everything the speaker says right after they say it, mimicking pace and intonation. This improves fluency and rhythm. Shadowing is excellent for mastering natural speech cadence. It trains your mouth to keep up with native speed, making you less likely to get lost in fast-paced lectures. Summarizing. Paraphrase the main point aloud. After a section ends, pause and summarize what was just said using different words. This confirms comprehension. This technique forces you to move beyond vocabulary recall and into true understanding. If you can accurately paraphrase it, you know the core meaning and thematic shift. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern cities face unique developmental pressures. Historically, growth was limited by geography and natural resources, leading to walkable communities. However, the Industrial Revolution necessitated massive expansion, creating suburbs reliant on automobiles and infrastructure like highways. This change fundamentally altered social life. Furthermore, the demand for housing has drastically increased, often outpacing available green space. Consequently, cities are now grappling with sustainability, how to build while preserving nature. Therefore, current planning models must shift from simple expansion to integrated design. The future of urban living requires prioritizing public transit and implementing vertical farming techniques right within city centers. Question 1. What was the primary historical limitation on early city growth? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is geography and natural resources. This question tests your ability to pull a factual detail from the first section. It helps you confirm that while details are important, they only serve to set up the major thematic shift. Question 2. What is the main required shift in modern urban planning? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is moving from simple expansion models to integrated design. This requires you to listen for the overall conclusion. The speaker builds an argument, problem, cause, solution, and finding that concluding solution is your main heading. Information matching means connecting a very specific piece of information like a unique date, a specialized object, or a named personzo, the exact paragraph where it first appears or is most discussed. It's about moving beyond general themes and focusing on granular details. Think of it like finding a single key that only unlocks one specific lock. This technique requires you to read with surgical precision. We are looking for concrete anchors within the text. When test makers require you to match information, they rarely ask about the main idea overall. Instead, they want confirmation that you can pinpoint factual details and link them precisely. If a paragraph talks about solar wind 3 times, but only mentions cosmic rays once, that unique detail is your strongest matching clue. Here are 5 examples. The discovery of penicillin revolutionized medicine in the early 20th century. Specific detail item. Notice how this example uses penicillin and early 20th century. These are hard facts that could not belong to a paragraph discussing general advances or simply modern medicine. They point directly to one historical context. The species thrives only in deep-sea hydrothermal vents. Specific detail item. This phrase is extremely restrictive. If a paragraph talks about general ocean life, it might mention depth. However, specifying hydrothermal vents narrows the possible location down to a very small section of text. The primary catalyst for this reaction is platinum group metals. Specific detail item. Here, the technical language catalyst and platinum group metals is highly specialized. If you see these terms, you know exactly which scientific paragraph they must relate to. The novel culminates in a dramatic confrontation at the old lighthouse. Specific detail item. Unlike general plot summaries that might say the action happens near water, mentioning a specific location like old lighthouse is your concrete piece of evidence. Use these place names as anchors. Its unique pigment structure makes it resistant to UV degradation. Specific detail item. This example focuses on a technical scientific property pigment structure and UV degradation. These specialized descriptors are highly unlikely to appear in any other topic, making the match very straightforward. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Increased accuracy and reliability. It moves you past guessing based on general mood or topic. Relying solely on the main idea can be misleading, especially if 2 paragraphs cover similar subjects. By finding a specific detail, you create undeniable proof that links your item to only one place. Time management efficiency. It trains you to skim for key phrases quickly. When you train yourself to immediately spot these unique details, your reading becomes much more targeted. Instead of reading every word, you are scanning specifically for those high-value keywords. Deep comprehension check. It ensures deep understanding of the text's vocabulary. If you can successfully match a specialized term to its correct context, it proves that you didn't just read the words. You truly understood their specific meaning within that section. Let's explore the topic of information matching, linking specific features to correct paragraphs efficiently. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding information matching, linking specific features to correct paragraphs efficiently deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The highlight search approach. When reading the item you need to match, physically underline or mentally highlight 2 or 3 highly unique keywords. Then, use those exact terms as search queries when scanning the options. Do not let yourself get distracted by surrounding general text. Treat your highlighted words like magnets guiding your eyes. This technique trains your brain for rapid information retrieval. Anticipate synonyms. If the item uses a very specific technical term, be ready for the paragraph to use an advanced synonym or a slightly different phrasing of that same concept. Test writers are experts at disguise. If your item says photovoltaic array, but the text uses solar energy collection field, you must recognize the underlying scientific equivalence. Elimination strategy is key. If an item matches well with 3 paragraphs, look for the paragraph that contains the most supporting evidence, the highest density of specific details related to your keyword. When faced with multiple possible answers, choose the one where the information is reinforced. The strongest match isn't just correct, it's strongly proven by surrounding text. Punching. Practice sets of 10 items under strict time limits. Focus on speed and consistency rather than perfection in the initial stages. Speed is a skill, not just an asset. It requires practice. By consistently forcing yourself to work quickly, you build pattern recognition so that these vital clues become second nature. When tackling multiple choice questions, you are not just looking for the single correct answer. You must become an expert in identifying distractors whose options designed to look plausible but are actually wrong. A distractor often contains a fragment of truth or uses vocabulary from the text incorrectly. Our goal today is mastering the art of elimination, systematically proving why every other option fails, rather than just guessing which one works. This process forces you to confirm your answer directly with textual evidence. A key mistake students make is confusing a partially true statement with a factually correct one. Remember that even if an option contains elements mentioned in the passage, it must be entirely accurate and fully supported by the text to be considered correct. Don't let partial credit fool you when answering these questions. Here are 4 examples. The company's rapid growth was due to market saturation. Incorrect inference, distractor. This option sounds authoritative because it uses strong business terms we read about. However, look closely at the text. Usually, if the passage describes rapid growth, it suggests a gap in the market or unmet needs, not saturation. The distractor misinterprets cause and effect. Primary challenge faced was unexpected regulatory changes. Direct textual support. This is a strong choice because the passage explicitly states that unexpected regulatory changes were the major hurdle. This option provides direct, unambiguous confirmation straight from the source material. When you see this phrasing, mark it immediately. Scientists believe these findings will revolutionize global farming methods. Overgeneralization, too strong. Be careful not to select answers that use extreme language like revolutionize or prove definitively unless the text uses those exact words. The passage might suggest a positive impact, but it rarely makes such absolute future predictions. The early models struggled with energy efficiency. Accurate temporal detail. Notice how this answer specifies early models. If the passage discusses improvements later on, selecting this option is correct because it adheres precisely to the time frame mentioned. Specificity is your best friend when reading for evidence. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Testing assumptions versus facts. Good distractors often test what you assume is true, not what the author explicitly states. Test writers are skilled at placing facts right next to assumptions. For example, if a passage explains A causes B, they might use an option stating B caused A. You must resist the natural urge to fill in the logical gap and instead only stick to the clear cause and effect relationships provided. Using keyword misdirection. The options may contain keywords you know are related to the topic, making them seem correct. Don't let a single strong keyword fool you. A passage might mention economic downturn, but if the question is specifically about internal policy changes, then an answer focused only on the economic side is irrelevant and, therefore, wrong. Misunderstanding scope. Some options are correct in a broader sense, but too narrow or too broad for the specific section of the text being tested. Scope refers to boundaries. If a passage discusses 2 topics, A, political change and social impact, and the question is only about politics, choosing an option that mixes both themes violates the scope required by the prompt. Let's explore the topic of multiple choice mastery, eliminating distractors and confirming direct text support. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding multiple choice mastery, eliminating distractors, and confirming direct text support deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Confirming textual fingerprints. After selecting your answer, physically trace the key phrases in the passage that support your choice. If you cannot find direct textual proof for every part of your option, it is likely incorrect. Think of this step as a mini investigation after you have made your selection. Don't just rely on how right an answer feels. Make the connection visible by underlining or highlighting the exact supporting words in the text. The elimination rule. If you are stuck, focus on eliminating 2 options first. Write down why they fail. Is it too broad? Is it contradicted? This narrows your field dramatically. This strategy is far more powerful than trying to confirm the correct answer from scratch. By actively disproving the wrong choices, you build a much clearer picture of what the text is actually confirming. Question command analysis. Pay close attention to question words like primary, except, or most likely. These signal whether you need the single best answer or an exception. These specific command words change your focus dramatically. If the prompt asks for the exception, your goal is not to find what is true, but to find the one thing that violates the general rule established in the passage. Rereading strategy. If you are unsure, reread the question and the specific paragraph containing the answer. Focus only on those sections until your confidence level rises. Do not reread the entire passage if you can help it. That dilutes your focus. Instead, create a tight loop. Question, target paragraph, option check. This focused reading technique helps prevent distraction from other details in the text. When you are completing a sentence, the most powerful tool is paying attention to the surrounding words. These grammar clues tell us exactly what kind of word or phrase we need. For example, if you see time markers like yesterday's or last week, your clue tells you that the verb must be in the simple past tense. If the sentence uses keywords like since or for, it signals that the present perfect continuous tense is required. Always look left and right of the blank space to determine both the subject and the necessary time frame. Think of grammar clues as breadcrumbs. They lead you directly to the answer. You cannot ignore them, because ignoring them means guessing, and guessing is much riskier than following clear grammatical signals. This technique moves you beyond just remembering rules. It teaches you to apply logic in real-time reading. Here are 5 examples. Because the movie ended 2 hours ago, we were tired. Clue, ago, requires a past tense verb. The word ago is your strongest signal here. It anchors the entire action firmly in the past, forcing us to select a simple past form for the missing verb. This demonstrates how time markers are absolute and non-negotiable grammatical guides. She has been studying hard since early morning. Clue, since requires a perfect continuous aspect. The word since, combined with the helping verb has, immediately tells us that the action started in the past and is still continuing into the present. This structure demands the present perfect continuous tense. Neither John nor his friends were ready for the presentation. Clue, nor, requires agreement with the nearest subject. This is a tricky case of subject-verb agreement. When using correlative conjunctions like neither nor, the verb must agree with the noun closest to it, which changes the required form. If I had more time, I would learn a new language. Clue, conditional, would signals the third conditional structure. The use of would is part of this conditional signal. It tells you that the entire structure must be in the conditional mood. The if clause needs past perfect and the main clause needs would plus base verb. The committee finally agreed on a new schedule. Clue, the subject committee acts as a single unit. Even if the word committee suggests multiple people, when it acts together as one decision-making body, we treat it grammatically as singular. This is an important detail for maintaining subject-verb agreement throughout complex sentences. Let's compare 4 pairs. Simple past, yesterday I walked. Present perfect, I have walked lately. Time markers determine the tense. The difference between yesterday and lately's is massive. Yesterday locks you into a completed past action, while lately signals an ongoing connection to the present moment through the perfect aspect. Gerund's swimming is fun. Infinitives, I want to swim. The main verb dictates the form of the following action. Some verbs require a gerund form, acting as a noun, while others must be followed by an infinitive to plus verb. You simply have to memorize which specific verb demands which grammatical structure. Agreement with each. Agreement with plural subjects. Each always forces singularity. Remember that words like each, every, and either are grammatically singular, even if they refer to many items. This single word acts as a strong clue, forcing the verb into its third-person singular form. Using conjunctions, because versus since. Compare it with cause. Both show cause, but since can also signal time. While both conjunctions introduce a reason, look at the context clues. If the sentence mentions elapsed time like hours or years, it is more likely that you need since, which has dual meaning. Fill the blanks. Package arrived late because it blank in customs. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is was held. Here, because suggests a reason that happened entirely in the past. This clue forces us into the simple past tense for both verbs to maintain chronological consistency throughout the clause. If she blank more patience, she could solve the puzzle. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had. The presence of could is our clue. It signals a hypothetical situation as second conditional structure, which requires us to use the simple past tense in the if clause. We blank this difficult concept for weeks now. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, have been studying. The phrase for weeks nows is a time clue indicating duration up to the present moment. This structure demands the present perfect continuous form, showing continuous action over time. Neither the manager nor the employees blank happy with the change. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is were. When using neither nor, the verb must agree with the noun closest to it. Since employees is plural, we must use the plural form of the verb to be. Always check your proximity rule. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Every student bring their own lunch. Correct. Every student brings his or her own lunch. The clue here is the word every, which mandates singular agreement. Even though we are talking about students, every pulls the subject back to a singular noun requiring a singular verb. Incorrect. Since she lives in Paris, she speaks French. Correct. Since she moved to Paris, she has been learning French. The word since is a powerful clue. It doesn't just signal time, it often signals that the action or state started in the past and continues to affect the present, demanding the perfect tense. Incorrect. If I was you, I would accept the offer. Correct. If I were you, I would accept the offer. This is a classic example of the subjunctive mood. When talking about unreality or hypotheticals like advising someone to do something, we must use were for all persons, regardless of the subject. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A local community center is hosting a free workshop on effective writing. The material covers grammar fundamentals, tense consistency, and using logical transitions to guide the reader. Students are encouraged to identify grammatical cues and provided text samples and select the most fitting verb form or connecting phrase. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The team members was discussing their options since 9 o'clock that morning. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the team members were discussing their options since 9 o'clock that morning. We see 2 errors here. First, members is plural, so the verb must be were, not was. Second, because we have a specific start time since 9 o'clock. We need the perfect continuous tense to show duration right up until now. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I had known about the traffic, I would have left an hour earlier. When you construct a complex conditional statement like this one, remember that would have signals that both clauses must be in the past perfect tense. This practice reinforces using the clues to select the correct time frame. Summary completion asks you to fill in missing information into a summary passage based only on the original reading text. Your goal is not to retell the article, but rather to distill its core message efficiently. Think of it as condensing a lengthy essay down to just the essential takeaways. The most important rule here is strict adherence. Every single piece of information you use must be directly supported by the source material. We are synthesizing key points without bringing in outside knowledge or making logical leaps. Remember that synthesis simply means combining separate ideas into one cohesive whole. It's about being a highly accurate filter, pulling out only the signal and discarding all the noise. If you find yourself thinking of an explanation that isn't explicitly mentioned in the passage, stop that as adding external information. Here are 4 examples. The study found that early exposure to music significantly improves cognitive function in adolescents. Correct summary point, direct paraphrase. This example demonstrates taking a specific finding and rephrasing it slightly. You are summarizing the core action, the link between music and cognition, without losing the factual weight. However, the study notes that genetic makeup played a larger role than diet did. Correct summary point, synthesizing comparison. Notice how this combines 2 ideas, genetics and diet. You synthesize them by stating which factor was more influential, directly reflecting the text's comparison without adding because. Therefore, poor sleep patterns are believed to cause anxiety in young adults. Incorrect summary point. Exaggeration assumption. This sentence is problematic because the source text might only mention a correlation between lack of sleep and increased stress. By using a belief to cause, you are making an assumption about causality that the passage may not support. Furthermore, specialized tutoring was suggested as a beneficial supplement. Correct summary point. Identifying secondary support. This shows you can pull out supporting details that aren't the main topic, but are still relevant to the overall summary. It keeps the summary comprehensive while remaining accurate. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. High-level comprehension measurement. This task tests your ability to understand the big picture rather than just remembering facts. These types of questions move beyond simple recall. They test whether you can process complex information and identify the central theme or argument presented by the author. It's a measure of synthesis, not memory. Identifying authorial scope. You must know what the passage is actually discussing versus what it might imply. Understanding the scope means recognizing the boundaries of the text. If the author spends 3 paragraphs on solar power, you should not include a summary point about wind energy, even if both are related. Avoiding logical fallacies. The biggest trap is assuming cause and effect when the text only notes correlation. Many students commit the fallacy of overstatement. Always check for strong linking words like cause, result in, or therefore. If the text uses milder language, your summary must too. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Overgeneralizing, stating a definitive claim. The article proves that diet is the single greatest factor in human longevity. Using tentative language, the passage suggests that diet and genetics are key factors influencing lifespan. Look at the difference between proves and suggests. The original text likely used cautious language, meaning the author presented possibilities, not absolute scientific verdicts. Always downgrade strong verbs like prove or guarantee. Making universal statements. Because of the high cost, all small businesses must adopt remote work models. Maintaining specificity and qualification, the passage suggests that some small businesses may consider adopting remote work to manage costs. Universal statements using words like all or must are extremely risky. The original author probably used qualifying terms like some, may, or tend to keep their claims balanced and accurate. Identifying tone versus content. The main idea is that global warming requires immediate, drastic action. Sticking strictly to reported facts, the text discusses various proposed solutions for mitigating the effects of global warming. When answering questions, do not incorporate your own emotional judgment or urgency. If the passage is academic and measured in tone, your summary must reflect that same objective balance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Annotate for key nouns and verbs. As you read the passage, physically underline the core subjects, actions, and objects. These will form the backbone of your summary points. Don't just skim to find keywords, actually annotate them. By marking these structural elements, you build a mental framework that forces you to see the relationships between ideas before writing anything down. Drafting with placeholders. Before you write your final summary sentences, draft bullet points using placeholder phrases like "the text suggests" or "it is noted that ma." Using placeholders helps keep your language detached from the original source. It reminds you that you are interpreting and reporting on the information rather than simply repeating it. Check for consistency across points. Review all your drafted points to ensure they flow logically together without contradicting one another. The best summary is not just accurate, it must also be coherent. Read your notes aloud as if you were speaking them, adjusting transitions until the entire concept feels like a single, unified argument. Time management strategy. Allocate less time to deep reading and more time to analyzing the question stem itself. Often, test takers spend too much time getting lost in the details of a long passage. Train yourself to read with the specific goal of finding answers that fit the summary structure. Focus your attention on the required format. Note and table completion tasks require you to read highly condensed academic information, such as graphs, notes from a lecture, or summarized tables. Your goal is not to summarize, but rather to accurately extract specific data points, names, dates, percentages, or causes and place them into blanks. The key rule is that the answer must be directly supported by the text. Never use outside knowledge. Pay close attention to word limits and grammatical structures required for the missing words. Remember that these tasks test your ability to process detail under pressure. Since you are pulling facts, reading actively almost like a detective searching for specific evidence is crucial. Furthermore, always check the surrounding grammar of the blank space. Sometimes the clue needed is not the fact itself, but the required part of speech. Here are 4 examples. The average lifespan of domesticated cats increased from 7 to 12 years in the early 20th century. Identifying key numerical changes in time frames. This note highlights quantifying change. Notice how it moves beyond simply stating a fact by using increased from. 2. Nook. You understand the required structure for comparison, which is vital when filling out data gaps. By 2010, solar power accounted for nearly 20% of all renewable energy sources globally. Accurate extraction of percentages and specific years. Effective completion tasks often involve precise statistics. If the text says nearly, do not write a solid number. Instead, use qualifiers like approximately's or around to match the source tone. The migration pattern of Arctic terns follows a cyclical route between breeding grounds and feeding areas. Extracting defining characteristics and processes. Sometimes the answer is not a number, but a descriptive noun or verb. Here, understanding that cyclical describes the route helps you select the correct grammatical fit for the blank. Government subsidy initiatives were introduced in 2015 to curb urban pollution levels. Pinpointing cause and effect linked by time. When connecting causes and effects, look for transitional phrases like due to, in response to, or consequently. These signal which type of data point, the reason, or the result you need. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding note and table completion. Extracting structured data points accurately helps you communicate more effectively. When you master note and table completion, extracting structured data points accurately, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter note and table completion, extracting structured data points accurately frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use note and table completion, extracting structured data points accurately. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The factory makes pollution because it uses coal. Strong. The use of coal resulted in increased emissions from the industrial facility. A common error is relying on overly simple causal conjunctions like because. Stronger academic writing uses sophisticated phrasal verbs and structures, such as resulted in, to demonstrate complex grammatical control. Weak. It was mainly due to poor infrastructure and bad planning. Strong. The primary determinants were identified as inadequate infrastructure and deficient urban planning strategies. Avoid pairing simple adjectives like bad with nouns. Instead, use more specialized academic vocabulary deficient or inadequate to make your writing sound authoritative and highly informed. Weak. Animals need to move far distances for food every year. Strong. Many species undertake annual migrations covering vast geographical distances in search of sustenance. Expanding vocabulary is crucial here. Replace common verbs like moves with more descriptive ones, such as undertake and. Replace simple nouns like foods with scientific terms like sustenance. This maximizes your lexicon score. Here are 4 ways to practice. Skim for keywords first. Before reading the passage, identify key nouns or phrases in the prompt. This acts as a filter for your reading. Don't read the whole text once. Instead, skim specifically looking for the main topic keywords mentioned in the task instructions. This helps you locate relevant paragraphs much faster. Chunking information. Mentally break down complex notes into subject-verb-object or cause-effect structures before writing. Treat every piece of information as a mini-sentence. By doing this, you ensure that the final answer maintains grammatical integrity and is not just a random list of extracted words. On modifiers. Pay close attention to adverbs how and adjectives what kind, as they often carry essential details. These smaller words are frequently the missing pieces in these tasks. A single modifier, like significantly or exponentially, can completely change the meaning of the data point you are extracting. Double-check constraints. Always verify word limits, e.g., no more than 3 words and required grammatical forms. Ignoring these constraints is an easy way to lose marks, even if your content is correct. Before moving on, count your words or confirm that the blank requires a noun phrase rather than just a single adjective. When answering short answer questions, simply copying the text is often insufficient. The goal is not just to find information, it's to prove you understand it. This requires paraphrasing and summarizing. Paraphrasing means restating someone else's ideas using entirely different words while keeping the original meaning intact. Summarizing is even broader. It involves condensing multiple points into a brief, coherent overview. These skills bridge reading comprehension with academic writing. You must read critically to absorb the evidence and then rewrite academically to demonstrate mastery. Remember that when you paraphrase, you are proving your understanding, not just reciting facts. Always focus on changing the sentence structure, not just swapping out synonyms. This signals to the grader that the idea is yours, even though it came from the text. Here are 4 examples. Original passage. The early adoption of electric vehicles was hampered by inadequate charging infrastructure and battery limitations. Direct quote. Too wordy. Notice how the original text is descriptive but quite lengthy. For a short answer, we need maximum impact with minimum words. This process teaches us to be surgically precise with our language. Paraphrase. Initial electric car sales struggled due to poor charging networks and limited battery capacity. Effective paraphrase. Retains core meaning. This rewrite is perfect because it maintains the key concepts infrastructure failure and battery issues, but uses fresh vocabulary. It flows naturally within an essay response. Summary point. Infrastructure gaps limited early EV growth. Concise summary, ideal for bullet points. When you need the absolute shortest answer, like in a quiz box, this highly condensed version works best. It sacrifices full sentence structure for sheer efficiency. Integrating evidence, paraphrase, please, according to Smith. Academic integration shows source awareness. The most advanced technique is always integrating your paraphrase summary with a citation. This models professional academic writing and strengthens the credibility of your answer. Let's compare 4 pairs. Paraphrasing, rewriting. Direct quoting, copying. Goal, understanding versus accuracy of voice. When should you quote? Only when the original wording is absolutely unique, powerful, or critical to the argument itself. Otherwise, always rewrite it to show comprehension. Summarizing, condensing ideas. Identifying main idea, single point. Scope, multiple points versus one overarching concept. A main idea is the umbrella. A summary covers several supporting pillars under that umbrella. If you summarize, make sure every detail supports the central theme. Paraphrase, changing structure. Summary, reducing volume. Focus, word choice versus sentence count. Remember this distinction. Paraphrasing changes how you say it, while summarizing changes how much you say. You can do both simultaneously. Short answer question, writing. Multiple choice, selecting. Skill shift, active production versus passive recognition. The crucial difference here is that short answers force you to produce language which tests your synthesis skills much more deeply than simply recognizing the correct option. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The early study of ancient civilizations revealed that major innovations often followed periods of severe resource blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is scarcity. When you encounter a blank like this, think about the relationship between the words surrounding it. What kind of word logically completes the sentence's meaning and structure? Specifically, the ability to manage novel trade routes was key to sustaining these complex societies through periods of blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is expansion. Notice how periods of expansion contrast with the scarcity mentioned earlier. This contrast is often where the author embeds a critical piece of evidence you must capture. Therefore, successful cultures needed not only internal stability, but also robust mechanisms for external resource, blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is exchange. This type of question forces you to synthesize. You aren't just pulling one word, you are combining the concept of trade routes, resources, and sustainability. Ultimately, this shows that adaptability and networking capabilities were more vital than mere physical resources alone. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is none. In a true summary completion task, the final sentence often acts as the thematic conclusion, pointing you toward the passage's most critical takeaway message. Here are 4 ways to practice. Deconstruct the prompt first. Identify keywords. Does it ask why, cause, effect, or how? Process. Don't read the passage until you know what question you are answering. This focused approach acts like a filter, allowing you to skim only for relevant evidence and ignoring supporting details. Map key concepts visually. Create simple flowcharts or mind maps of the text's argument structure. Mapping helps you see relationships, not just facts. When asked to summarize, your mental map gives you a natural organizational hierarchy for your written response. The 3-pass reading method. First pass, skim for topic. Second pass, identify evidence. Third pass, draft and refine. Never try to read, analyze, and write all at once. Breaking the task down into distinct stages significantly reduces cognitive load and improves output quality. Drafting checklist. Check for 1. Accuracy of meaning. 2. Original phrasing. 3. Smooth transition to your own words. Before finalizing any written answer, read it aloud. If every sentence sounds like a direct quote, you know you need more active rewriting and synthesis. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The Industrial Revolution permanently altered human living patterns. Before steam power and mechanized looms, most communities revolved around agrarian cycles, meaning life was dictated by the seasons and local harvests. This rural dependency meant that social structures were tightly knit and highly localized. The advent of factory work, however, pulled people into dense urban centers, a phenomenon called urbanization. While this concentration created unprecedented economic opportunities and rapid technological advancement, it also led to severe overcrowding, sanitation crises, and a massive shift in family dynamics away from traditional agricultural models. Question 1. What was the fundamental change in lifestyle caused by industrialization? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the shift from localized, seasonal agrarian living to densely populated, mechanized urban centers. This question requires a comparative summary. You must contrast the before's agrarian and the after urban mechanized, showing the scope of change in your answer without listing every detail. Question 2. Identify 2 negative consequences mentioned for early urban dwellers. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is overcrowding and sanitation crises. When asked for specific evidence, don't list everything. Focus on the most distinct examples given by the text. This shows you can selectively extract data points efficiently. Diagram labeling is far more than just defining terms. It requires you to interpret the relationships shown between elements in a visual chart or graph. Instead of simply matching words to pictures, you must understand how those parts interact with one another. Look closely at arrows and connecting lines. These are critical guides that dictate the flow of information. A label might not be the entire answer. It could be a key step, an input, or an outcome in a process. Think of diagrams as mini-stories written using shapes and lines. Your goal is to read the narrative structure, identifying who did what, when, and why. Always ask yourself, what does the connection mean? The label itself provides only part of the context. Here are 4 examples. Input, process X, output, graph, graph. Flowchart labeling. In flowcharts, the labels tell you the sequence of actions. Notice that process X is not just an activity, it relies on a specific input to function. The structure demands understanding. Causality, the output must logically follow the preceding step. Cause AA, effect B, cycle diagram. Feedback loop. Circular diagrams often represent cycles or feedback loops. The arrow direction is paramount here because it shows which element influences the next. Understanding that this loop continues indefinitely is key to grasping the entire concept. Factor 1, high cost. Factor 2, low demand. Comparison chart labeling. When comparing multiple factors, labels might be grouped into contrasting columns. You must identify the underlying variable being measured. Is it cost? Is it demand? The label helps you categorize and contrast these variables accurately. Before state bear, after state diagram. Transformation process. These diagrams highlight change over time or condition. The labels define the starting point and the ending point of a transformation. Focus on what specific element drives the transition from one state to the next. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Understanding system logic. It moves beyond mere fact recall to conceptual mastery of how systems operate. Academic texts frequently present complex systems, whether they are scientific models or social theories. By accurately labeling the parts, you demonstrate that you grasp the internal logic and interdependence of those components. Improving synthesis skills. You learn to synthesize information visually rather than just reading it linearly. This skill directly supports higher-order thinking. Instead of recalling a single fact, you are connecting multiple pieces of evidence and understanding their collective meaning, a sign of deep comprehension. Anticipating test question types. Proficiency in this area helps predict questions about relationships and implications. If a diagram is the focus, expect questions that ask, what happens if, or which element influences? These questions test your structural understanding, not just your vocabulary. The most common trap in diagram labeling is confusing simple sequence with actual causality. An arrow simply indicating next does not guarantee that the preceding step is the only cause of the subsequent one. Look for explicit causal language such as leads to, results from, or is triggered by when you see a feedback loop. Remember that multiple factors can influence a single point, and one event might trigger several others simultaneously. Always pause when encountering an arrow. Do not assume the relationship. If the text says A leads to B, it means B is a direct consequence of A. However, if the diagram shows both X and Y pointing to B, then both X and Y must be considered potential causes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Read the question first. Know what specific relationship or element you are looking for before analyzing the visual details. Do not start by scanning every label. Instead, read the question to create a mental filter. If the question asks about economic impact, your eyes should immediately jump to all labels related to money and market forces. Use annotation techniques. Physically drawing arrows or circles around key connections can help solidify understanding. When practicing non-digital diagrams, physically annotating the relationships is highly effective. It forces your brain to slow down and map out the structure before committing an answer. Search for exceptions. If a label seems counterintuitive or contradicts common sense, look for exceptions noted in the text. Academic writing sometimes presents models that have real-world caveats. If your interpretation feels too clean or perfect, check the surrounding text for qualifying phrases like except when or under conditions of. Summarize in your own words. After analyzing a diagram, briefly summarize the entire process without looking at the visual aids. This final step is crucial for confirmation. If you can explain the flow or the relationship aloud using your own vocabulary, you haven't just memorized labels, you have genuinely mastered the concept. Authorial tone refers to the author's attitude toward the subject matter or the audience. It is not what the text says, but how it makes you feel. We analyze tone by identifying key emotional cues in word choice, such as loaded language and figurative speech. Recognizing these subtle stylistic choices allows us to determine if the author is being highly critical, overwhelmingly positive, or remaining purely objective. Think of tone like an invisible filter placed over the text. It's a masterful skill because it requires you to move beyond simply understanding the facts and start analyzing the intent behind those facts. If you can pinpoint whether the author is skeptical or praising, you are gaining a deeper level of critical comprehension. Here are 4 examples. The new policy is a perplexing set of guidelines that fail to address core issues. Use of perplexing and fail to address suggests strong criticism. Notice how the author avoided outright calling the policy bad. Instead, they used words like perplexing, which are much more subtle indicators of skepticism. This indirect method is common in academic critiques because it sounds scholarly while still conveying negative judgment. The model demonstrated unparalleled efficiency and grace under pressure. Words like unparalleled and grace are highly positive adjectives. Here, the language is celebratory. The author is using superlative adjectives words that suggest nothing else compares to this subject build a tone of pronounced praise. This isn't just stating a fact, it's building a case for excellence. The data indicates a fluctuating trend in consumer spending last quarter. Neutral language describing observation without judgment. This is textbook neutrality. The author simply reports the existence of a fluctuating trend. There are no emotional modifiers or strong verbs, meaning their sole goal is to inform us of observable facts only. One might wonder if the initial findings account for seasonal variables. Using hedging language, one might wonder, signals doubt or skepticism. The phrase "one might wonder" is a signal of intellectual caution. It doesn't state the finding is wrong, but it gently suggests that there are significant unknowns, establishing a tone of warranted skepticism. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding, identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages helps you communicate more effectively. When you master identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 2 common mistakes. Some learners say, "I am confused about identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages." The better way to say this is, "I am confused about identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages." The adjective needs the ed ending here because it describes how you feel, not what you are. Some learners say, "She don't know, identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages." The better way to say this is, "She doesn't know, identifying authorial tone, recognizing skepticism, praise, or neutrality in reading passages." With she, we must use doesn't instead of don't. This is one of the most common errors in English. Here are 4 ways to practice. The highlighter method. When reading a text, use 2 different colors, one for language that praises or elevates the subject, and another for language that questions or diminishes it. This physical act of highlighting forces you to categorize words instantly. Don't just read for meaning, read specifically looking for these tonal markers. Grouping them visually will help solidify the patterns. The why question. Whenever a word feels strong or highly charged, pause and ask yourself, why did the author choose this specific word? Is there a softer alternative? This metacognitive step is key. Instead of accepting the language at face value, you are challenging it. By asking why, you expose the author's underlying motivation or emotional stance. Identify tone shifts. Do not assume the tone remains constant throughout a long passage. Look for transition words like however, despite this, or conversely. These transitional phrases are signposts. They are literary signals that tell you the author is about to change their perspective, even if only slightly. Always pay close attention right before and after these conjunctions. The tonal summary paragraph. After reading a passage, write a single paragraph summarizing not just what the text says, but also how it makes you feel or what attitude the author maintains. This final step integrates analysis with writing. You are forced to translate abstract concepts like skepticism into concrete language for your summary, proving mastery of the skill. Advanced reading isn't just about finding facts, it's about understanding the relationships between those facts. We are moving beyond basic summarization to conceptual mapping. This strategy involves identifying the core concepts and then charting how they interact. Are they cause and effect? Is one a limitation of another idea? Or is it simply a comparison? When you read with this framework, you are asking yourself, how does X affect Y, and what evidence supports that linkage? Think of your brain as an architect building a blueprint, not just stacking bricks. You need to understand the structural integrity of the entire argument. Conceptual mapping is essentially reading for relationships, not just data points. Instead of stopping after you find a key sentence, pause and ask, why did the author put this here? By identifying the flow, the logical connections, you prove deep comprehension. This skill elevates your understanding from merely summarizing what was said to analyzing how it was argued. Here are 4 examples. The initial discovery of photosynthesis fundamentally altered agricultural practices worldwide. Identifies a key turning point, cause-effect relationship. Notice how this sentence doesn't just state a fact, it establishes a massive causal link. The preceding idea, the discovery, is the cause, and the consequence, altered agriculture, is the effect. When mapping, highlighting these transition words like fundamentally altered helps you track that critical flow of power or change through the text. While early models assumed linear growth, modern research suggests a cyclical pattern is more accurate. Highlights explicit contrast comparison between 2 ideas. This pair of concepts signals a shift in understanding. You must map both the old idea and the new one to fully grasp why the author changed their mind. The word while or however are critical signposts that tell you, wait, there's a contrast coming up. Treat these oppositions as necessary nodes on your conceptual map. The study found high correlation between environmental stress and reduced cognitive function. Links 2 measurable variables, EX correlates to Y. This is a classic scientific relationship. Your map should show an arrow connecting environmental stress directly to reduced cognitive function. We aren't just reading that both things exist. We are reading that one influences the other, which requires precise mapping of variables. These findings necessitate a complete overhaul of current educational policy. Indicates required action or implication based on prior evidence. This concluding statement is the so what moment. It tells you that all the preceding data and relationships were built up to justify this conclusion. When you see words like necessitate, suggests, or therefore, circle them. They signal the author's major takeaway action. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, general overview. Conceptual mapping, deep dive. Goal, quick gist versus goal, relationship structure. If skimming is like taking a quick snapshot of a whole room, conceptual mapping is like examining the wires and plumbing connecting all the furniture. Skimming tells you what the text is about. Mapping helps you understand how the arguments are connected to form that overall picture. Academic journal abstract. Scientific popular article. Structure, highly dense, technical versus structure, narrative, accessible. The abstract is designed for other experts. It assumes you already know the foundational vocabulary. The popular article needs to build context step by step. When analyzing an unfamiliar text, always check who the intended audience is. This dictates how complex the language will be. Reading for detail, extraction. Mapping implication, inference. Finding what's said versus figuring out what's implied? Detail reading is safe. The answer is right there on the page. Mapping implication requires you to use all your background knowledge and the evidence provided to make a logical leap. Always trust the text, but don't be afraid to connect dots that aren't explicitly drawn. Technical manual. Philosophical essay. Language. Procedural steps versus language. Abstract concepts. A manual is sequential and highly directive. Tells you to do step A, then step B. An essay explores why things are or why they might be. When switching between these two text types, adjust your mindset from following instructions to analyzing possibilities. Complete the summary using words or phrases from the passage. The primary challenge in advanced reading is moving beyond mere vocabulary retrieval to understanding how complex ideas are conceptually is. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is interrelated. We chose interrelated because it describes the functional nature of the concepts. Simply saying they are connected is too weak. Interrelated implies a deep, mutual dependency between the concepts discussed in the text. Effective readers must be able to identify not just main points, but also the underlying authorial that supports those claims. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is premise. The blank requires a word for the fundamental assumption or starting point of an argument. The premise is the invisible foundation upon which all the visible evidence sits, making it crucial to identify when analyzing academic writing. To achieve conceptual mapping, we must actively look for transitional phrases that signal a forward in thought. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is shift. Shift is powerful here because it encapsulates the idea of change, a shift in time, perspective, or argument. These signposts are far more critical than simple connecting words like and or but. This deep reading skill allows us to synthesize information and generate accurate sir without adding external biases. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is inferences. The goal of advanced reading is generating inferences. Remember, an inference isn't a guess, it's a logical conclusion drawn directly from the evidence presented in the text. It is reasoned deduction based on textual support. Here are 4 ways to practice. Preemptively question the text. Before reading any section, turn headings and bolded terms into questions. This activates your critical thinking from the start. Don't just read to understand, read to answer a question you created. This shifts your brain from passive reception to active investigation. If you approach every paragraph with a specific query, your focus naturally deepens and becomes much more efficient. Visualize the argument flow. Mentally map the text structure. Is it chronological? Problem? Solution? Compare contrast? Knowing the framework helps predict where information will go. Most complex texts follow a predictable architectural design. By identifying if the author is building an argument chronologically or by contrasting 2 items, you give yourself a mental filing system. This makes the overall passage feel less overwhelming. Use marginalia for conceptual links. Don't just underline key facts. Write notes in the margins that connect ideas, cause, or my obligation. Physical interaction with the text writing notes. Drawing arrows forces your brain to process the information relationally. Treat the margin not as empty space, but as your personal conceptual map for the passage. The 3-pass reading method. First pass, skim for main idea. Second pass, focus on key evidence details. Third pass, map relationships and synthesize. Never try to do it all in one go. By segmenting your reading into passes, you allocate specific cognitive tasks at the right time. This systematic approach prevents burnout and ensures that you are spending deep focus only when necessary. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Anthropogenic climate change presents a complex challenge requiring global systemic cooperation. While some models predict localized cooling effects due to atmospheric variability, the prevailing consensus indicates a distinct long-term warming trend. This acceleration is primarily linked to increased reliance on fossil fuels and resultant greenhouse gas emissions. Addressing this necessitates a multifaceted shift toward renewable energy infrastructures and mandatory policy reforms globally. Furthermore, mitigating the worst impacts requires immediate investment in carbon capture technologies and sustainable agricultural practices. Question 1. What is the central message regarding climate change presented in this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the global warming trend necessitates urgent, multifaceted cooperation and systemic reforms to energy and agriculture. Look beyond just fossil fuels or renewable energy. The main idea must synthesize why these things matter together. The author's purpose is not merely informative, it is prescriptive. It demands action. Therefore, the summary must reflect that sense of urgency and systemic change. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means requiring or demanding. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is necessitates. This tests your ability to infer meaning based on context. If you didn't know the definition of necessitates, look at what precedes it. Addressing this necessitates, it signals that action is mandatory. Telling you the word means something stronger than just requires. Always check the surrounding verbs for contextual clues. Paraphrasing is not just swapping a few words, it's fundamentally rewriting an idea using different vocabulary and structure. The goal is to maintain the original meaning while presenting it in a wholly new academic voice. This involves two key techniques: decoding synonymy, which means finding alternative high-level words for concepts, and structural rewriting, where you change the sentence's grammatical framework, for example, turning an active voice statement into a passive one. For IELTS writing, mastering this skill is critical because it proves to the examiner that you have deep comprehension of complex texts and can articulate those ideas with sophisticated fluency. Remember that paraphrasing should always sound natural, never force synonyms just for the sake of variety. When an examiner sees strong paraphrasing, they aren't just grading your vocabulary score, they are assessing your ability to process challenging academic material and respond articulately. Always ask yourself, how can I say this exact thing in at least 2 different ways? Here are 4 examples. Original, due to the growing amount of digital waste, recycling methods must be improved instantly. Paraphrase, the rapid increase in e-waste necessitates an immediate overhaul and improvement of current global recycling infrastructure. Structural shift from due to X clause to a noun phrase subject, the rapid increase. Notice how we replaced growing amounts with the more academic noun phrase, rapid increase. Furthermore, changing it to necessitates an immediate overhaul elevates the tone far above simple suggestions. This demonstrates advanced grammatical control. Original, many cities need better public transportation because cars create pollution and traffic jams. Changing cause and effect structure to a sophisticated concessive clause. Instead of simply listing causes with because, using phrases like while mitigating the impact of creates a smooth academic flow. This technique helps your writing sound more reflective and less like a simple listicle. Original, education is important for people to get good jobs. Focusing on nominalization, turning verbs or adjectives into nouns, e.g., importance instead of is importance. Nominalization is a powerful tool in academic writing because it makes your sentences feel more formal and objective. Instead of saying it is important, you can structure the idea around the concept itself, like the importance of education. Original, people often ignore climate change until the effects are visible everywhere. Using sophisticated rhetorical phrasing and passive voice to emphasize the subject, climate change. By making climate change the grammatical subject, you give it weight and authority within the sentence. Shifting to a more formal structure like is often overlooked until immediately boosts your lexical resource score. Let's compare 4 pairs. The internet has changed how people learn. Digital media sources have fundamentally altered established methodologies of knowledge acquisition. Upgrading vocabulary and making the statement more abstract. The jump from internet to digital media sources is a perfect example of academic generalization. We aren't just swapping words, we are replacing common, everyday language with formal terminology. Governments should spend money on renewable energy. Substantial public investment in sustainable power infrastructure is required to meet climate change objectives. Changing the simple command "should spend" into a sophisticated statement of need is required. Notice how money was replaced by the more abstract concept, public investment. This shift makes the argument sound less like a personal opinion and more like an objective policy recommendation. Eating more vegetables is good for your health. The consistent consumption of varied plant-based nutrients is fundamentally linked to maintaining optimal physiological well-being. Using technical scientific vocabulary and nominalization, e.g., consumption instead of eating. When writing about science or social issues, using field-specific jargon is highly effective. It signals that you are deeply immersed in the topic and can discuss it with authority. Lots of people use plastic because it is cheap. The widespread adoption of single-use plastics is overwhelmingly driven by their low initial cost and accessibility. Replacing informal phrases, lots of, is cheap with formal academic adverbs and adjectives. This pair shows the power of replacing simple intensifiers. Instead of lots of people, using widespread adoption sounds more analytical and objective, which is exactly what an IELTS essay requires. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak synonym. Swapping. The government must improve traffic flow in big cities. Strong. Structural rewrite. Enhancing urban mobility and alleviating congestion are crucial imperatives for metropolitan governance. The biggest mistake is the thesaurus trap, where you just swap synonyms without changing the structure. A strong rewrite changes the grammatical relationship between ideas, making it sound completely original. Weak. Maintaining original order. Since people bought more phones, this made companies richer. Strong. Changing focus and flow. The increased demand for mobile technology has consequently led to substantial financial gains for major corporations. When you keep the original sentence structure, your writing feels predictable. By starting with the increased demand, we put the evidence first, creating a much stronger cause and effect argument. Weak, simple vocabulary. Climate change is bad for polar bears because they lose ice. Strong, precision and specificity. Polar bear populations are severely threatened by climate change due to the diminishing availability of stable sea ice habitats. In academic writing, precision is key. Instead of saying loses ice, we use specific terms like diminishing availabilities or sea ice habitats. Use the most precise noun possible to elevate your vocabulary. Here are 4 ways to practice. The chunking method. Break down the original idea into its core components: subject, action, verb, object. Then rewrite each component using different grammar. This method forces you to look at the skeleton of the sentence rather than just the words. By isolating these 3 parts, you give yourself maximum flexibility when rebuilding the structure. Using linking phrases. Master academic transitions like consequently, conversely, or furthermore. These phrases signal a structural change to the reader. Don't just rely on commas, use strong cohesive devices. A well-placed transition phrase is often more important for your score than finding a perfect synonym. The abstract noun pivot. Whenever you see an action verb, try to turn it into the concept of that action, noun. For example, disagreeing becomes disagreement. This is one of the fastest ways to sound more academic. Nouns like implementation, consideration, or mitigation instantly add weight and formality to your writing. Summarize, don't repeat. When paraphrasing a paragraph, read it once for meaning, then write the summary from memory. This prevents word-for-word mimicry. If you try to paraphrase while looking at the original text, you often stay too close to its rhythm and structure. Always take a moment away from your notes. This is how true comprehension is demonstrated. Inferential reading means going beyond simply finding facts in a text. It requires you to act like a detective, using the clues provided by the author and combining them with your existing knowledge. You are drawing logical conclusions that the writer never explicitly states. This process is not guessing, it's making an educated assumption based on strong textual evidence. Think of inference as filling in the blanks left by the author. The key difference here is that we aren't just summarizing or scanning for details. We are synthesizing information. We are taking multiple separate pieces and logically connecting them to reveal a hidden meaning. To get better at this, always ask yourself, what must be true if all these facts are accurate? Here are 4 examples. The main character immediately avoided eye contact and hurried out of the room. Implies embarrassment or guilt. When you see actions like avoiding eye contact or rushing away, those physical descriptions are clues. The author tells us what's happened, but we must infer why. A sudden change in behavior often signals a strong underlying emotion that hasn't been named yet. The store was closed early and the sign simply read, "Unexpected maintenance." Suggests the issue is unplanned or perhaps sensitive. Notice how vague that message is. The author deliberately avoids stating the real reason, making us infer possibilities. Your job as a reader is to consider all plausible reasons. It could be an emergency, or it could be something else entirely. Although he claimed exhaustion, his hands were meticulously clean and still smelled faintly of fresh coffee. Contradicts the stated emotion, suggests a lie or pretense. This is an example of contradictory evidence. The text provides conflicting information, the claim versus the observable facts. Inference happens when you spot these inconsistencies and deduce that one statement might be misleading. The vibrant colors used in the report seemed disproportionate to the serious nature of the data. Suggests the author is trying too hard to make a point or distract the reader. In art or writing, tone and style are crucial. If the description points out an imbalance like overly bright colors with dry data, it's suggesting that the author's intents might be flawed or distracting. You must infer the underlying critique. Let's compare 4 pairs. Summarizing explicit facts. Inferential reading. Scope of information. Summarizing limits you to only what is written. Inferring allows you to expand the text scope by adding logical connections and why statements. It's moving from merely stating what happened to explaining why it might have happened. Scanning for keywords. Deep reading for inference. Goal of reading. Scanning is a tactical search, like finding a phone number. Inferential reading is a cognitive process. Your goal isn't just to find the word, but to understand the relationship between multiple words and ideas. You are building meaning, not retrieving data. Identifying main idea. Drawing implied purpose. Level of analysis. The main idea is usually stated or obvious throughout the passage. However, inferring this purpose requires you to consider the author's motivation. Are they persuading? Are they warning? This goes deeper than just stating the topic. Literal interpretation. Compare it with figurative. Truth value. Literally, every word means exactly what it says. Figuratively, authors use metaphors and symbolism to make you think about concepts that don't have a literal physical meaning. Inferring the implied meaning is often the goal of understanding literature. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The initial findings suggested a gradual decline in local bird populations, indicating possible habitat 1. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is degradation. When the text uses careful, academic language like decline and habitat, it's not just listing facts. It's setting up an expectation that there is a deeper environmental problem. Recognizing key vocabulary helps you pinpoint the core issue. Scientists noted that migratory patterns were shifting earlier, which implies changes in regional body, war, answer, climate. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is climate. The word implies is your biggest clue here. It tells you to infer. If bird timing shifts, the most logical large-scale factor causing it must be global or regional weather patterns, leading us straight to climate change. Because of this scarcity, local farmers are now advised to consider planting drought-resistant sepsa, answer, crops. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is crops. The structure because of X, therefore Y, is a classic cause and effect setup. The text gives us the effect scarcity and asks us to infer the necessary solution, which must be related to farming and water conservation. Ultimately, preserving these wetlands requires community action and governmental arm. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is policy. The final implication is that a problem of this magnitude cannot be solved by one person. The text guides us to infer the necessary scale of intervention, which must involve legal and structured governmental plans or policies. Here are 4 ways to practice. Question the why and how. Never accept a stated fact as the full story. Always ask yourself, why did this happen and how did the characters react? The most powerful tool for inference is curiosity combined with skepticism. If you find yourself settling for the first answer that comes to mind, stop. Force yourself to locate specific textual support for your assumed whys or how. This grounds your conclusion in evidence. Look for shifts in tone. Watch how the author changes their emotional tone from objective to urgent or from hopeful to cautionary. These shifts signal a change in the underlying truth. The tone is the author's attitude toward the subject. A sudden shift in tone often means the real implication is much more critical than what was initially stated. Pay attention to adjectives and adverbs that carry emotional weight. Combine clues, don't just repeat them. Inference requires synthesis. It's not enough to simply quote 2 facts. You must create a new understanding by logically merging those separate pieces. This is the core skill we are building. When you combine clues, think of yourself as an architect. Fact A is one column and fact B is another. The inference is the roof, the structure that holds them both up and makes sense. Understand context, background knowledge. Drawing accurate inferences requires you to activate your own knowledge base related to the passage's topic. Reading comprehension isn't just about the page, it's about connecting the page to the world. If a text mentions drought, you must automatically recall concepts like water scarcity, farming techniques, and geopolitical implications for accurate inference. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The last shipment of specialized microchips arrived late. Due to the accompanying severe weather forecast, the factory manager immediately switched production to a secondary assembly line that was less efficient but more weatherproof. Employees were instructed to work in staggered shifts rather than standard 8-hour rotations. This temporary measure allowed operations to continue steadily despite the logistical hurdles and poor visibility. Question 1. What can you infer about the overall viability of the company's supply chain? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the company has good backup plans, but its reliance on single-source logistics makes it vulnerable to external shocks. We weren't told they were vulnerable, but we saw them react strongly to a late shipment and bad weather. This indicates that while they are adaptable, their primary system is fragile, making the whole supply chain precarious. Question 2. What does the phrase logistical hurdles imply? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it implies physical or organizational difficulties in moving goods or people. A logistical hurdle isn't just a minor delay, it suggests substantial systematic obstacles. When you read this phrase, Think big bad roads, limited personnel, or equipment failure. It means the challenge is complex. In academic English tests like IELTS, you might encounter unfamiliar vocabulary. Instead of getting stuck, the key skill is to use context clues. These are hints provided by the surrounding words or sentences that allow you to deduce a word's meaning. Think of it as being a linguistic detective. By analyzing grammar and general sense, you can often figure out what an unknown word means. This technique boosts your confidence and scores significantly. Remember that understanding context is more important than simply memorizing definitions. When you read, train yourself to ask, what does this sentence need here to make sense? That active questioning is the foundation of contextual learning. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. When you see ubiquitous, think of something that is impossible to avoid in modern life, like Wi-Fi signals. Suggests a massive presence across all areas and times. A good collocation here would be ubiquitous technology or ubiquitous trend. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. This is a very useful academic verb because it means lessening impact without removing the problem entirely. We often talk about mitigating damage or mitigating conflict. Always remember that mitigates requires a negative outcome to lessen. The word is ambiguous. Say it again, ambiguous. If something is ambiguous, it means there is no single, clear answer or meaning. If a writer's tone is ambiguous, you simply cannot tell if they are being sarcastic or sincere. Look out for phrases like, it could mean, which signal ambiguity. The word is prevalent. Say it again, prevalent. While common might be an easy synonym, prevalence sounds more academic and formal. We use it when talking about trends, diseases, or ideas that are widespread within a group or region. Think of demographic patterns. The word is elucidate. Say it again, elucidate. This word is perfect for academic discussion because it means clarifying a complex point. Don't confuse elucidates with simply explain. Elucidating suggests making something difficult suddenly easy to understand, often through detailed explanation. The word is discrepancy. Say it again, discrepancy. A discrepancy is essentially a mismatch, a difference that shouldn't be there. If your sources give you conflicting information, you have found a discrepancy. It's stronger than just difference because it implies an error or inconsistency. Here are 5 examples. The increasing use of touchscreens has made digital devices utterly ubiquitous in modern life. Ubiquitous, AJ. In this sentence, the context clues increasing use, digital devices, and modern life all point towards something that is everywhere. If you know technology is expanding, it helps you guess ubiquitous means omnipresent. Governments must find ways to mitigate the effects of climate change on coastal regions. Mitigate, verb. The phrase effects of climate change suggests a negative outcome. Therefore, we can infer that mitigate means to lessen or reduce the severity of those bad effects. This confirms it is an action verb. His explanation was so ambiguous that no one understood whether he meant agreement or disagreement. Ambiguous, AJ. The clue here is the result, no one understood. This tells us the word describes a state of confusion. If something causes misunderstanding, it must be vague or ambiguous. It is prevalent in major cities that people commute long distances to work. Prevalent, AJJ. The structure, it is word in, signals a general trend or frequency. Since the passage discusses common urban issues like commuting, we can deduce that prevalence means widely found or popular at that time. Could you please elucidate the difference between these 2 economic models? Elucidate verb. The request, could you please, combined with difference signals that the speaker needs clarification. Therefore, elucidates must mean to clarify or make something complex perfectly clear. Let's compare 4 pairs. Who, first, common. Prevalent, age. Register difference. Common is casual, prevalent is academic. While they both mean widely spread, using prevalence instantly elevates your writing register from informal to highly academic. Save common for everyday conversation and use prevalent in essays. First, explain. Elucidate, verb. Intensity of clarity. Explain is general. Elucidate implies deep, systematic clarification. Think of a basic explanation versus an expert lecture. If the topic is complex, you need to elucidate. It suggests revealing hidden layers of meaning that were previously obscure. First, difference. Discrepancy, noun. Implication of error or conflict. A discrepancy is a mismatch. Use difference when you are comparing two things side by side, like apples and oranges. Use discrepancies when evidence suggests that the two things shouldn't match up, implying an issue needing investigation. Less severe. Mitigate, verb. Action required to reduce harm. It always implies a preventative action. Mitigates is not just about being gentler, it's about taking concrete actions to lessen negative outcomes. We mitigate risk, we mitigate damage, and we mitigate conflict. Here are 4 ways to practice. Word mapping. Draw a web around the new word. Include its definition, synonyms, antonyms, and 2 example collocations. Mapping helps you build rich connections in your brain rather than just rote memorization. When you create these visual webs, you activate multiple memory pathways at once. Spaced repetition. Review vocabulary shortly after learning it, then spaced out over increasing intervals, e.g., 1 day, 3 days, 7 days. This is scientifically proven to move words from your short-term working memory into your long-term, usable knowledge bank. Consistency is far more valuable than cramming one session. Contextual mining. Every time you read or hear a new word, immediately write down the full sentence and try to guess its meaning before looking it up. This mimics the IELTS exam environment and strengthens your deductive reasoning. Always treating every unknown word as a mystery waiting to be solved is key practice. Active usage, shadowing. Record yourself speaking paragraph summaries incorporating at least 3 of the new words, forcing you to use them actively. A final step in mastery is output. Don't just recognize these words, force yourself to produce them under pressure. This builds fluency and makes them instantly accessible when you need them. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The increasing popularity of digital art has made specialized equipment almost ubiquitous. However, policymakers must find ways to mitigate the potential negative impact on traditional artists. There is a noticeable discrepancy between market demand and available funding for older mediums. Furthermore, if we do not properly elucidate the history of these techniques, the current cultural trends risk becoming ambiguous. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means everywhere or omnipresence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is ubiquitous. If you read about something being so popular, it seems to be everywhere like cell phones today, that immediately signals ubiquitous. The context of market trends helps anchor the meaning. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the committee was unable to elucidate the complex budget cuts for the public record. When answering this question, don't just use a synonym, use the word naturally. By structuring the answer as if you were speaking formally, you reinforce its academic usage and boost your fluency. A topic sentence acts like the navigational sign for an entire paragraph. It's a single statement that controls the main idea of everything that follows. Think of it as the thesis statement, but for a much smaller section of writing. Every other supporting detail in the paragraph must directly prove or explain this central point. If you can identify the topic sentence, you know exactly what the writer wants you to take away from that chunk of text. When we learn academic reading, it's crucial to stop reading passively and start reading actively. Your goal isn't just to understand words, it's to understand the author's primary argument. The topic sentence is your best tool for achieving that immediate structural understanding. Here are 4 examples. Solar energy is rapidly becoming a primary source of sustainable power globally. For example, many countries are now investing heavily in solar farms and residential panels. Topic sentence. Notice how the first sentence establishes the main claim that solar energy is becoming dominant. The second sentence then provides concrete evidence supporting that initial assertion about global investment. Furthermore, critics often focus only on the initial cost of installation. Transition support. This type of sentence doesn't contain the main idea itself. Instead, it links back to a previous topic or introduces a related point that supports the overarching argument. It builds momentum toward the core claim. Because renewable sources are cheaper and more reliable than fossil fuels, they represent an economic shift. Topic sentence. Here, we see a clear cause and effect statement that defines the paragraph's scope. The following details will likely explore cost comparisons and reliability metrics to support this economic shift's claim. The initial outlay of cash is often the biggest obstacle for developing nations. Supporting detail. This sentence provides specific information about cost. It's important supporting evidence, but if you were to remove it, the core argument that renewables are an economic shift would still stand. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Improved reading speed. It allows you to skim and grasp the main argument quickly. By knowing where the core idea is located, you don't need to read every single word meticulously. You can read through supporting details faster because your brain knows what key concept it's looking for. Better comprehension. You prevent misinterpreting minor points as the central message. Or, many students get lost in descriptive language or examples. Identifying the topic sentence keeps you anchored to the author's main point, preventing comprehension drift. Academic writing improvement. It helps structure your own arguments logically. If you can spot a strong topic sentence in others' writing, it proves that you understand how to build an argument yourself. This skill is fundamental for structuring your own essays effectively. Let's explore the topic of identifying topic sentences, locating the core argument of a paragraph quickly. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding, identifying topic sentences, locating the core argument of a paragraph quickly, deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Look at transition words. Words like therefore, in addition, and consequently signal the change or introduction of a new core idea. Pay special attention to them. These transition words are the writing equivalent of road signs, directing your attention to where a key shift in thought is occurring. They guide you straight to potential topic sentences. Read only first and last sentences. This technique helps build a strong framework before diving into the details. When skimming, treat the first sentence as the initial claim and the last sentence as the conclusion. The gap between those 2 points is where the author proved their case. Identify keywords. Circle or mentally highlight 2 to 3 recurring nouns or verbs throughout the paragraph. These are clues to the central subject matter. If you see policy, taxation, and Congress mentioned repeatedly, your brain should instantly categorize this as a paragraph about governmental financial policy. The topic sentence will define what that policy is. Summarize mentally. As you read each paragraph, try to summarize its core message aloud or silently in 5 words or less. This active recall process reinforces the skill. Instead of just reading for understanding, you are actively performing a comprehension task, distilling arguments into their absolute essence. When you are in an academic setting or speaking to an examiner, they aren't just listening for grammar, they are assessing your critical thinking. You must clearly signal when you are stating an objective fact, something universally verifiable, versus presenting a subjective viewpoint. Mastering this distinction helps elevate your discourse from casual conversation to sophisticated analysis. Remember that facts require evidence, while opinions require careful qualification. A strong speaker doesn't just present ideas, they structure them using academic signposting language. The key here is credibility. When you can reliably separate what is the fact from what could be the opinion, you demonstrate a high level of intellectual maturity. Think of it like triangulation. Always try to support your claim with external evidence or logical reasoning. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, according to recent studies, down now. Say it again, according to recent studies. This phrase immediately grounds your statement in external research, giving it academic weight. Whenever you reference data, statistics, or scholarly consensus, use this opener to sound authoritative and objective. The word is. It can be argued that, bah. Say it again. It can be argued that. This is crucial for managing your opinion. By using, it can be argued, you're presenting an idea as one possibility among many rather than stating it as absolute truth. This shows nuance and intellectual caution. The word is, the evidence suggests that. Say it again. The evidence suggests that. This phrase is perfect for synthesis, meaning you've looked at several pieces of information before drawing a conclusion. It implies careful consideration and helps you move beyond simply listing facts. The word is, while this may be true, we must also consider. Say it again. While this may be true, we must also consider. Academic discourse thrives on debate. This structure allows you to acknowledge the opposing viewpoint while pivoting your argument back to your main point. It shows that you are thinking critically about all sides of an issue. The word is, to elaborate on that specific point. Say it again, to elaborate on that specific point. Do not just repeat the same idea using different words, instead expand upon it. This phrase gives you a natural pause to organize your thoughts and deepen the analysis for the listener. Let's compare 4 pairs. It is plausible that. Softening claims, avoiding personal bias. In casual speech, I think sounds tentative. In academic settings, shifting to it is plausible that frames your idea as a theory or hypothesis rather than just a personal feeling. Loads of people say, a significant proportion of research indicates, using precise quantifiers, sounding objective. Avoid vague language like loads or lots. Instead, use formal quantifiers such as a significant proportion, the majority, or numerous studies to give your claims weight. Like, it's just a thing that. This phenomenon can be attributed to elevating topic vocabulary, formalizing explanations. When describing something complex, use the word phenomenon or attributed. This immediately signals that you are discussing an academic concept, not just a daily event. So, basically, in summary, the core argument posits that signposting transitions, concluding with sophistication. So is conversation filler. Replacing it with in summaries or the core argument posits provides a definitive academic transition, showing you are wrapping up your point with authority. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak personal. I think the economy is bad because of high prices. Strong data-driven. The economic data suggests that inflation rates are currently outpacing wage growth. Do not start with personal feelings. Always pivot immediately to external evidence, like the data suggests or recent reports show. This makes your argument sound objective and credible. Vague, unfocused, the issue is complicated, so that's it. Specific, structured, while the subject is complex, 3 key factors must be considered: taxation, sustainability, and global trade. When you feel overwhelmed by complexity, do not just say it is complicated. Instead, structure the difficulty by listing specific factors. This makes your response sound organized and manageable for the listener. Overstated, definitive, this proves that people never get enough sleep. Measured cautious, a correlation exists between poor sleep quality and reduced cognitive function, suggesting a relationship needs further investigation. Never use absolute words like proves, always, or never. Use measured language suggests, indicates, may contribute to show you understand the limitations of your own knowledge. Here are 4 ways to practice. summarizing sources out loud. Take a complex academic abstract and practice summarizing it in 3 distinct parts: the main claim, the evidence used, and the potential implication. This exercise forces you to identify the core factual premise versus the author's interpretation. By verbalizing these 3 separated components, your speech becomes incredibly clear and structured. IELTS Part 3 – Debate Preparation. Choose 2 opposing sides on a major global topic, e.g. AI regulation. Spend 5 minutes arguing for side A using facts, then 5 minutes arguing against it using qualified opinions. Part 3 questions are designed to test your ability to debate and nuance. The goal isn't just to speak fluently, it is to sound intellectually robust by smoothly switching between factual support and hypothetical arguments. Academic shadowing. Listen to short clips from university lectures or TED Talks. Immediately repeat the speaker's phrasing, focusing specifically on how they introduce evidence, e.g., for instance, or as demonstrated by. Shadowing is excellent for natural rhythm. When you mimic highly academic speakers, you absorb their signature transitional phrases and complex noun usage, making your own speech sound instantly more formal. Counter-argument role-play. Have a partner challenge every point you make using only personal counter-arguments. Your job is to respond by redirecting the conversation back to objective evidence. This simulates real debate pressure. When faced with emotional or subjective opposition, your training must be to calmly retrieve and cite verifiable facts to maintain academic control of the discussion. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are participating in an economic panel discussing universal basic income, UBI. You must argue that while the concept is appealing, its long-term viability needs empirical evidence. Cover these points. What UBI is? Z. Definition. The primary claim of proponents, opinion. Potential economic models that support it, fact data. A necessary condition for implementation, qualification. Qualification. Aim to speak for 1.5 to 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure and qualification. Do not just list facts and opinions. Connect them using strong signposting language. Structure your response clearly, dedicating distinct sections to definition, fact, proponent claims opinion, and evidence data. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is complex modality and hedging. This is where you show mastery. Use phrases that soften certainty. It would appear that one might hypothesize and combine them with strong factual openers, according to OECD data. This balance is the hallmark of advanced academic discourse. When tackling scientific articles, you cannot rely on a single reading technique. Instead, we must use targeted structural analysis. This means treating the paper not as one long story, but as 4 distinct parts: introduction, methods, results, and discussion. Each section serves a different purpose, and your reading goal should change accordingly. For instance, when you are looking at the methods section, you aren't trying to understand the why, you are only cataloging the how. Conversely, when analyzing the results, you must be ready to synthesize data points into actionable findings. Think of this skill like using a specialized toolkit. You wouldn't use a hammer for delicate wiring, right? Similarly, don't read an entire paper expecting equal value from every paragraph. By knowing that the introduction sets up the question and the methods detail the procedure, you can allocate your mental energy effectively and process complex information much faster. Here are 4 examples. The study utilized a double-blind randomized control trial involving 50 subjects. Methodological detail needs to be extracted precisely. When you see phrases like randomized control trial or specific numbers of participants, those are keywords. Don't just read them. Pause and mentally file away the specific details, the who and the how many. These precise quantitative markers are crucial for assessing the study's reliability. Contrary to previous findings, Group B showed a statistically significant reduction in symptoms. Key results statement, the main takeaway. Results are often presented with strong contrast words, such as contrary to or. Significantly, these signals tell you the author is presenting new information that challenges existing knowledge. Circle these phrases immediately because they contain the paper's core contribution. However, the sample size may limit the generalizability of these findings to broader populations. Identified limitation, the author's caution. A mature scientific text is never boastful. It always acknowledges its own weaknesses. When you encounter words like may limit or suggests rather than proves, recognize this as a limitation. This shows critical thinking and helps prevent overinterpretation of the findings. Future research should explore longitudinal effects using genetic markers. Implication call for action. What comes next? The final paragraph often points toward future study. This is the real-world implication, the "so what" moment. Instead of viewing this as just a suggestion, treat it as the author's professional recommendation to the scientific community. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading an abstract. Skimming a full scientific paper. Goal: broad overview versus deep detail. The abstract is designed for speed. It must give you the conclusion without any context. When reading one, your goal should be to identify the main variable and the primary outcome in under 60 seconds. Skimming the full paper requires a much deeper focus on structural markers. Focusing on methodology. Focusing on discussion. All process versus meaning. Methodology answers the question, how did they do it? It is purely descriptive and procedural. The discussion, however, forces you to ask, what does this mean for us? This shift from mere description to interpretation is key to advanced comprehension. Analyzing factual claims. Synthesizing implications. Goal: proof versus application. Factual claims are statements that can be verified by the data itself. They are concrete. Synthesis, on the other hand, is connecting those facts to a larger field or real-world policy. It requires you to use knowledge from outside the text. Identifying key evidence. Determining bias. Goal: what was found versus limitations of finding. Evidence tells you what they found, which is vital. Determining bias or scope forces you to critically evaluate the evidence itself. Did they only test one demographic? Did they use older equipment? This elevates reading from comprehension to true academic critique. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The introduction must first establish a knowledge gap by citing previous research and highlighting what is currently blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is lacking. When you see knowledge gap, it's the author telling you exactly where the hole in current understanding is. Your reading focus here should be identifying that critical missing piece, the very reason this new study even needed to exist. The methods section must provide enough detail so that another scientist could theoretically replicate the study, ensuring blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is replicability. Replicability is the cornerstone of scientific integrity. If a paper doesn't detail its methods rigorously, you cannot trust its results. Always look out for precise details regarding equipment models or statistical tests used. The results section should present data objectively, using figures and tables to confirm what was actually blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is observed. Remember that the results are merely reporting facts. They have not yet been interpreted. Use objective language like suggested or reported, rather than interpretive words like proved. Separating observation from interpretation is a core skill. Finally, the discussion must connect these findings back to the broader literature and discuss their real-world blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is implications. The discussion section is your payoff. It's where the author moves from what happened to so what. By focusing on implications, you are practicing high-level synthesis, connecting the specific findings to global understanding. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading, formulate 3 questions. Before you read a single word, formulate 3 questions based on the abstract or title. These act as mental filters. Don't just start reading, prepare your mind first. By setting specific queries, for example, what was tested and why is this important, you give yourself anchors to latch onto while scanning the text for answers. Mapping structure with headings. Use headings and subheadings as a roadmap. Read within sections sequentially, but feel free to jump back to an earlier section if a new piece of data contradicts initial assumptions. Treat the structure like a navigable map. If you find something that seems out of place, a discussion point in the methods section, it means you need to pause and adjust your reading path to understand the author's intent. Synthesizing conclusion statements. After reading, summarize the paper's findings not as bullet points, but as a single coherent paragraph targeted at a non-expert audience. This is the ultimate test of comprehension. If you can explain complex material simply and accurately to someone outside your field, it proves that you have mastered the structure and implications of the text. Identifying caveats and scope. Look for qualifying language suggests, may be linked to, or in preliminary studies. These signal necessary caution. Expert academic writing is full of qualifying language. Learning to spot these caveats doesn't mean the research was poor. It means the author is being professionally honest about its boundaries, which is a sign you should be. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Recent modeling suggests that changes in deep ocean currents significantly impact global carbon sequestration rates. The controlled trial simulated a reduction of 2% in major abyssal flow velocity over 5 decades. Our data indicates a corresponding decrease in dissolved oxygen levels and a measurable decline in the efficiency of calcium carbonate shell formation among key indicator species. These findings challenge previous models that assume stable oceanic conditions, suggesting an urgent need for reassessment of current climate mitigation policies. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, deep ocean current changes negatively affect carbon sequestration and require policy review. To answer this, you must synthesize 3 pieces of information: the cause, current change; the effect, carbon decline, oxygen loss; and the conclusion, policy need. Do not just list facts, explain the chain of causality. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means difficult to measure or define. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is measurable. This is vocabulary deep dive. Instead of relying on context clues, look at how the word functions within the sentence's structure. Understanding its base meaning allows you to handle related scientific jargon more confidently in the future. When reading history, merely knowing the dates isn't enough. We need to understand how events connect. This strategy involves mapping chronology, establishing a precise timeline of actions and developments. More importantly, we must identify cause and effect chains, what led to an event, and what were the subsequent consequences. Think of it like building a historical flowchart in your mind as you read. Look for transitional phrases that signal these relationships. The key difference between simple chronology and analyzing causality is understanding dependency. Don't just list events, ask because. If event A happened, what forces or conditions must have existed to make event B possible? Focusing on this deep connection elevates your reading from mere comprehension to true historical analysis. Here are 4 examples. The initial Roman defeats at Carrhae 53 BC served as a critical turning point. Signal phrase, indicating causality and impact. Notice how the text uses served as. This isn't just stating that the battle happened, it's interpreting its significance. A historian signals consequence here, telling us this defeat was more than a single loss. It fundamentally shifted Rome's direction. Subsequently, the Republic struggled with internal political fragmentation. The use of subsequently establishes temporal order. Temporal adverbs like subsequently, following this, or meanwhile are your best friends. They act as signposts on a timeline, allowing you to quickly organize the sequence of events without losing track of complex political shifts. The resulting power vacuum allowed ambitious generals to mobilize private armies, identifying the direct result effect from a previous condition, cause. Here we see a clear cause and effect structure. Power vacuum cause leads to generals mobilizing armies effect. When you read, mentally draw an arrow connecting those two ideas. The vacuum is the fuel, the armies are the resulting fire. This shift marked a definitive end to Republican ideals and ushered in imperial rule. Summarizing the overarching consequence. Conclusion of the passage. The phrase ushered in is strong evidence of ultimate consequence. It signals a major transition, a historical turning point that cannot be undone. When you read the conclusion, look for language that describes permanent changes or new eras. Let's compare 4 pairs. Pure chronology, listing dates. Causal analysis, why. Focus shifts from what to why. Simple chronology is linear. It just lists A, then B, then C. Causal analysis requires you to stop and analyze the relationship between each point. Instead of saying Rome fell in 476 AD, a causal reader asks, what chain of events made that date inevitable? Descriptive text, what happened? Analytical text, why it mattered. Look for interpretation, not just reporting. A descriptive text might state the economic collapse. An analytical text will explain why that collapse was so devastating, perhaps due to over-reliance on a single trade route or unsustainable military spending. Identifying key dates. Identifying turning points. A date is static, a turning point is dynamic. Knowing the date of a treaty is factual, but knowing that treaty caused the immediate decline of trade in the Eastern Mediterranean is interpreting its impact. Always look for the moment where things fundamentally change direction. Listing causes, A leads to B. Listing effects, B resulted from A. Causes are precursors, effects are outcomes. The concepts are related, but the focus is different. When you find a list of causes, remember those are the ingredients. Here, when you find a list of effects, those are the final dishes served by historical forces. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The initial decline of the empire was not due to one single factor, but a confluence of military weakness and economic blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is strain. This blank required you to synthesize 2 distinct ideas, military problems and financial stress. The word confluence is critical here. It means multiple things coming together at once, which is the hallmark of complex historical analysis. The escalating trade deficits created immense fiscal blank, forcing emperors to devalue the currency. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is pressure. Focusing on fiscal pressure helps you grasp the underlying economic mechanism. It tells us that the issue wasn't just lack of money, but a systemic force pushing the economy towards crisis. These internal deficiencies made the empire vulnerable to external invasions from migrating groups. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is vulnerable. The word vulnerable acts as the bridge between the internal decay and the external threats. It shows that the invaders weren't the sole cause of collapse, rather they exploited existing weaknesses. Therefore, the decline was a long-term process, culminating in irreversible geopolitical blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is fragmentation. The final word, fragmentation, is the ultimate conclusion drawn from all previous points. It summarizes the historical outcome that the once unified entity broke apart into smaller, weaker parts. Here are 4 ways to practice. Question the text. Ask "so what?" constantly. After reading any claim, force yourself to ask how that evidence changed the historical outcome. This shifts you from passive reader to active investigator. Don't accept claims at face value. Every time a passage presents an event or a statistic, pause and ask, "And then what? What was the consequence of this specific data point?" This builds critical distance between the text and your own understanding. Use visual mapping, sketch timelines, and flowcharts. Physically mapping out cause-effect chains or chronologies on paper helps solidify abstract relationships in your memory. Use arrows and directional labels to track movement of power or trade goods. The physical act of drawing those connecting lines is crucial for deep learning. When you visualize the flow of the arrow from cause to effect, you are engaging motor skills, which dramatically improves retention of complex historical sequences. Identify signal phrases. Look for causal connectors. Keep an eye out for terms like consequently, due to, as a result, and therefore. These are the grammar cues that warn you a relationship is about to be revealed. Treat these signal phrases as linguistic tripwires. They don't just introduce new information, they change the type of information. They signal causality, consequence, or sequence. Recognizing them instantly speeds up your ability to map the argument. Predict and verify. Test your hypotheses. Before reading about an outcome, try to predict what that outcome must have required as a cause. Then, use the text to verify if your prediction was accurate. This technique turns reading into an intellectual game of predict and confirm. It forces you to read with specific expectations. You are looking for evidence to support or refute your initial guess about the historical mechanism at play. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The early Christian community faced intense pressure from the Roman state. Initially, persecution was sporadic, but after Nero's reign, it became systematized. This increasing governmental antagonism created a need for decentralized worship and clandestine gatherings in private homes. Consequently, Christianity developed an underground network of communication that proved highly resilient. Furthermore, early spread required converts to adopt new social structures, which fundamentally challenged local pagan traditions and established intellectual hubs outside the direct control of the imperial government. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, Christianity's growth was driven by adapting its structure to survive systematic persecution, leading it to build resilient informal social and intellectual networks. The core argument isn't just persecution happened, it's that the reaction to the persecution, the need for secrecy, was the actual driving force behind the church's unique resilience and organizational structure. Always find the outcome, not just the struggle. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means highly successful or enduring. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is resilient. Finding words like resilience allows you to bypass simple vocabulary lists. In this context, resilient doesn't just mean bouncing back. It implies an inherent structural strength that allowed the group to endure systematic external pressures. When reading about social issues, our goal shifts from simply understanding the facts to questioning the narrative itself. Our strategy is called assumption mapping. This means we are actively searching for what the author assumes the reader already believes or accepts without evidence. We must look beyond explicit claims and identify loaded language words chosen specifically to elicit an emotional reaction rather than convey pure information. Furthermore, pay close attention to selective omissions. Sometimes, knowing what isn't said is more revealing than anything that actually appears on the page. Think of yourself as a literary detective. You aren't just looking for clues, you are looking for gaps in the evidence. When an author uses emotionally charged words without supporting data, they are likely trying to bypass your critical thinking and appeal directly to your feelings. This is the core skill we are developing today. Here are 4 examples. The policy's radical overhaul was met with predictable resistance from vested interests. Loaded language, radical, vested interests, and generalization. Notice the word radical. It doesn't state why it is radical. It uses a loaded adjective to imply danger or unnecessary change. By using this single adjective, the author subtly frames disagreement as being anti-progress, regardless of the actual policy details. While some minor adjustments have been made in local pilot programs, selective omission downplaying major issues. This phrase is a classic example of minimizing. The use of minor immediately suggests that whatever the author is discussing isn't actually problematic, even if the context implies large-scale failure. Always ask, what crucial information are they trying to make seem small? Citizens must realize that true societal improvement requires immediate action. Rhetorical appeal and urgency, creating a false dilemma. This statement doesn't provide evidence for the need for immediate action. It uses an urgent tone to pressure the reader into agreement. By framing things as either total inaction or perfect, immediate action, they create a false choice that benefits their argument. Experts agree that technological advancement is inherently beneficial. Appeal to authority without citation, generalization. This technique suggests consensus where none may exist. When an author says experts agree, they might be referencing a select group of studies or publications, but the language makes it sound like universal truth. Always check for citations and recognize that expert opinion is rarely monolithic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Advocacy, journalism, opinion. Objective reporting, news report. Goal, persuasion versus informing. The fundamental difference here is purpose. Advocacy journalism aims to change minds, so its language will be persuasive and highly interpretive. Objective reporting, conversely, prioritizes delivering verifiable facts without injecting personal judgment or emotional weight. Emotional language, anger, fear. Statistical evidence, data points. Impact, subjective versus measurable. Emotion appeals to our lizard brains. It feels immediate and powerful. Statistics appeal to our logical brain because they are measurable. When a text relies heavily on emotional language without providing corresponding data, treat the claims with extreme skepticism. Anecdotal evidence, single story. Systemic analysis, broad trends. Scope, individual versus pattern. Anecdotes are powerful for drawing attention, but they are limited to one specific instance. Systemic analysis requires looking at large datasets and identifying recurring patterns across populations. To argue a point effectively, you need the depth of scope offered by systemic data. Problem, statement, what's wrong? Solution proposal, how to fix it. Focus, diagnosis versus prescription. Be careful when a text jumps immediately from identifying a problem to offering a solution. Sometimes, the desire for a definitive answer allows the author to overlook complex variables or unintended consequences that would weaken their proposed fix. Complete the summary using words from the passage. True understanding of a social issue requires examining its historical echelon rather than focusing only on current headlines. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is context. The blank required context because the summary was shifting focus from immediate events to deep underlying causes. This signals that the author wants you to zoom out and look at the broader background information needed for a complete picture. When analyzing source material, we must identify which claims are based on verifiable data and which rely solely on emotional R. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is appeal. Here, emotional appeal is the correct term because it encapsulates the concept of rhetoric that bypasses logic. Recognizing this specific linguistic tool allows you to categorize a claim as persuasive rather than factual. A nuanced reading demands we acknowledge the various stakeholders and their conflicting vested interest. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is interests. The word vested interests is crucial because it summarizes the idea of self-serving agendas within a group. If you see this phrase, immediately stop and ask yourself, who benefits if I believe this claim? Ultimately, decoding bias means recognizing that every piece of writing presents an author-specific not necessarily objective truth. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is perspective. The final blank uses perspective to serve as the ultimate takeaway. It reminds us that even when facts are presented accurately, they are always filtered through someone's unique lens, which is something we must remain aware of. Here are 4 ways to practice. Question the source's funding. Always check who financed the research or wrote the article. Financial backing often dictates favorable conclusions. Don't assume objectivity simply because an institution publishes it. Always trace the money trail. If a think tank has received funding from a specific industry, their analysis of that same industry will naturally be viewed through a lens favoring that donor. Map the assumptions. After reading a paragraph, list 2 to 3 things the author treats as universally true without proving them. These are assumptions. This skill moves you from passive reader to active map maker. By listing the unproven assumptions, you expose the weak points in the argument structure itself and pinpoint where the bias is most likely hiding. Triangulate information. Read at least 3 sources covering the same social issue. Look for consistent facts but varied interpretations. Never rely on a single source, no matter how reputable it seems. By comparing multiple viewpoints, whether they agree or disagree, you create a fuller, more balanced understanding that is immune to any one author's bias. Identify the emotional trigger. When you feel intense anger, fear, or righteousness after reading a passage, pause. The text might be using emotion as a manipulative tool. Our emotions are powerful signals, but they can also be exploited by poorly written propaganda. If the piece makes your immediate emotional response very large, take 3 deep breaths and force yourself to find the supporting data points before accepting its conclusion. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid integration of AI tools into educational curricula presents an undeniable frontier for learning. Proponents argue that these systems offer unprecedented personalization, tailoring coursework to each student's unique pace and efficiency. They highlight efficiency gains, suggesting human educators can finally focus on high-level mentorship rather than repetitive grading. However, critics point out that over-reliance on algorithms risks homogenizing the educational experience. Furthermore, if AI data training relies disproportionately on affluent demographics, the resulting tools may inherently perpetuate existing socioeconomic disparities in learning opportunity, creating a new digital divide for marginalized students. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the integration of AI in education offers personalized benefits but risks widening existing socioeconomic gaps if not carefully managed. This passage does not take a side, it presents a balanced view. The main idea must summarize both sides, the potential benefits and the crucial risks. It shows us that the overall message is complexity, not simple acceptance or rejection. Question 2. Find a phrase in the passage that suggests an underlying concern about fairness. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if AI data training relies disproportionately on affluent demographics. This specific clause is critical because it moves beyond simply stating, AI has problems. It points directly to the root cause, biased input data leading to biased outcomes. This identifies the core societal assumption we must challenge. When we encounter a very long sentence in academic writing, our instinct is often to read it as one continuous stream of information. The goal here is not just to skim for key words, but to dissect the sentence's architecture itself. We need to locate the core subject and the main verb first, ignoring any extra descriptive material that comes before or after them. Think of these added phrases, the relative clauses and modifiers, as parentheses. They contain important detail, but they are not the central action. By isolating this key subject-verb relationship, we can determine exactly who is doing what. Remember, the structural analysis is a form of advanced reading comprehension. It allows you to process complex information without getting bogged down by excessive adjectives or descriptive phrases. Always mentally underline the main subject and draw an arrow to its primary action verb. If you do this first, the rest of the sentence becomes much easier to manage. Here are 4 examples. The algorithm, which processes data streams at lightning speeds and minimizes human error, requires dedicated server capacity. Identify the core subject, algorithm, and verb requires. The relative clause modifies algorithm. Here, a long descriptive clause is placed right after the subject. If you stop reading when you hit the comma, you might only remember the algorithm. But by understanding that the entire clause describes which algorithm it is, you grasp the full scope of the machine's capacity. Researchers observed the rare migratory bird, which usually nests near coastal marshes during the spring months. The parenthetical information explains a characteristic of the subject, bird. Notice that the main action is simple. Researchers observed the bird. The rest of the sentence simply adds context about the bird's usual habitat. This tells us where to focus our attention if we are looking for the primary actors. Data modeling techniques such as deep learning and neural networks have revolutionized how industries approach prediction. The appositive phrase, such as, provides examples of the subject without changing the core meaning. Appositives are noun phrases that rename or define a preceding noun. In this case, deep learning and neural networks don't change the fact that the techniques have revolutionized prediction, they just tell us which ones. The policy committee debated several proposals, including one concerning funding cuts, which generated heated discussion. Be careful not to link which to the whole list. It refers only to funding cuts. This is a common trap. The relative pronoun which usually points back to the nearest noun or the phrase immediately preceding it, not the entire list of proposals. Always trace the reference point for clarity. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a scientific abstract. Reading literary fiction. Focus on function versus imagery. In scientific abstracts, the grammar is highly functional. Modifiers exist to add precise details like measurements or conditions. In fiction, modifiers serve to build atmosphere and emotional depth. When reading either, always ask yourself, is this detail necessary for understanding the core argument? Skimming for main ideas. Analyzing syntax structure. Speed versus precision. If your goal is simply to skim, you look only for nouns and verbs, skipping the clauses entirely. If your goal is structural analysis, you must slow down and trace exactly how every single modifier connects back to its proper antecedent. Technical manual language. Historical analysis passage. Causation versus procedure. In technical writing, modifiers often follow directives. Attach the cable which must be blue to port A. In history, they explain relationships. The treaty, signed after years of conflict, ended hostilities. Both use detail, but for different purposes. Identifying topic sentences. Mapping modifier chains. Big picture versus micro detail. Locating a topic sentence tells you the paragraph's general theme, but mapping modifiers forces you to understand the precise rules and limitations surrounding that theme within a single sentence. It is about moving from generalization to granular detail. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The initial study focused on atmospheric pressure changes, which were observed in areas blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is coastal. When you see a blank like this, it usually requires an adjective or adverb that describes the preceding noun. By recalling the context of atmospheric pressure, we know the missing word must relate to geography or environment. This finding suggests that global temperature increases are directly linked to oceanic currents blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is carrying. Here, the blank requires a participle A form of verb acting as an adjective. The phrase currents carrying acts like a single unit modifying currents, making it much stronger than just saying the currents. Furthermore, researchers analyzed migratory patterns of species blank by the pollution levels. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is affected. This blank requires a past participle to show that the noun species is receiving the action. The pattern was not affecting themselves, they were being affected by the pollution. The final report concluded that policy changes, blank by international consensus, are necessary for mitigation. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is driven. This is a reduced relative clause. Instead of writing which were driven by, the author uses driven. Recognizing this structure helps you maintain the smooth flow of the academic text without losing its grammatical meaning. Here are 4 ways to practice. Sentence segmentation drill. Break down every long sentence into 3 parts: subject verb core, modifying clause 1, and modifying clause 2. This is a hands-on approach. Physically dividing the sentence helps you compartmentalize information. Don't try to understand the whole meaning at once. Focus on isolating the core action first. The who, which, that replacement test. Identify all relative pronouns and practice replacing them with single, simple words, or even simply removing the clause if the meaning remains intact. This drill helps you see which modifiers are essential to the core idea and which ones are merely descriptive fluff. Knowing when a modifier can be removed strengthens your grasp of the sentence's true necessity. Paraphrasing by clause isolation. Read a difficult passage, then rewrite it 3 times, once focusing only on the main ideas, and 2 times rewriting only the complex clauses. This forces you to process grammar at multiple levels. By isolating the clauses, you practice understanding their precise grammatical function, whether they are providing background, cause, or example. Active reading highlighting. Use colored highlighters, 1 color for the primary subject and verb, another color for all descriptive modifiers. Visual input is incredibly helpful here. Seeing the core structure in black ink and then seeing the added detail in a different color allows your brain to process the information hierarchically. It makes the structural role of each word immediately clear. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Coastal ecosystems, which support thousands of species and play a crucial role in global oxygen production, are facing unprecedented threats. Changes in ocean acidity, resulting from increased atmospheric carbon dioxide absorption, diminish the shells of mollusks, making breeding difficult for many organisms. These foundational changes impact marine food webs, altering the distribution of fish populations that historically depended on stable coastal nurseries. Question 1. What is the main idea conveyed by this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, coastal ecosystems are threatened by climate change factors like ocean acidity, which disrupts local life cycles and food webs. The core message isn't about all threats, it's that specific chemical chains acidiae impacting the foundational biological processes. You must filter out the descriptive details to grasp this central cause and effect relationship. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means diminish or reduce. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is diminish. When dealing with sophisticated vocabulary, don't panic. Look at the words immediately surrounding the blank or the concept you are trying to understand. In this case, the context of shells and difficulty suggests a reduction in strength or size. Comparative text analysis means more than just summarizing 2 articles. It requires you to actively map out how they relate. You must identify the core points of agreement and disagreement across the sources. Think of it as building a mental Venn diagram where the overlapping sections are similarities and the distinct crescent moons are differences. This process forces you to synthesize information rather than simply listing facts from one source after another. The key difference here is synthesis. Instead of writing source A says X and source B says Y, you need to structure your argument around the concepts themselves. For example, while source A emphasizes X, source B offers a more nuanced view by suggesting Z. This transition shows mastery. Here are 5 examples. Source A suggests a high risk. Conversely, source B argues precaution. Contrast signal, conversely. Signal words are your roadmap. When you see conversely, immediately prepare to switch perspectives and highlight a direct contradiction between the two texts. Don't just note the contrast, explain why the writers might disagree. Both articles agree that climate change is accelerating. Similarity signal, both agree. These phrases are your anchors for shared understanding. When you find a point of consensus, dedicate enough space to explain why a disagreement matters to the overall topic. This strengthens your thesis. Similarly, the data from source C supports this claim. Reinforcement signal, similarly. The word similarly acts as a bridge, telling you that the information following will mirror a point just made. Use these moments to build momentum in your argument or provide supporting evidence. While source A focuses on economic factors, source B emphasizes cultural resistance. Difference qualifier, while, focuses on. This structure is incredibly useful for delineating scope. It acknowledges that both sources are valid, but simply look at different facets of the same problem. This adds analytical depth. Source D provides a counter-argument to both previous texts. Opposition signal, counter-argument. A counter-argument demands that you address it directly. Don't just mention it, evaluate its strength and explain how it challenges the existing consensus between sources A, B, and C. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Developing synthesis skills. You move beyond simple reporting of facts to creating new insights. Synthesis is the highest level of academic reading. It means combining pieces of information from disparate sources into one cohesive, original argument. You are becoming an active intellectual participant, not just a reporter. Strengthening critical thinking. Comparison forces you to evaluate bias and reliability across different viewpoints. When comparing texts, you inherently become better at spotting gaps in evidence or logical leaps. You learn not just what they say, but how reliable their claims are. Improving academic writing. It provides the structure and language needed for sophisticated academic discourse. The ability to articulate nuanced differences using complex linking phrases is crucial in university-level writing. It shows your reader that you understand the complexity of the subject matter. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't assume source A says X, source B says Y. Therefore, the truth is somewhere between them. Instead, qualify your claim. The sources present differing views on X and Y, suggesting a complex debate that requires further investigation. Do not jump to conclusions just because 2 texts are different. You must never assume the middle ground is correct. Instead, report that a debate exists and specify where the disagreement lies. Don't confuse. Because source A mentions X after Y, it means X caused Y. Always acknowledge correlation versus causation. Source A discusses X in proximity to Y, but this sequence does not necessarily imply a causal relationship. This is a critical mistake in all forms of academic writing. Just because 2 ideas are discussed close together or sequentially does not mean one caused the other. You must always look for explicit causal links. Don't overstate. All sources agree on X, therefore it must be true. Use cautious language, hedging. The consensus across all 3 sources suggests a strong probability regarding X, though limitations remain. Even when multiple sources agree, academic writing requires caution. Use phrases like suggests, appears to be, or is likely. This demonstrates intellectual honesty and critical distance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Create a comparative grid or matrix. List key themes in the rows and sources in the columns. Fill in specific evidence points rather than summaries. This visual tool forces you to categorize information structurally. By physically separating data points, it becomes much easier to spot patterns of agreement or deviation across different texts. Ask how and why questions. For every claim in the text, ask not only what is said, but how the source reached that conclusion. Moving beyond, what did they say, to how, why do they know this, shifts your reading from passive consumption to critical interrogation. This deepens your understanding of methodology and bias. Map out the argument flow. Identify the sequence, thesis, supporting point A, source 1, man, counterpoint B, source 2, man, synthesis, conclusion. Treating an essay like a story arc helps you follow the writer's persuasive journey. By mapping this flow, you can predict where the argument might weaken or pivot, making your analysis much more insightful. Draft a thesis of comparison first. Before writing anything, write one sentence that summarizes the key tension or relationship between all sources. Starting with a strong comparative thesis acts as a guiding star for your entire essay. It dictates which similarities and differences you should prioritize discussing, keeping your focus sharp and argumentative. When you read critically, we are not just looking for information, we are checking the foundation of the argument itself. Unsupported generalization happens when a writer takes one small observation and applies it to an entire group or population without evidence. A weak argument is any line of reasoning that fails to connect its claims strongly enough to its factual support. Learning to spot these flaws means you are becoming an active judge of information rather than just a passive receiver. Remember that spotting these issues requires skepticism, which is a skill in itself. Don't assume the author has done their homework just because they sound authoritative. Always ask yourself, what evidence supports this massive claim? If the answer isn't immediately obvious, treat it as suspect. Here are 4 examples. Since the local bakery increased its sugar content last month, all neighborhood flu cases have risen by 20%. Mistake. Correlation suggests causation. This is a classic example of confusing correlation with causation. Just because 2 things happen at the same time, like rising sugar and more flu does not mean one caused the other. There could be dozens of hidden variables like seasonal weather changes or new viruses. Studies conducted on 20 college students suggest that all modern media usage results in decreased attention spans. Mistake. Overgeneralization. Small sample size. The sample size is far too small to make a sweeping statement about all people. This limited data point cannot support a universal conclusion, making the claim weak and highly biased. Because this single article mentions plant-based diets being beneficial, it must be true that they cure all forms of chronic illness. Mistake. Jumping to extreme conclusions. Exaggeration. The author is taking a mild suggestion and jumping straight to an absolute claim. In science and critical reading, the word must or cure should always trigger skepticism, as these claims are rarely backed up adequately. Never trust any politician who wears blue, as all of them has been proven to mislead their constituents. Mistake. Stereotyping unsupported assumption. This is the most dangerous type of generalization because it attacks identity rather than evidence. It relies on prejudice and stereotypes, which are always unsupported by objective facts or data. Let's compare 4 pairs. Opinion editorial op-ed. Peer, reviewed academic paper abstract. Evidence standard. The op-ed is designed to persuade and often uses emotional language, making its claims more susceptible to generalization. The abstract, however, must strictly summarize methodology and results, forcing the writer to be precise about what was actually proven. Marketing advertisement. Consumer report. Scope and claim certainty. Advertisements often use hyperbole-exaggerated claims designed to sell. While reviews can also be biased, they usually cite specific personal experiences, which are at least limited in scope and therefore less likely to generalize broadly. Historical anecdote, story. Statistical data set. Generalizability test. Stories feel personal and concrete, which makes them persuasive. But anecdotes are just single instances that cannot predict large-scale patterns. Statistical data, while sometimes complex, offers a much wider scope for drawing actual conclusions. Personal blog post. Government policy white paper. Authority and scope. A blog post is inherently informal and subjective. A white paper, while advocating a position, must reference official data sources and policy constraints, requiring the reader to look for citations and defined boundaries. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Research does not prove that all people prefer digital learning. It merely suggests that certain demographics might find these methods effective. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is might. The word might is a powerful signal of caution. It indicates possibility, not certainty. When you see modal verbs like may, might, or could, remember they are limiting the scope of the author's claim. While these findings correlate with increased reading time, we cannot conclude that reading time alone is the sole predictor of academic success. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is alone. Phrases like sole predictors or only cause are often used by weak arguments. If a passage uses language that excludes other possibilities, it's worth pausing and asking what else could be at play. The study is limited to participants in urban areas, meaning the conclusions may not apply globally or in rural settings. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is limited. Identifying qualifying phrases like limited to, among, or in this samples is crucial for critical reading. These phrases define the boundaries of the argument and tell you exactly who or what the claim applies to. The researchers suggest that these initial observations warrant further investigation rather than allowing them to become established facts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is warrant. When an author says something warrants investigation, they are recommending the next logical step. It is a scholarly way of saying the evidence is interesting, but not yet conclusive enough for broad acceptance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Question the assumptions. Before accepting any claim, identify the hidden givens, the facts or beliefs the author assumes are true without providing proof. This is moving beyond simply asking, is this fact, to asking, what must be assumed for this argument to even make sense? Often, these unstated assumptions are where the biggest gaps in logic appear. Map the evidence flow. Visually track how the author moves from point A evidence to point B claim. Does every leap feel supported by a clear step-by-step bridge? Think of it like an assembly line. The evidence must directly connect or flow into the conclusion. If the connection feels sudden or unsupported, you have found a potential logical fallacy. Look for counter-arguments. A strong writer acknowledges opposing views. If an argument dismisses all counterpoints immediately, it is often weak and overly confident. When you read, actively hunt for phrases like "some may argue" or "while critics point out." A balanced piece of writing engages with its opposition rather than ignoring it. Identify scope creep. Check if the conclusion's scope is dramatically larger than the evidence provided. If a small study leads to a massive global policy recommendation, beware. Scope creep means growing too large. The moment an argument goes from discussing 3 specific species in one forest to recommending global conservation policies. You must pause and question that leap. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The increasing popularity of personalized fitness trackers has led many people to believe that tracking sleep cycles is the definitive key to perfect health. A recent analysis of data from 500 users suggests a direct positive correlation between high-tech sleep monitoring and reported improvements in daily mood. Furthermore, since these devices are so widely available, it stands to reason that every modern individual could benefit greatly from adopting this habit immediately. Consequently, implementing mandatory sleep tracking in all schools would be the most logical step toward improving public well-being. Question 1. What is the main flaw in the passage's conclusion regarding mandatory school implementation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, The argument makes an unsupported generalization and leaps from limited correlation to mandatory policy. Notice how the author suggests a direct positive correlation, which is qualified language. Moving from a correlation, or even just a suggestion to a mandated universal school policy, is a massive leap in logic that ignores other factors. Question 2. Find 2 specific words or phrases that indicate the argument is making a generalization rather than stating an indisputable fact. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, many people to believe stands to reason, and every modern individual. These types of vague, sweeping phrases are red flags. They try to make their claims sound universally true using generalizations without providing the robust evidence needed for global policy changes. When approaching unfamiliar vocabulary, don't treat words as isolated units. Instead, view them as building blocks. This process is called morphological analysis, and it allows you to predict meaning using 3 key components: prefixes, root words, and suffixes. Prefixes attached to the beginning of a word to modify its meaning, think un or pre. Root words carry the core definition, while suffixes are added to the end to change the word's function, often turning a verb into a noun. Understanding morphology transforms vocabulary study from rote memorization into linguistic detective work. Instead of looking up an entire word, you analyze its structure. For example, recognizing that tele means far immediately helps you guess the meaning of words like telegraph or telescope, even if you've never seen them before. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is malfunction. Say it again, malfunction. This word is perfect for demonstrating prefixes and roots. Mal is a prefix meaning bad or wrong, which modifies the root function. If you know what mal signifies, predicting that something is faulty becomes much easier. The word is benevolent. Say it again, benevolent. Remember that bene is an extremely powerful prefix always pointing toward goodness or welfare. When you see this root, you can feel confident that the word will carry positive connotations. The word is superfluous. Say it again, superfluous. Here, the prefix super means over or above, suggesting an excess. If you are faced with a word that seems overly long or complex, break it down to see if a common Latin or Greek prefix helps clarify its meaning. The word is anticlimax. Say it again, anticlimax. This word is built around the root climax, which refers to a peak or high point. Therefore, anti simply means the opposite of that peak, making its meaning quite literal. The word is deconstruct. Say it again, deconstruct. The prefix de is highly common and generally means reversal or removal. If you see de at the start of an action word, think about reversing its normal process, which is exactly what this word instructs. The word is capacious. Say it again, capacious. This adjective comes from the root word capacity. When you recognize that core meaning, the ability to hold something, you can confidently understand that this word describes size and volume. Here are 5 examples. The architect worried that the addition would be superfluous and detract from the building's original beauty. Superfluous adjective. Notice how superfluous is used here to mean not just extra, but actually detrimental. It implies an unnecessary element that damages the overall quality or integrity of something. The committee worked hard to deconstruct the old policy into smaller, actionable steps. Deconstruct verb. When deconstruct is used in academic writing, it doesn't mean literally taking something apart. It means breaking down complex ideas or arguments into their constituent parts for detailed examination. After the speaker built up the suspense for 20 minutes, the ending felt like a total anticlimax. Anticlimax, noun. An anticlimax is an emotional or narrative letdown. It's not just sad low point, it's specifically the failure to reach the expected high point, making it a very descriptive word for creative critique. Despite the malfunction of the primary generator, The backup system remained benevolent and reliable. Malfunction, noun. 2. Benevolent, adjj. Here we see two words working together. Malfunction is a very concrete failure, while benevolent describes the natures of the remaining system, suggesting it operated with kindness or reliability in a metaphorical sense. The new library was capacious enough to house thousands of volumes and still feel airy. Capacious, adjage. The pairing of capacious with Aries is interesting. It tells us that while the space was large, its design prevented it from feeling overwhelming or claustrophobic, linking size with atmosphere. Let's compare four pairs. First, superfluous. You compare it with redundant. Contextual difference in writing. Both words mean unnecessary, but superfluous often refers to an excess amount that is aesthetically or practically excessive. Redundant, meanwhile, usually applies to information that repeats itself, like repeating a fact multiple times. First, malfunction. Compare it with breakdown. Level of formality. Malfunction is more formal and technical, suggesting an operational failure in a mechanism. Breakdown, on the other hand, can be used for both machines and people, often carrying emotional weight. First, benevolent. Compare it with charitable. Scope of action. While related, benevolent describes a deep-seated quality, the inner desire to do good. Charitable tends to describe the action or donation itself. You are being charitable when you give money. First, capacious. Compare it with spacious. Focus of description. Both mean big, but capacious emphasizes internal volume or holding capacity, making it ideal for containers, libraries, or storage. Spacious, however, tends to describe the feeling and dimensions of an entire room. Here are 4 ways to practice. Semantic mapping word webs. Group related words with common roots or prefixes. When you encounter a root, like vid for seeing, immediately draw a web. Map out visual, video, and provide to reinforce the core meaning across different grammatical forms. This shows how interconnected vocabulary truly is. Collocation practice. Learn words that naturally go together, e.g., deeply flawed. Never learn a word in isolation. Always learn its common partners. Instead of just knowing superfluous, practice phrases like superfluous details or superfluous expense. This makes your speaking sound much more natural. Morphological prediction drills. Practice assembling meaning from parts, prefix plus root plus suffix. Take a word like unforgettable. Don't just memorize it. Break it down. Un means not, and able relates to ability. This structured approach solidifies the rule rather than just memorizing one instance. Spaced repetition review. Review words at increasing intervals of time. This is crucial for moving vocabulary from short-term to long-term memory. By reviewing challenging words right before you forget them, you maximize retention and build true mastery over the complex structures we've discussed. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The charity's mission was genuinely benevolent. Although the initial generator suffered a minor malfunction, their staff quickly deconstructed the problem into manageable parts. They knew that removing superfluous paperwork and streamlining processes would prevent any anticlimax in aid delivery, ensuring every recipient received necessary supplies. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means adjective, describing being useful or capable of holding many things. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is capacious target word. Although capacious wasn't used in this specific passage, look back at its root connection. If you see capacity, think about the ability to hold a large quantity. This reinforces that knowing related roots can help you recall contextually appropriate words. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the philanthropist donated money from her benevolent estate, ensuring the museum could remain open indefinitely. When constructing your own sentences, try to use the word not just once, but within a varied grammatical structure. This requires deeper cognitive engagement and proves you truly understand its function and meaning. Annotation is far more than just highlighting. It is an active engagement process where you interact with the text itself. Instead of passively reading words, you are thinking about them and making connections. This means underlining key terms, writing questions in the margins, and summarizing paragraphs in your own words. The goal is to make the material stick by forcing your brain to retrieve and synthesize information immediately upon encountering it. The biggest mistake students make is treating annotation like simple highlighting. Remember that highlighters are passive. They just point out what you think is important. True annotation requires synthesis. It asks you not only what the text says, but also, why does this matter? Or how does this relate to what I already know? Here are 4 examples. The primary function of the mitochondria is cellular energy production. By drawing that connection in the margin, you are creating a visual map. This physical act of summarizing or labeling immediately reinforces your understanding of the key concept. Furthermore, early agricultural shifts necessitated a drastic change in nomadic lifestyles. Circle agricultural shifts and write marginal question, what were those shifts? Asking questions while reading is one of the most powerful annotation techniques. It transforms you from a recipient of information into an investigator trying to fill knowledge gaps. Consequently, economic models began pivoting away from localized bartering systems. Write an abbreviation at the bottom, trade a currency. Using abbreviations or symbols is efficient. You are summarizing a complex idea shift in trade method into a single conceptual marker that you can review quickly later. These changes suggest a profound societal restructuring over several centuries. Draw an underline spanning the whole sentence and write, main takeaway. When you identify the main idea of a section, marking it as such helps prevent you from getting lost in supporting details. It gives you a mental checkpoint that reminds you of the core argument. Let's compare 4 pairs. Highlighting, passive. Annotation, active. The difference is interaction. Highlighter use only shows you where the author thinks something is important. Annotation forces you to decide its importance and how it relates to your understanding. It moves from mere identification to genuine analysis. Reading a scientific text. Reading a literary passage. Focus on different elements. When reading science, focus your annotations heavily on processes, definitions, and causal links. For literature, shift your focus to character motivations, emotional tone, or figurative language. Summarizing in margins. Quoting directly. Paraphrasing is always stronger. While direct quotes are sometimes necessary for precision, your primary annotation effort should be summarizing. Paraphrasing proves you have truly processed the information and can articulate it in your own voice. Reviewing notes immediately. Reviewing notes later. Timing is critical. Effective reading requires immediate feedback. After annotating a paragraph, pause for 30 seconds and try to explain the main idea out loud without looking at your notes. This cements the learning. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Active annotation requires you to interact with the text rather than just passively reading it, which means making connections and asking questions in your margins. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is interact. The key word here is interact. To interact means that the relationship between you and the material is two-way. You are giving something, your thought, to the text while taking something, knowledge, from it. When you summarize a section, you prove that you can synthesize the information into your own words. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is synthesize. To synthesize means combining different parts to form a coherent whole. It shows mastery of the material, much more so than simply memorizing key phrases. The goal is not just identifying facts, but also understanding the core argument and finding the main blank of the passage. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is takeaway. A takeaway is the ultimate lesson or piece of information you must remember. Think of it as the single most impactful point the author wants you to walk away knowing. By consistently practicing these techniques, your comprehension skills will improve greatly and retention blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is improve. This final blank reminds us that this is a skill. Like any athletic ability or academic skill, better understanding comes from consistent practice over time. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use the 3-question rule. Before moving on, ask who, what, why. This forces you to identify the central components of any argument. This rule is a structural check. Don't just read for content, read for structure. Knowing who did what and why they did it helps turn abstract facts into memorable narratives. Vary your annotation symbols. Use arrows, stars, question marks, and different colored highlighters to categorize information quickly. Creating a personal system of symbols is crucial for rapid review. For example, always use a star next to vocabulary you don't know and an arrow when tracking cause and effect. Teach the material out loud. After annotating a page, close your book and orally summarize what you just read in simple terms. Talk it through as if explaining it to a friend. This is the ultimate retrieval practice. Speaking forces you to organize the information into spoken language, which uses different cognitive pathways than silent reading. Annotate before and after reading. Skim headings first predicting, then read. Finally, review your predictions against the text. This maximizes engagement. Don't just jump into the reading. Spend 5 minutes scanning subheadings and bold terms to activate background knowledge. This prepares your brain like a detective getting clues before solving a mystery. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The transition from analog media to digital formats has drastically altered how we consume information. While the convenience of portable devices is undeniable, this shift often sacrifices depth for breadth. Early internet models encouraged skimming and rapid consumption, prioritizing sheer volume over deep engagement. Consequently, sustained reading, the kind that requires long focus periods, is becoming a rare skill. To combat this, educators are reintroducing methods like guided note-taking and structured annotation to rebuild the habit of thoughtful contemplation. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the shift to digital media prioritizes rapid consumption over deep reading, necessitating a return to active study methods. Notice how the core argument isn't about technology itself, but about the effect of that technology on our cognitive habits. Your annotation should capture this cause and effect relationship. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means extreme or total change. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is drastically. When you encounter an unfamiliar academic adverb like drastically, don't just look it up. Use context clues, like noting that the change was related to media and consumption. This helps build your contextual prediction skills. Reading comprehension is only the first step. The real challenge in advanced academic testing is translating what you read into a structured answer. This process demands more than just retrieving facts. It requires synthesizing those facts into a coherent, logical argument or summary. Think of your reading passage as raw material and your written response as a finished building. You must organize that raw material using clear transitions, strong topic sentences, and appropriate supporting details to create a seamless flow. Mastering this structural integration is what separates good comprehension from excellent academic writing. When we talk about coherence here, we mean the logical connection between your ideas. It's not enough if every sentence is correct. They must build upon each other. Always ask yourself, how does this point relate back to my main thesis? By focusing on internal logic, you ensure your answer reads like a polished essay excerpt rather than a bulleted list of facts. Here are 4 examples. The primary cause of the decline was not economic, but rather a systemic failure in communication. Establishes the main argument thesis statement. Notice how this sentence immediately sets up a contrast and a central claim. When you write your own answer, always try to paraphrase the source's thesis first before adding supporting details. This grounds your response in the text while making it sound like your own authoritative voice. For instance, early reports showed a clear pattern of neglect among local officials. Uses a specific transitional phrase, for instance, to provide evidence. Identifying these internal signposts is crucial because they signal the shift from general claims to concrete support. When you write, don't just list examples. Use transition phrases like specifically or to illustrate to guide your reader through your logic. Furthermore, international regulations fail to account for local ecological variables. Uses a strong additive connector, furthermore, to introduce a secondary point. This shows how the author is building complexity. Your written answers should follow this pattern. Make a main point, then link a second, distinct but related point using transitional adverbs. This builds depth and academic sophistication. Consequently, a revised model focusing on decentralized governance is now necessary. Provides the conclusion or recommended solution based on the preceding points. The concluding statement acts as your final takeaway message. In your own writing, this is where you synthesize everything. Don't introduce new evidence here. Instead, restate the overall finding using different vocabulary to show mastery of the concept. Let's compare 4 pairs. Summary, goal. Argumentative answer, goal. Focus on breadth versus focus. A summary requires you to cover the entire scope of the source text, maintaining neutrality and a balanced overview. Conversely, an argumentative answer forces you to adopt a stance, meaning your writing must take a clear position and defend it using textual evidence. Listing key fact structure. Synthesizing ideas, structure. Do not just repeat, combine. When asked to list facts, simple enumeration is fine. However, if you must synthesize, you need to weave multiple distinct pieces of information into one unified concept. Think about combining 3 separate points into one cohesive paragraph that explains a broader pattern. Describing causation, text. Analyzing implication, question. What is stated versus what is suggested. A passage might clearly state the causes of an event, but the question might ask for its implications. This requires you to read between the lines and logically project the consequences suggested by the text, moving beyond mere fact retrieval. Objective report tone. Critical essay, tone. Maintain distance versus engagement. An objective report simply presents information without judgment or opinion. A critical essay, however, requires you to evaluate the source's claims. You must identify strengths and weaknesses while still using textual evidence to back up your critique. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The initial research found that while technology improved efficiency, it also led to increased rates of social blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is isolation. This first blank tests your ability to capture a subtle negative consequence. You must move beyond the obvious positive outcomes and identify the systemic drawback mentioned by the author. Experts argue that policy changes, particularly in public education, are needed to combat this growing sense of blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is disconnection. The second blank requires you to understand the conceptual leap from isolation, a feeling, to disconnection, a systemic problem. Look for verbs or nouns that describe a structural breakdown, not just an emotional one. Therefore, integrating mandatory community service programs could help rebuild vital social blank among young adults. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is bonds. This third blank demands that you synthesize a proposed solution. You are not just repeating the problem, you are using vocabulary to suggest a remedy or countermeasure, building a logical chain of cause and effect. Ultimately, sustainable development requires addressing both technological advancement and human blank simultaneously. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is well-being. The final blank serves as the overarching conclusion. It forces you to broaden your view from a specific problem, social bonds, to a general principle of balance, the holistic concept that unites all the preceding points. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline first, write second. Before writing the first word, map out your answer using headings and bullet points. This is a structural skeleton. Treat outlining as a non-negotiable step for high-level answers. If you have 4 main supporting ideas, make sure each one gets its own structured paragraph in your outline. This prevents the common mistake of running all evidence together in one large block. Use signposting language. Employ phrases like furthermore, conversely, or in conclusion within your response to guide the reader. Effective signposting is how you demonstrate coherence, okay, and examiner. These transitional words act as road signs for the reader, making your complex thought process easy and smooth to follow. Answer the question directly, the funnel approach. Start by giving a direct answer in one sentence, then use the rest of the paragraph for supporting evidence. Never let your answer wander. Always begin with a clear topic sentence that directly addresses the prompt. Think of it like a funnel. Start broad and specific, then narrow down to your main argument before providing support. Reverse engineer the prompt. Identify the core verb in the question, e.g. compare, discuss, evaluate. This determines your structure. Don't just read the keywords, find the action verb. If the prompt says evaluate, you must dedicate time to judging value, not just describing facts. The verb tells you the required structural approach for your response. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The advent of remote work fundamentally reshapes professional life. Initially viewed as a temporary measure, it has become a permanent paradigm shift. While advocates praise the flexibility and reduced overhead costs for companies, critics point to the erosion of spontaneous office interaction. These casual encounters were traditionally vital for building organizational culture and fostering unexpected innovation. Furthermore, managing teams across time zones presents unique logistical challenges that require new forms of digital communication protocols. Therefore, successful adaptation demands a hybrid model, one that leverages remote efficiency while intentionally carving out physical space for collaborative water cooler moments. Question 1. What core tension does the passage identify regarding the shift to remote work? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the tension lies between flexibility efficiency and the loss of spontaneous in-person interaction necessary for culture building. Notice how your answer must incorporate both sides of the argument. Don't just state that remote work is good. You need to capture the conflict itself, the push and pull between the benefits and the cultural costs. Question 2. Based on the text, what does a hybrid model structurally aim to achieve? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it aims to balance remote efficiency with dedicated physical space for collaborative encounters. The question asks you to interpret the MICE purpose of the solution. Structurally, your answer must show that this model is not simply mixing two things. It's a deliberate effort to achieve synergy between distance and proximity. Today, we are moving beyond isolated strategies. When faced with a timed passage set, the goal is no longer to execute one skill perfectly. It's to synthesize many skills rapidly and flexibly. This means knowing when to skim for the main idea, when to scan for specific dates or names, and quickly switching gears when an inference question demands deep analysis. You must treat your reading process like a toolkit, grabbing the right tool at the precise moment it is needed. The key takeaway here is fluidity. Think about cognitive load management. If you spend too much time on one complex section, you lose momentum for the rest of the test. Practice making mental micro-decisions throughout your reading. Should I slow down now? Or keep moving quickly? This self-monitoring is what separates good readers from expert test takers. Here are 4 examples. The primary catalyst for the shift was not economic downturn, but rather a radical restructuring of data access protocols. Indicates a structural change, key idea skimming focus. Notice how this sentence immediately signals a pivot point. Even if you are looking for a date, reading this phrase tells you the main argument is about restructuring, not money. This helps guide your later scanning efforts. By Q3 2015, usage rates had already plateaued at an average of 47% globally. Specific data point, scanning focus. When the question asks for a specific number or date range, do not read the surrounding theory. Your eye should be trained to zip directly across the text, looking only for numerical markers, which saves precious seconds under time pressure. This suggests that current regulatory frameworks may inadvertently stifle true technological adoption. Implied conclusion inference, deep reading focus. This is the most critical type of sentence. It doesn't state a fact, it offers an interpretation based on previous facts. When you see words like suggests, implies, or may, slow down and analyze the link between the evidence and the conclusion. Unlike earlier models, this system requires decentralized input from multiple stakeholders to function effectively. Comparative structure, contrast, identifying differences. The use of unlike or unlike earlier is a powerful structural clue. It means the author is setting up a direct contrast, which often holds the answer to a comparison question you might encounter. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, goal, overview. Close reading, goal, proof. Pace and purpose. Skimming is your first pass. It's about forming a mental map of the argument's territory. Close reading is only used when the question demands specific evidence. It requires you to slow down dramatically, sacrificing speed for absolute accuracy. Global comprehension, main idea. Local detail retrieval, fact check. Scope of inquiry. When answering a main idea question, ignore the minor examples, focus on the broader statement. For detailed questions, everything matters. You must find the exact sentence or phrase that contains the requested information. Interpreting tone, author's attitude. Identifying bias, source reliability. Subjective versus objective analysis. Determining tone requires reading for loaded language words that carry emotional weight, like disastrous or revolutionary. Identifying bias means asking who benefits from the article, regardless of the word choice. Synthesis, connecting ideas. Summarization, restating information. Combining versus condensing. Synthesis means taking ideas from paragraph A and combining them with evidence from paragraph C to create a new conclusion. Summarization simply means writing down the core message of one specific paragraph without adding your own insights. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The implementation of these new protocols requires significant initial investment in specialized. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is infrastructure. This blank tests your ability to find a precise noun that encapsulates a broad concept. Instead of writing equipment, you must use the academic term infrastructure, which shows deep comprehension of the text vocabulary. Researchers noted that early adopters showed markedly greater rates of. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is adoption. Here, we are testing understanding of technical jargon. The word adoption isn't just about using something, it specifically refers to the rate at which a concept or technology becomes widely accepted. The critical gap identified was the lack of standardized metrics for measuring. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is efficacy. Look out for words like metrics and gap. They signal that the passage is discussing measurable outcomes. Using efficacy shows you understand the scientific meaning, the ability to produce a desired result. Therefore, policymakers must address both funding constraints and the need for clearer global. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is guidelines. When summarizing, look for conjunctions like therefore, which signals the conclusion. The blank requires a word that represents rules or policies, making guidelines the perfect fit to maintain academic tone. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-pass approach. First read, skim for the main idea. Second pass, read questions and identify keywords. Third pass, return to the text, hunting only for answers to those specific keywords. Never try to read the passage and answer questions simultaneously. First establish your maps by skimming, then let the questions dictate where you need to focus your limited reading time. Active question tracking. As soon as you finish a section, pause and mentally summarize what was just read. This forces immediate recall, preventing knowledge decay. This technique is often called chunking. By breaking the text into manageable chunks of information and summarizing each one aloud or in your head, you dramatically improve retention and reduce cognitive overload. The elimination strategy. When faced with multiple choice options, do not jump to the first answer that seems correct. Instead, actively find reasons why the other 3 options are definitively wrong. Testing for incorrectness is often easier than proving correctness. By eliminating the clearly flawed answers, maybe they contradict a fact shown in the text, or perhaps they are too extreme, you dramatically narrow your choices to the best fit. Time budgeting. If you have 20 minutes for 5 passages, assign yourself no more than 4 minutes per passage. If a question is consuming too much time, flag it and move on. It is better to answer 80% of the questions correctly by moving fast than to spend all your time struggling with 2 difficult questions. Always prioritize completion over perfection. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The transition to decentralized energy grids represents more than just a technological upgrade. It is a fundamental shift in civic infrastructure. Historically, power distribution was centralized, relying on massive, vulnerable sources. However, advancements in residential solar capture and smart storage technology allow communities to become net producers. This decentralization model enhances resilience, meaning that if one primary source fails, localized grids can maintain function. Experts caution, however, that integrating diverse energy inputs requires standardized protocols for grid management, something the current market lacks. Question 1. What is the passage's central argument regarding energy grids? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is that decentralized systems offer greater resilience and structural stability than centralized models. Remember that the main idea must encompass both the what's decentralization and the why's enhanced resilience. Avoid simply restating a single fact, like solar panels are better. The argument is about the systemic shift itself. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means difficult to solve or manage when referring to systems. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is lax or challenging requires standardization. When vocabulary questions appear, look for synonyms. If you don't know standardized protocols, look at the surrounding text. The context tells you that the lack of these standards is causing a problem or difficulty. Ambiguous passages or questions are common when reading complex academic material. Simply put, ambiguity means the text can be interpreted in more than one way. We aren't looking for a single right answer. We are looking for the most supported answer based strictly on the context provided. When faced with vague phrasing, your primary goal must shift from finding information to defining boundaries. You need to determine which interpretation is least speculative and most defensible using textual evidence. Remember that vague does not mean wrong. It usually means the author intentionally wants you to use higher-order critical thinking skills rather than rote memorization. When a question feels vague, take a deep breath and mentally underline every keyword in both the passage and the question. This process forces your brain to slow down and build clearer connections. Here are 4 examples. The study suggests improvements in memory retention, but does not specify the duration of these gains. Vague scope limitation. Notice how this statement uses suggests and avoids specific timelines. This forces you to reject answers that claim definitive results or long-term outcomes. Always look for limiting words like may, might, or suggests. They are crucial signposts. Correlation between screen time and sleep quality was observed in urban populations. Missing causality. This is a classic trap. The passage only establishes a link or correlation. A happens with B. Never assume that one thing caused AIDS the other, even if it seems logical to you. Academic writing requires precision regarding causation. Policy affected several sectors, including manufacturing and agriculture. Unspecified detail. Here, the text names 2 major groups but gives no comparative information. If a question asks which sector was most impacted, you must recognize that the passage hasn't provided enough data to answer definitively. Experts agree that global shifts require immediate policy changes. Overgeneralization hyperbole. Words like global, immediate, and all can be massive red flags. While the text might use powerful language, your answers must remain grounded in measurable facts, not sweeping pronouncements. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Testing critical interpretation. It moves beyond simple recall and tests your ability to synthesize information. Test makers use ambiguity because they want to measure how you think, not just what you remember. They are assessing your metacognitive skills, your ability to monitor and judge the quality of your own understanding. Distinguishing inference from assumption. It forces you to differentiate what the text implies versus what is logically possible. This distinction is vital. An inference must be directly traceable, even if indirectly, back into the passage's facts. An assumption, on the other hand, might require outside knowledge that the test designer does not want you to use. Targeting reading strategy application. It validates your reading process if you follow a method you can handle the vagueness. Understanding why ambiguity exists helps you resist jumping to conclusions. By understanding this intentional difficulty, you gain confidence in your structured approach to analysis. Let's explore the topic of handling ambiguity, what to do when the answer is vague or unclear. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding handling ambiguity, what to do when the answer is vague or unclear, deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The narrows the scopes method. When an answer is too broad, mentally shrink it down until it only covers what the passage explicitly confirms. If a choice makes a massive claim, ask yourself, can I point to the exact sentence that supports this specific degree of certainty? If you cannot, then the option is too wide. The elimination grid. For multiple choice questions, don't try to find the perfect answer. Instead, eliminate all 3 options that are certainly incorrect. This strategy reduces cognitive load immensely. By confidently crossing out 2 wrong answers, you boost your chances of correctly identifying the best remaining choice, even if it's not perfect. Paraphrase and locate. If a concept seems vague, write down the keyword pair from the question. Then, scan the text specifically looking for a paraphrase of those keywords. Do not rely on remembering precise language. Instead, look for synonyms or structural restatements. This helps you connect the idea in the question to the source material, even if the wording is completely different. The why not test. If you are stuck between 2 plausible answers, test both by asking, why would an author include this information? The answer with the clearest rhetorical purpose is usually correct. This advanced technique shifts your focus from just what was said to why it was said. Authors place details strategically, Understanding that intent helps you choose the most relevant interpretation. Often, when we read academic texts for comprehension, our natural instinct is to hunt. We fixate on specific nouns, dates, or technical terms because they feel concrete and safe. This technique of keyword hunting can lead us to miss the bigger picture entirely. Effective reading requires shifting from a word-by-word approach to a global perspective. Instead of asking, "What are the key words here?" ask yourself, "What is the core message this paragraph is trying to convey?" This means treating the text like a flowchart where every sentence supports a central argument. Your goal isn't memorization, it's constructing a mental map of how ideas connect. The biggest trap in reading comprehension is what I call detail entrapment. We see a specific keyword and our brain locks onto it, making us believe we understand the entire passage just because we identified that one word. Remember that true understanding means connecting those dots. It's about grasping the author's overall intent rather than just listing facts. Here are 4 examples. While the initial discovery of penicillin was groundbreaking, its widespread use required complex industrial scaling and improved storage methods. Focuses on penicillin, keyword only, misses context. Notice how focusing only on penicillin gives you a single fact but zero insight into the process. The author isn't just listing inventions, they are explaining the necessary evolution from lab discovery to global medicine. The shift wasn't purely scientific. Economic factors such as patent law changes and global supply chains played an equally critical role. Identifying economic factors. This is a key phrase, but it lacks depth. Here, the text broadens its scope from biology to economics. If you stop at the keyword, economic factors, you miss the point that the author is telling us that science and business are inseparable forces in progress. Consequently, previous models of resource distribution were rendered obsolete by this sudden integration. Focusing on rendered obsolete. This is strong vocabulary but doesn't tell the story. This sentence acts as a pivot point. The word itself tells you an action happened, things changed, but its context, provided by the preceding sentences, tells you why and how those old models failed. Therefore, understanding this confluence of disciplines is essential for studying modern technological revolutions. Identifying confluence of disciplines. The main takeaway keyword. This final sentence synthesizes the entire paragraph. It's the author's conclusion, summarizing that the true lesson isn't in any single field, but in how they overlap. That is the global message. Let's compare 4 pairs. Keyword hunting strategy. Global comprehension strategy. Focus on the why and how, not just the what. Think of keyword hunting as assembling a list of ingredients. Global comprehension, however, is reading the recipe to understand what kind of meal you are actually going to make. It's about structure, not substance. Reading for specific facts. Reading for main argument. Facts support the theme, don't let them distract you. When you read, knowing you need a specific date, your focus is narrow and intense. But if the goal is to grasp the main argument, you must be willing to skim over the dates because they only serve as supporting evidence. Literal interpretation, what did it say? Inferential reading, what does it mean? Don't confuse stated facts with implied meanings. This is a crucial distinction. Literal reading keeps you grounded in the text, which is good, but inferential reading allows you to connect that text to your existing knowledge base. The author often suggests an idea without ever stating it directly. High detail recall, memory task. Synthesis and summary, conceptual task. With move from listing details to articulating relationships. If your task is recall, keyword hunting might help. But if you need to summarize or synthesize, which happens often in higher level exams, you must discard the specific nouns and focus only on the verb structures that show cause, effect, and transition. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To truly understand modern technological shifts, one must recognize that innovation is rarely solely driven by scientific breakthroughs. It requires a confluence of related blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is disciplines. This first blank needs a word that captures the breadth of influence. The passage suggests that no single area like math or physics alone is enough. The answer must encompass multiple fields, pointing to interconnectedness. The transition from academic theory into practical application often introduces constraints related to blank and market viability. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is economic. Here, the context shifts from pure science to real-world implementation. The text implies that even perfect technology must navigate financial hurdles and legal issues before it can become useful. Therefore, historians should focus less on identifying specific inventors and more on mapping the broader blank forces at play. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is structural. The key move here is from names, specific facts, to systems, general concepts. The word structural prompts us to look for underlying patterns, the rules or frameworks that govern change, rather than the people who caused it. This holistic view allows readers to synthesize information and grasp the full magnitude of paradigm blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is shifts. The final blank requires a word that represents a massive, fundamental change. We are not talking about minor updates. We are discussing major changes in how society or science operates a true paradigm shift. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-pass method. First pass, skim for the main idea. Second pass, identify supporting arguments. Third pass, analyze details. Do not try to achieve perfect comprehension in one go. By segmenting your reading into passes, you prevent yourself from getting bogged down by complex vocabulary early on. This method respects both speed and depth. Visualization mapping. When you read a process or relationship, draw a simple flowchart in the margin to keep track of causality. If an author describes a complex sequence of events like how technology influenced social structure, physically drawing arrows helps your brain see that cause and effect relationship. It moves abstract ideas into concrete spatial patterns. The why interruption. Every time you finish a paragraph, pause and ask yourself, why did the author include this? What is its purpose? This technique forces your mind to become an editor for the text. You are evaluating the necessity of the information. If you can't answer, why? In one phrase, it might be a distraction or excessive detail. Self-correction pacing. If you catch yourself repeating sentences or getting stuck on a keyword, immediately force your eyes to the topic sentence of the next paragraph. This is a physical trick to break mental fixation. When you feel yourself slowing down because of one tricky word, physically forcing your gaze forward helps reset that pattern and encourages you to look for the overarching idea. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The emergence of global communication networks has fundamentally altered how knowledge is transmitted and stored. Historically, information flow was dictated by centralized institutions, libraries, universities, or governing bodies. These gatekeepers controlled access and defined the scope of accepted truth. However, digital platforms have decentralized this process. Knowledge now circulates through peer-to-peer networks, allowing individuals to become both consumers and publishers simultaneously. While this democratization accelerates intellectual progress dramatically, it also introduces challenges related to verification and the sheer volume of uncurated data. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the shift from centralized knowledge control to decentralized global networks. When answering a main ideas question, do not use any specific examples or listed features. Instead, synthesize the core conflict presented, the immense benefits versus the inherent challenges of losing institutional gatekeepers. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means controlling access. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is gatekeepers. Don't look for a single synonym like restrict or limit. Look for the conceptual phrase used by the author. The text uses gatekeepers to personify the controlling function, which is much stronger evidence of comprehension than just finding a formal synonym. When reading long academic pieces, it is common to encounter difficulty peaks. These are sections where the vocabulary becomes dense, or the sentence structure suddenly shifts into complex, multi-clause arrangements. Instead of getting lost in these moments, we need a strategic shift in our pacing and processing. The key technique here is called chunking comprehension. This means you should mentally break the passage down into smaller, manageable units like paragraphs, or even just 3 to 4 sentences at a time. When you hit a peak of complexity, do not try to process every single word immediately. Think of reading like climbing a hill. Sometimes the path is flat and easy, but occasionally there's a steep ascent. The goal isn't to read faster, it's to manage your energy expenditure so you don't burn out when the difficulty spikes. By chunking, you give yourself permission to pause, reread only the core idea, and then move forward with confidence. Here are 4 examples. The initial premise suggests a linear correlation between resource availability and economic growth. Identify the core argument. A leads to B. Slow down here. When you first encounter complex terminology like linear correlation, your instinct might be to stop and define every single word. Instead, focus only on the relationship being established. A causes B. This keeps you moving even if you don't fully grasp the specific jargon. However, subsequent research indicates that environmental variables introduce significant non-linear variables. The transition word, however, signals a shift or contradiction. Pause and reorient your understanding of the thesis statement. Notice how the structure changes with however. These transitional phrases are high-value signposts. When you see one, it's a perfect moment to pause, summarize the preceding point in your head, and then prepare yourself for the counterargument. This suggests that policy reform must account not only for economic stability, but also for ecological resilience. Synthesize multiple concepts, economic plus ecological, into one governing idea. This is the big picture takeaway. If a sentence forces you to connect 3 or 4 disparate ideas like economics, policy, and ecology, not try to remember all the pieces. Instead, ask yourself, what is this section demanding that I consider? That answer is usually your main point. Therefore, integrated models provide a framework for sustainable development. Look for the concluding phrase like therefore or consequently. This signals summation and clarity. These conclusive sentences are often your lifeline. They wrap up all the preceding complexity into one clear statement. Train yourself to anticipate these summary moments because they confirm whether or not you successfully managed the passage's difficult sections. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, initial pass. Deep comprehension, difficulty peak. Goal shift, speed versus detail. When skimming, your goal is speed and the main thesis. When you hit a difficulty peak, switch gears and temporarily slow down. Do not abandon the overall context just because one sentence is hard. Instead, apply focused processing power only to that dense section. Reading for facts. Reading for argumentation. Focus. Specific data versus underlying claim. If you are looking for facts, your mind is satisfied by nouns and dates. But if the text shifts to argumentation, you must find the warrant, the because, why the author believes something. Pay attention to emotionally charged words or strong qualifiers like must or should. Passive reading, highlighting. Active reading, interrogating. Engagement, recording versus questioning. Simply highlighting things you don't understand is passive. It doesn't help your brain. Active reading means constantly asking, why did the author include this? What evidence supports this claim? Turn every complex piece of information into a question for yourself. Reading definition, heavy texts. Reading theory. Focus, vocabulary versus conceptual links. In definition, heavy texts, the struggle is vocabulary. In theory or philosophy, the struggle is conceptuality, figuring out how idea A connects to idea B without a clear directional guide. Look for analogies. They are often the author's way of making complex ideas accessible. Complete the summary using words from the passage. When encountering a dense academic text, it is beneficial to adopt chunking by breaking the material into smaller sections of blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is manageable units. The key word here is manageable. We use this term because we are intentionally slowing down our processing rate. If you try to process everything at full speed, your brain will overload and miss the main idea. Instead of stopping at every complex phrase, focus on identifying key transition words like however or blank to signal shifts in thought. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is therefore. Transition words are your map. They tell you, pay attention. The direction is changing now. Learning these signals allows you to predict the author's next move, even if the sentence structure itself is confusing. When a difficulty peak occurs, remember that you only need to capture the central blank or main takeaway of that chunk. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is core argument. You are not trying to memorize details, you are extracting the essential meaning. If you can summarize what was said in one simple sentence after reading a complex paragraph, you have successfully managed that difficulty peak. By practicing this pacing shift, slowing down intentionally and summarizing chunks, you prevent comprehension failure and improve your overall blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is fluidity. Fluency in reading isn't just about speed, it's about consistent quality. When you successfully navigate a difficult passage, you are increasing your cognitive fluidity, making all subsequent readings feel easier. Here are 4 ways to practice. The stoplights rule. If you feel confusion setting in, visually stop and take a mental break. Imagine a red light pause completely. Don't rush through the confusing part. Stopping validates your effort and gives your working memory time to catch up. It's okay to pause for 10 seconds. That moment of stillness is where actual comprehension happens. The elevator pitch summary. After every 2 or 3 paragraphs, practice summarizing the content aloud, as if pitching it to a colleague in an elevator. Speaking forces you into active retrieval. You can just skim the main idea, you have to articulate it clearly and concisely. This consistent self-testing is one of the most powerful ways to build reading stamina. Predicting the next section. Before starting a new paragraph, look at the headings or the last sentence of the previous section to guess what the author will discuss next. Prediction acts as mental scaffolding. If you know the topic is shifting from economies to social impact, your brain is primed to look for those specific concepts, making the dense language less daunting. Adjusting your annotation focus. When the text gets hard, stop annotating vocabulary. Instead, annotate the relationship between ideas using arrows or symbols. Don't let annotation become a chore that slows you down further. If you can't define a word immediately, instead draw an arrow connecting it to the concept it modifies. This helps map the structure of thought rather than just listing unknown words. Reading endurance isn't just about reading for a long period. It's about maintaining consistent cognitive energy and sharp focus over extensive passages. Think of your brain like a muscle that needs proper warm-up and pacing. If you rush or lose concentration early on, the quality of your understanding will drop significantly by the end. Our goal here is to develop sustained attention so that every single section feels equally manageable. This means moving beyond simply recognizing information toward fully processing it under pressure. Effective stamina building requires a shift in mindset, treating the full test not as one massive hurdle, but as a series of smaller, achievable tasks. Remember that mental fatigue is just as real as physical exhaustion when taking standardized tests. You cannot power through sheer tiredness. You must manage your cognitive resources intentionally. Treat these simulated passages like actual practice sessions where you are learning to regulate your focus, not just scoring points. Here are 5 examples. Skipping back to reread the same paragraph multiple times without benefit. Lost focus pattern? This is a classic sign that your attention has wandered. Instead of rereading word for word, pause and try summarizing what you just read in one quick sentence, even if it's just to yourself. Finding the article's main idea feels overwhelmingly vague or too broad. Conceptual drift. When you feel this way, your mind is struggling to synthesize the details. The solution is often to slow down and actively segment the passage identifying topic sentences at the beginning of major sections. Feeling that a specific question type, e.g. inference, suddenly seems impossible or illogical. Skill blockage. A skill blockage often happens when you are tired and expecting perfection. Acknowledge the difficulty, take a quick mental reset, and then approach it with only 70% of your usual effort to regain momentum. Your reading speed decreases dramatically, requiring more effort for fewer words read. Physical manifestation. This slowdown is the physical indicator of mental drag. This suggests you need a micro break, even just lifting your pen or stretching your neck to reset your concentration before proceeding. Suddenly forgetting key names, dates, or technical terms mentioned moments earlier. Working memory overload. This means your working memory is taxed. To combat this, adopt a mental index system, briefly listing the core characters and concepts as you encounter them. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Cognitive load management. Long passages maximize the mental effort required to hold multiple concepts simultaneously. Understanding cognitive load means realizing your brain has a limited amount of RAM. If you try to process too many complex ideas at once, it overheats and fails. We must actively offload some of that processing burden. Attention decay curve. Human focus naturally dips after extended periods of intense singular concentration. This is a natural biological pattern, not a personal failure. Recognizing the dip allows you to anticipate it and build breaks or changes in activity before your focus completely fails. The interplay of anxiety and focus. Test anxiety itself consumes valuable cognitive energy needed for deep comprehension. When we are anxious, our brains enter a fight or flight state, which prioritizes vigilance over detailed analysis. Therefore, pre-test routines and calming techniques are vital components of stamina training. Let's explore the topic of full practice test simulation 1, endurance and stamina building. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding full practice test simulation 1, endurance and stamina building deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-test rituals. Establish a consistent routine the night before and morning of. This signals calm readiness to your nervous system. Consistency is key for endurance. If you always do the same gentle warm-up stretch or breathing exercise, your body associates that action with peak performance. The 80-20 rule. Dedicate 80% of your energy to comprehension and only 20% to maximizing speed. If you are trying to be too fast, you sacrifice understanding. Focus on being deeply accurate first. Speed will naturally follow when accuracy becomes routine. Micro breaks. When given a break between sections, do not look at the clock or your score sheet. Instead, refocus with deep breathing. A micro break is not for reviewing materials. It's for resetting your core physiological calm. Deep abdominal breaths are far more effective than just staring into space. Visualization. Before starting the simulation, visualize yourself successfully completing the entire sequence of tasks. Mental rehearsal builds confidence and primes your brain to handle potential setbacks. Picture not only success, but also handling that moment when you get stuck and how calmly you recover. When encountering a question type that requires you to determine if the answer is not given, remember what this truly means. It does not mean the information is incorrect or false. It simply means the text never mentioned it. The passage provides no evidence, direct or indirect, to support your proposed answer. This distinction is critical because many students mistake a lack of mention for an outright contradiction. Therefore, our goal must be to identify gaps in the source material. The key takeaway here is recognizing that not given isn't about determining truth, it's about tracking textual presence. Think of it like looking for a specific piece of evidence. If the passage never mentions it, you cannot prove it was there. Always focus your attention on the scope and boundaries of the information provided. Here are 5 examples. Passage mentions, most early students preferred pencil and paper. Question asks, were digital tools popular initially? No direct mention of digital popularity. Here, the text only confirms a preference for traditional methods. Because it gives zero information about initial digital use, we cannot answer with certainty. The absence of detail makes this definitively not given. Passage states, the first model was built in the early 1900s. Question asks, it began development after World War I. Early 1900s is vague. While the time frame suggests a period near WWI, the text doesn't provide dates precise enough to confirm that specific starting point. We must avoid guessing based on proximity, therefore it remains unsupported. Passage discusses, the optimal temperature range is between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius. Question asks, a cooler environment of 15 degrees was ideal for the project. Contradiction, false. Wait, this example demonstrates a different concept. If the text gives an optimal range and the question suggests a wildly different temperature like 15 degrees, that is, not given, it directly contradicts the support provided. Passage details, the research was confined to urban environments only. Question asks, did the study consider rural areas? Limitation mentioned, question addresses outside scope. This is a perfect example of scope limitation. The text explicitly states the boundary urban areas, meaning it gives us zero information about what happened in non-urban settings. Passage mentions, the average commute time was approximately 40 minutes. Question asks, commuters typically spend an hour traveling to work. Difference, false. This example is about contradiction. If the passage says 40 minutes and the question claims 60 minutes, that's a clear factual error based on the text. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Confusing not given with false. Assuming the answer must be wrong just because it wasn't mentioned. The most common mistake is treating lack of evidence as proof of incorrectness. Remember, if the text doesn't comment on a topic, we cannot label it false, we simply have insufficient data. Reading too much into gaps. Using general knowledge or common sense to fill in missing details. This requires strict discipline. You must treat the passage as a self-contained universe of information for the duration of the test. Your real-world knowledge is irrelevant until you have proven a connection with the text itself. Focusing on keywords only. Searching only for specific words, ignoring overall context and scope. It's vital to read the entire sentence or supporting clause. Sometimes a keyword appears, but in an entirely different context that invalidates the question's assumption. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect assumption. The passage only discusses the first quarter of the year. Therefore, we assume second quarter data is similar. Accurate conclusion. The text provides no details about the second quarter's performance or any comparative trends across quarters. This error shows an over-extrapolation of data. Just because a pattern exists for one time period does not guarantee that the same trend will hold for others. You must stick strictly to the boundary set by the passage. Inferring possibility, the text mentions 2 types of energy sources, implying all 3 are possible. Stating textual limitation, the text only discusses 2 specific energy sources and gives no indication that a third type could be included or considered. Be very careful with words like suggests or could. These are weak indicators. If the author never names a third option, assume it is unavailable for discussion within this context. Overgeneralization. Because the article mentions cost and costs vary, we can deduce any price point would be acceptable. Acknowledge missing detail. The passage only discusses cost as a factor and does not provide any specific pricing details or tolerance levels. Generalizing from a single theme like cost is dangerous. If the passage only says costs are variable, it tells you nothing about whether $50,000 or $5,000 would be acceptable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Circle the scope. When reading the passage, mentally underline the exact scope of every piece of information, what is included and what is explicitly excluded. Visualizing the boundaries helps train your brain to filter out irrelevant assumptions. If a concept falls outside those underlined lines, it's immediately not given. This technique sharpens your focus dramatically. A proximity test. When an answer seems plausible but unsupported, ask yourself, does the text mention this idea in close proximity or relation to other facts? If not, pause. This helps prevent you from accepting a distant reference as supporting evidence. The strongest support is usually found immediately near the relevant topic within the paragraph. Elimination strategy. First, definitively eliminate true and false options based on direct textual contradiction or confirmation. This focuses your remaining energy solely on distinguishing between not given and other definite answers. By confirming the clear errors first, you narrow the field of possibility. If it's not clearly true or false, then the most likely strategic answer is not given. Review question phrasing. Pay close attention to qualifiers in the question itself, words like always, never, or only. These narrow parameters are often key. The phrasing of the question dictates how restrictive your answer needs to be. If the question uses a strong qualifier, you must find equally strong textual support for that limitation. This advanced reading strategy involves using the structural cues of the text, such as transitions, paragraph starts, or specific rhetorical devices to predict what information will follow. Instead of just looking for keywords, you are predicting the function of the upcoming text. Think about how a speaker builds an argument. They might introduce a premise, provide evidence, and then pivot to a consequence. Reading with this mindset allows you to prepare your brain for specific types of information. Structuring your focus this way is far more powerful than simple skimming because it turns reading into an active, predictive dialogue. When we talk about structural cues, we are looking at the scaffolding of the text itself. A sudden change in tone or the use of a phrase like conversely signals a major shift in argument, demanding that you adjust your prediction immediately. This moves beyond simple reading comprehension and enters true analytical thinking. Here are 4 examples. The initial section establishes the historical context of early telegraph use, sets up a baseline understanding, premise, focus, background facts. Notice how the text spends time building consensus here. This foundational information is setting the stage for a deeper critique later on, so your reading focus should remain broad and receptive. However, subsequent research highlighted significant limitations in its range. Structural contrast marker, however, focus, identifying counterarguments, limitations. The word, however, is a major signpost. It immediately signals a pivot from what was previously accepted to something that challenges it, so you must be ready for disagreement or refinement of the idea. This evidence suggests that early adoption efforts were fundamentally flawed. Conclusion using strong declarative phrasing. Focus, the author's final judgment thesis statement. When you see this type of definitive language, it usually means the author is summarizing their main thesis point or drawing a firm conclusion based on previous evidence. Therefore, modern infrastructure must incorporate decentralized power sources. Transition word, therefore, leading to practical application. Focus, concrete solutions, recommendations. The use of therefore is a logical consequence connector. This tells you that the author has built an argument up to this point, and now they are offering the inevitable solution or takeaway. Let's compare 4 pairs. Predicting from general knowledge. Predicting from text structure. External versus internal clues. While general knowledge is incredibly helpful for making educated guesses, it can sometimes mislead you if the author deviates completely. Prioritize internal structural cues because they are specific to this text. Reading for keywords. Reading for structural shifts. searching versus forecasting. If you only look for keywords, you might miss the nuanced arguments surrounding those words. Focusing on shifts means you are interested not just in what is said, but how and why it changes. Reading a scientific report. Reading an opinion editorial. Evidence versus rhetoric. In scientific reports, predictions are guided by measurable data and methodology sections. In editorials, the prediction is often guided by emotional appeal or strong moral conviction instead. Identifying main idea, global. Analyzing supporting detail, local. The big picture versus the proof. When you predict the main idea, keep it broad and conceptual. But when predicting supporting detail, narrow your focus dramatically to find specific data points that prove or disprove a claim. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The primary challenge facing modern urban planners is managing the urge of rapid population growth. This requires innovative approaches to infrastructure planning. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is density. Since we know the topic is urban planning and growth, the blank must relate to how people live in close quarters. The word density perfectly captures that spatial challenge, suggesting the passage emphasized overcrowding. The text strongly suggests that relying solely on fossil fuels will be parter for long-term sustainability. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is unsustainable. If the surrounding context warns about environmental crises and future planning, the tone must be negative. Unsustainables is a precise academic word indicating failure over time. Consequently, policymakers are being urged to adopt more energy sources like solar and wind power. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is renewable. The shift from fossil fuels in the previous sentence dictates that the new solution must be the opposite, something natural and regenerable. This completes the logical flow of the argument. Furthermore, successful implementations will require significant community to ensure public buy-in. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is support. Arguments about policy implementation often conclude by noting that technology isn't enough. You must predict a human element, the need for support to make the solution viable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading question generation. Before reading, formulate 3 what-if questions based on the title and subheadings. These guide your search for answers. This is perhaps the most powerful step, turning a vague topic into specific investigative questions. By asking targeted questions before you even start, you force your brain to actively hunt only for relevant information. Mapping rhetorical shifts. As you read, mentally map where the author changes tone from descriptive to argumentative or from historical fact to current prediction. Jot down these structural markers. Treat the text like a musician's score. Where does the music change? The shift in rhetoric is where the argument really develops. Identifying these points helps you understand cause and effect. The therefore check. When encountering a strong transition word like therefore, consequently, or similarly, pause briefly. Ask yourself, what must the author be arguing right now? These signal words are intellectual breadcrumbs left by the writer. They tell you that the information below must logically flow from what was said previously. Pay extra close attention to the relationship between ideas. The reverse prediction drill. After completing a passage, try writing 1 sentence summarizing why the author structured the argument in that specific way. Don't summarize facts, summarize function. This final step solidifies your predictive skill. You are not just recalling information, you are analyzing the writer's intent and organizational logic, which is the highest level of reading comprehension. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The global energy landscape is undergoing a transformative shift driven by climate imperatives. Historically, reliance on carbon-intensive fuels created immense economic power but generated unavoidable atmospheric pollutants. Current research indicates that while solar and wind power are cost-effective, their intermittency remains a significant operational hurdle. Therefore, academic focus has pivoted toward developing advanced battery storage solutions and creating smart grid networks capable of optimizing decentralized energy flow. This technological advancement is crucial for achieving carbon neutrality by mid-century. Question 1. What does the author predict will be the most critical next step in energy development? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is developing advanced battery storage and smart grids. The predictive focus here is signaled by the shift from identifying the problem's intermittency to proposing the solution. The word therefore acted as your guide, directing you exactly where to look for the crucial developmental step. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means necessary or essential. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is crucial. When predicting vocabulary based on context, notice how the sentence structure elevates the importance of the subject. The phrase is crucial for achieving tells you that this target word has an irreplaceable meaning here. Speed reading isn't just about moving your eyes faster, it requires a sustainable mental rhythm. We need to shift our focus from finding the single perfect answer to completing the entire passage with consistent, steady effort. Think of concentration like a battery charge depletes during long tasks. The goal here is rhythmic endurance. This means establishing micro breaks in your mind between paragraphs. When you feel your attention flagging, pause briefly and mentally restate the main concept you just read. This technique keeps your cognitive energy reserves high for the final sections of the test. Understand that reading comprehension under timed pressure is as much a physical endurance challenge as it is an intellectual one. Don't wait until the end to feel tired. Manage your energy proactively by using these mini mental resets between chunks of text. Here are 4 examples. The study indicated a clear correlation between sleep deprivation and reduced spatial reasoning ability, focusing on the key relationship, correlation, rather than peripheral details. When you see phrasing like indicated a clear correlation, your brain needs to flag that specific academic link. Don't get bogged down in the specifics of sleep deprivation. Capture the general, high-impact finding. Conversely, participants who maintained 8 hours of sleep scored significantly higher on complex problem sets. Identifying the contrasting point, conversely, to switch your focus quickly. Look for signal words like converselys or however. These words are signposts that alert you to a necessary shift in argument. Mastering these helps prevent mixing up 2 related but opposite ideas. The methodology required longitudinal observation over 3 consecutive fiscal quarters. Chunking the timeframe information, longitudinal, 3 quarters to avoid losing count. Technical details like longitudinal or specific measurements are often distractors. Your goal is not to memorize numbers, but to understand the scopes and duration of the study. Therefore, effective resource management hinges on predictive modeling rather than reactive adjustments. Pinpointing the main conclusion hinges on which dictates the central takeaway. The word therefore signals a summary or a definitive answer. When you encounter this structure, slow down just enough to confirm that this sentence is the overall thesis of the preceding section. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a historical timeline, fact-heavy. Analyzing an editorial article, argumentative. Focus on dates claims versus cause-effect. A timeline requires high accuracy and sequential recall, demanding sharp focus on specific data points. An editorial, however, demands critical thinking. You must track the writer's stance and supporting evidence. Reading a scientific abstract, dense. Reading narrative journalism, descriptive. Focus on process versus emotional impact. In technical abstracts, focus must be placed on the process, the steps of research or experiment. In contrast, journalistic writing relies more on vivid language to build a sense of place and emotional context. Skimming for general understanding, speed. Scanning for specific data points, accuracy. Broad sweep versus pinpoint search. If you know the question asks, when did X happen, you must scan rapidly, looking only for dates and names. If it asks, what was the overall impact, you need to skim the topic sentences to grasp the scope. Reading a policy document, objective. Interpreting academic theory, abstract. Literal meaning versus abstract concepts. Policy documents are direct and prescriptive. They tell you what ish or what should be. Academic theories, conversely, deal in complex ideas that often lack concrete examples, requiring careful conceptual mapping. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To maintain concentration during long passages, readers should strategically use mental breaks to reinforce key concepts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is reinforce. Identifying the core action word here is critical. The text suggests that these breaks don't just rest your mind, they actively help you solidify what you have just learned. Effective practice involves shifting focus from merely reading words to understanding the underlying structural relationships between ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is structural. This question tests whether you can move beyond simple fact recall. You must think about how the author organizes their thoughts, the blueprint of the argument itself. When your attention wanes, take a moment to quickly summarize the main points of the previous section in your own words. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is summarize. The key takeaway here is that active recall, forcing yourself to summarize, is far more effective than simply rereading the text. This builds mental stamina. Remember that sustained practice requires consistent pacing, viewing the test as a marathon rather than a series of sprints. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is pacing. The word pacing encapsulates the entire goal for this mock set. It means maintaining an optimal, sustainable speed that prevents burnout and ensures all sections are covered thoughtfully. Here are 4 ways to practice. The predict, read, loop. Before reading a difficult paragraph, skim the topic sentence and predict what comes next. This technique activates your brain's predictive centers. By guessing the argument trajectory first, you enter the passage already primed for specific types of information. The chunking method. Treat the text in small, manageable groups of 3 to 5 sentences. Focus entirely on that chunk before moving on. Never try to process an entire page as one massive block of information. Breaking it down into smaller chunks prevents cognitive overload and keeps your focus highly contained. Here, vocalization check. When you stop reading, mentally voice the main idea in a quick summary before looking at the question. This mental check is stronger than just highlighting. It forces your brain to process and re-encode the information immediately, greatly improving retention speed. Simulated interruption drill. Practice pausing every few minutes during practice sessions to quickly write down a single keyword or concept you remember from that segment. This drill is designed specifically for sustained concentration. It teaches your mind to stay engaged even when the material gets repetitive, mimicking real test fatigue. The day before your exam is not the time for learning entirely new material. Instead, your focus must shift dramatically toward review and consolidation. Think of this period as organizing what you already know into a stable structure in your memory. This process is about activating retrieval pathways rather than just reading information repeatedly. We are aiming to build confidence by reminding your brain that you have mastered this content. Remember, passive reviewing, just reading notes over and over, is inefficient. Your goal today is active recall. Try explaining concepts out loud without looking at your books or using flashcards. This forces your brain to retrieve the information independently, which is exactly what you need to do during the actual test. Here are 5 examples. Concept mapping, visually connecting major themes and sub-ideas. Structural overview. Instead of writing linear notes, draw diagrams that show how concepts relate to one another. This holistic view helps you see the bigger picture quickly, especially when dealing with complex passages. The Teach It method, explaining difficult topics aloud to an imaginary audience. Active recall. Pretending you are a teacher is one of the most powerful study techniques. By structuring your explanation logically, you identify gaps in your own understanding immediately. Timed practice sets, practicing full passages under exam conditions. Placing and stamina. Do not neglect practice timing. Running a full mock test right before the actual day helps build endurance and reduces the shock factor when you sit down for the real thing. Reviewing past mistakes, going through questions you previously got wrong. Weak spot analysis. Don't just look at the correct answer, focus on why your initial choice was incorrect. Understanding the flaw in your logic is far more valuable than simply memorizing the right response. Summarizing key vocabulary, creating short contextual sentences for tough words. Contextual memory. Instead of just defining a word on a flashcard, write a unique sentence that uses it. Context is the key to long-term memory retention. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Consolidation of memory. Reviewing multiple times solidifies information into long-term storage pathways. The repeated exposure you give your brain today helps lock down memory traces. This process is literally about strengthening the neural connections associated with these concepts. Reducing cognitive load. Practicing under simulated conditions reduces anxiety on exam day. By simulating the environment, you train your mind to perform efficiently even when stressed. This familiarity is key to maintaining optimal performance. Building confidence through mastery. Seeing what you know prevents panic and promotes a calm approach. Confidence isn't just feeling good, it's evidence that your preparation has paid off. Focus on the proof of your knowledge, not the potential difficulty of the test. Mental preparation is often more important than academic review itself. Your goal today should be to calm your nervous system and establish a routine. Write down 3 bullet points of what you plan to do before the exam, from waking up until leaving the room. This ritual gives you a sense of control over an otherwise unpredictable day. Remember that anxiety is just misplaced energy. Instead of fighting it, acknowledge it. I feel anxious because I care. This simple act of labeling the feeling can significantly diminish its power. Establishing a pre-exam routine like eating a specific breakfast or listening to certain music is incredibly powerful psychology. It tells your body and mind that a predictable sequence is about to happen, which naturally lowers stress levels. Here are 4 ways to practice. Nutrition and hydration. Eating protein-rich foods and drinking plenty of water. Avoid sugar crashes. Keep your brain fueled consistently. Never skip breakfast, but choose complex carbohydrates and proteins. These provide a steady stream of glucose to the brain, maintaining focus without rapid energy spikes or crashes. The power nap, taking a short 15-20 minute rest period. This helps clear mental fatigue accumulated over weeks of study. If possible, take a brief nap. Even if you don't sleep deeply, the rest allows your brain to consolidate memories and reset its focus mechanisms. Final review, looking only at summary sheets or flashcards for 30 minutes. Do not attempt full practice tests. Keep it light and positive. Keep the review extremely short. This final touch-up is purely for confidence boosting, not for deep learning. Stop reviewing well before you get into the exam room. The night before, establishing a quiet, screen-free routine. Read fiction or listen to calm music instead of studying until bedtime. Giving your brain a complete break from academic content is crucial for good sleep hygiene. Sleep is when the real memory consolidation happens. Prioritize rest above all else. Think of test day not as a marathon, but as a series of controlled sprints. Before you even approach the first question, your goal is to achieve a state of optimal focus. This isn't about cramming information, it's about managing your energy and anxiety. Start by establishing a strong, consistent warm-up routine for the hour leading up to the exam. This might involve light physical movement, deep breathing exercises, or simply reviewing some high-level concepts, not focusing on details. The key concept here is pre-performance ritualization. These routines signal to your brain that it's time to shift into a highly alert and receptive mode. A good routine acts like a mental anchor, grounding you when anxiety tries to pull you off course. Remember that the physical act of doing something familiar like 5 minutes of stretching or deep breathing has a powerful psychological effect. It tells your nervous system, we are prepared for this. This predictability reduces overall stress response. Here are 4 examples. When stuck on a difficult question, physically pause and write down 3 related keywords. The stop and write technique. Pausing prevents the spiral of panic that happens when we force an answer. By writing keywords, you are doing 2 things, giving your mind a brief distraction while still processing the material and creating a physical record to jump back into later. If a passage feels overwhelming, skim only for topic sentences in the first few paragraphs. Macro scanning strategy. Instead of trying to absorb every single detail right away, look at the structure. Topic sentences give you the main skeleton of the argument. This allows you to build a mental map of the passage before diving into the tricky vocabulary. After answering one section, take 60 seconds to review your answers for that section only. Micro-review break. This brief checkpoint is crucial because it forces you to allocate mental energy not just on answering, but also on checking. It prevents the common error of rushing through sections and leaving small, fixable mistakes in your wake. If a question seems too hard, flag it immediately and move on. Do not dwell. The skipping protocol. Dwell time is the enemy of stamina. When you encounter resistance, your best strategy isn't to power through it, to acknowledge the difficulty, mark it for later, and redirect your focus entirely to a question you know you can answer quickly. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The performance anxiety cycle. Stress activates the fight or flight response, which literally blocks complex memory retrieval. When we are stressed, our prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for high-level reasoning and strategy, is one of the first areas to slow down. Understanding this biological reality allows us to proactively manage anxiety before it impacts performance. The illusion of knowledge. Confidence can sometimes mask a genuine gap in understanding, leading to misplaced focus. It is vital to distinguish between feeling confident and being factually competent. If you feel overly sure about an answer, but your gut instinct whispers doubt, always trust the evidence provided in the text over sheer confidence. Sustaining cognitive energy. Peak performance requires managing mental fatigue throughout long testing periods. Think of your focus like a battery that drains with every question. By implementing scheduled micro breaks and changing strategies, you are actively recharging the cognitive circuits so they can perform optimally when you need them most. The deepest level of test execution is recognizing the mental traps examiners sometimes set. These are not grammatical errors. They are logical or psychological pitfalls that catch even highly prepared students. One major trap is assuming the question asks for a direct restatement of text when it might actually require synthesis or inference. Always read the prompt's verb carefully as it states, implies, or suggests. The subtle difference changes everything. Another deep dive area is managing self-correction anxiety. If you realize an error after moving on, do not let that single mistake derail your remaining focus. Acknowledge it briefly and immediately redirect all mental resources to the current task. The key takeaway here is shifting from finding answers to interpreting the question's intent. If a question asks for inference, you must build an answer using multiple supporting details. You cannot simply quote one sentence. Always look for the connecting tissues between 2 parts of the text. Here are 4 ways to practice. Implement a first 3 minutes rule. Use the beginning of the test to review instructions and warm up your brain without risking points. Do not rush into question 1. Use those first few minutes strategically. Read through every section header, understand the scoring criteria, and get comfortable with the format. This builds immediate familiarity and lowers initial anxiety. Utilize analogies for complex ideas. If a concept is difficult to visualize in writing, mentally compare it to something physical or simple from your daily life. This technique helps bypass the purely academic language barrier. By linking abstract concepts to concrete, relatable images like comparing global supply chains to a river system solidify understanding and make recall easier. The post-test mental dump. As soon as you finish the last question, take 30 seconds to write down 3 things you feel good about accomplishing. This is a powerful self-reward mechanism. Instead of immediately leaving and forgetting the test, this mental dump helps solidify your positive performance memory. It trains your brain to associate the high level of effort with a successful internal feeling. Visualize success, not just studying. Spend time visualizing yourself calmly executing the plan flawlessly under timed conditions. Visualization is a skill in itself. Instead of just seeing books and notes, picture yourself sitting at the desk, deep breaths, calm reading, marking your answers confidently. This primes your mind for success when the pressure is highest. The most advanced skill we can develop is inferential reading. This means going beyond what the text explicitly states to understand the underlying meaning or implication. Instead of looking for a direct match, you are predicting the author's intent. You must synthesize information from different parts of the passage and combine it with your existing knowledge base. Think of it as reading between the lines, but in an academic context. This skill is crucial because real-world texts rarely provide simple answers. Inferential skills are what separate advanced readers from proficient ones. When you're maintaining your English over time, practice treating every text, news articles, research papers, even complex instructions as a puzzle. Don't settle for the skimming level. Force yourself to ask, why did the author include this detail? This meta-questioning process is key to deep understanding. Here are 4 examples. The shift toward decentralized energy grids requires significant policy adjustments and massive infrastructural investment. Implies a current system weakness that needs fixing. Notice how this sentence doesn't state the problem directly. The author is pointing to significant adjustments, which implies the existing policies are insufficient or outdated. We must infer that the status quo is inadequate for future energy demands. Despite initial excitement, early adopters found the technology cumbersome and difficult to integrate into daily routines. Shows a shift in public reception over time. Here, the text reports a negative outcome. We can infer that while the technology is potentially revolutionary, its real-world usability presents major barriers. It's not just about cost, it's about practical adoption. Experts caution that sustained research funding must prioritize interdisciplinary collaboration over siloed departmental efforts. Highlights a needed change in academic structure. The use of the word caution acts as a warning. The implied message is that current departmental structures might be hindering progress, suggesting that silos are an impediment to innovation. Furthermore, consumer behavioral studies indicate a growing preference for sustainable and locally sourced goods. Provide supporting evidence for a market trend. This detail supports the central argument about economic shifts. We are not just reading what they prefer, we must infer that this preference is creating entirely new supply chain demands. Let's compare 4 pairs. Academic research paper, e.g. medicine. Major newspaper opinion column, op-ed. Purpose, establishing authority versus persuading emotionally. In academic texts, the goal is objective proof. Emotional appeals are rare. Op-eds, however, prioritize narrative flair and persuasive rhetoric to sway reader opinion, so always identify the author's personal stake in the argument. Scientific explanation, process, historical narrative, chronological account, focus, causal steps versus sequence of events. When reading a process, look for action verbs and cause and effect connectors like due to or therefore. A historical narrative focuses more on the impact and human decisions that mark time passing. Technical manual. Literary fiction, character development. Goal, actionable steps versus emotional resonance. Manuals are direct and procedural, requiring you to extract a sequence of steps. Literary fiction requires a different kind of reading, one that pays attention to tone, subtext, and character motivation rather than just plot points. Comparative data analysis. General discussion, forum post, online. Tone, objectivity versus subjective opinion. Data analysis uses neutral language and quantifiers to compare variables fairly. Online forums are highly subjective, filled with strong personal opinions. Therefore, always treat emotionally charged statements as unverified claims needing external support. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To maintain fluency after graduation, readers should actively engage with complex texts that are outside of their immediate field of study. This practice helps prevent cognitive atrophy and keep your vocabulary base robust by exposing you to diverse academic language. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is diverse. We chose diverse because the passage emphasizes broad exposure. The key takeaway here is moving beyond reading only about your major. Broadening your input prevents specialized knowledge from narrowing your overall linguistic view. Furthermore, consistent practice in inferential analysis will strengthen your ability to understand rhetorical devices and nuanced meaning rather than just concrete facts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is inferential. The core concept being reinforced here is inference. It reminds us that the goal of reading isn't recall, it's interpreting the why behind the author's words, which requires a more analytical approach. Instead of treating reading as a test preparation routine, view it as an enjoyable form of intellectual exercise. This shift in mindset is vital for long-term linguistic retention and enjoyment. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is exercise. This segment speaks directly to motivation. If you approach complex texts like homework, your stamina will drop quickly. By reframing reading as a recreational activity, you make the habit sustainable. A helpful routine involves scheduling time to read high-quality international journalism or reputable scientific digests, which exposes you to sophisticated sentence structures and advanced discourse markers. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is journalism. The recommendation is specific, use reliable, high-level sources like quality journalism. These texts offer a perfect bridge between formal academic writing and engaging daily reading material. Here are 4 ways to practice. The Daily Digest Method. Read one article from a reputable source like The Economist or BBC every single day. Don't just read it, summarize the core argument aloud. This is about active output, not passive input. By forcing yourself to summarize what you read out loud, you engage memory and speaking skills simultaneously, cementing the reading comprehension. Vocabulary mapping. When encountering a word you don't know, do not just look up its definition. Write down 3 different contexts where that word could be used. Deepening vocabulary means understanding usage, not just meaning. By mapping out multiple possible contexts, you train your brain to recognize subtle differences in connotation and register. The cross-reference technique? If the concept is mentioned in one article, immediately search for articles from 2 different sources that discuss the same topic. Compare their approaches. This trains you to spot bias and varying perspectives. By cross-referencing information, you become an expert at synthesizing arguments and understanding that truth often lies between conflicting reports. Reading for structure. When reading long texts, pay attention to how the author transitions between paragraphs. Note the transitional phrases used, e.g., conversely, consequently. Understanding structure is key to advanced comprehension. By actively tracking transition markers, you can map out the argument flow, identifying main points, supporting details, and counter-arguments 7 if they are separated by large blocks of text. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The concept of lifelong learning has transitioned from a desirable skill to an economic necessity. As industries become automated and job roles evolve rapidly, specialized knowledge acquired in university often becomes insufficient alone. Maintaining professional competence requires continuous engagement with novel material, whether through formal courses or self-directed reading. Furthermore, the mere accumulation of facts is less valued than the ability to synthesize disparate fields of study into actionable insights. This synthesis capacity is the true hallmark of adaptation in the modern global workforce. Question 1. What primary challenge does the passage suggest facing the modern worker? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the limitation of specialized, degree-based knowledge over time. The main idea here is not just learning, it's about the obsolescence of static knowledge. The author argues that mere credentials are no longer enough. Adaptability and synthesis are the core skills needed for career longevity. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means the ability to combine different types of informations. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is synthesize. This tests your ability to locate sophisticated academic vocabulary. Synthesize is a high-level word directly related to the core messagit, means integrating multiple sources into one coherent whole, which is exactly what professional adaptation requires. Data visualizations are graphical representations of data embedded within academic passages. They can take the form of line graphs showing trends over time, bar charts comparing discrete categories, or complex tables organizing statistics. Your task is not just to read the visual, but to integrate what you see with the surrounding textual context. You must synthesize both the narrative explanation and the hard numbers provided by the chart itself. Mastering this skill allows you to process dense information much faster than reading pure text alone. Remember, these visualizations are designed to support the argument, not replace it. When you see a graph, don't just list the data points. Look for the main takeaway trend that the author is trying to highlight. Think of yourself as an information detective, connecting the textual evidence to the visual proof. Here are 5 examples. A line graph tracking annual growth rates from 1990 to 2020. Trend identification, line graph. When faced with a line graph, the key word you are looking for is trend. Are the numbers steadily increasing, decreasing sharply, or remaining volatile? The passage will usually use words like fluctuated or peaked to guide your focus onto these movements. A bar chart comparing energy consumption across 5 different regions in a single year. Comparison, bar chart. Bar charts are excellent for direct comparison. Instead of reading numbers sequentially, you need to compare the height or length of bars relative to each other. Focus on identifying which category is significantly higher or lower than the others presented in the text. A detailed table showing percentages for 3 different metrics across 4 distinct time periods. Detailed quantification table. Tables are often the most dense and require careful attention to labels. Before reading a specific cell, always identify what the row represents and what the column represents. This ensures you correctly pair the metric with its corresponding time frame. A scatter plot correlating income level versus reported happiness index. Correlation, scatter plot. Unlike simple comparison charts, a scatter plot shows relationships. If the dots generally move upwards and to the right, you have a positive correlation. The passage will use language like relationship or linkage when discussing this type of data. Multiple small charts showing localized environmental changes over decades. Synthesizing multiple sources. Sometimes you might have several smaller graphs all related to a single topic. The strategy here is to look for common threads or differences across the visualizations rather than analyzing each one in isolation. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Efficiency of information transfer. Graphs condense complex datasets into an easily digestible format. Pure text describing 100 data points would consume several paragraphs. A single graph allows the author to convey the full scope and scale of that information in one glance, forcing you to be efficient with your reading time. Identifying trends over detail. Visuals make macro-level trends easier to spot than minute factual details. It is often more important for the test question to know if a trend existed, For instance, sustain declineth than to remember the exact number from year 3. Focus on recognizing the overall pattern described by the visual. Supporting argumentative claims. Visuals provide empirical evidence backing up a claim made in the text. When an author makes a strong assertion, they often immediately follow it with a chart to prove their point. This means the data is directly linked to the argument, serving as crucial confirmation for your answer. Let's explore the topic of interpreting embedded data visualizations, graphs, charts, and tables. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding. Interpreting embedded data visualizations, graphs, charts, and tables deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading scan for visuals. Before reading the passage, quickly identify all included charts and tables. Don't wait until you hit the question to look at the chart. Actively scan the entire page first. By locating all the data points beforehand, your brain knows where to focus its attention when the relevant text appears later. Using a direct reference strategy. When you find a key piece of information, underline both the corresponding chart element and the textual sentence. This physical act of linking the 2 pieces of data helps solidify your understanding. It forces you to prove that the text is referring specifically to the visual evidence you are now observing. Predicting question types. If the chart shows growth, expect questions about rates or percentages, not just raw numbers. Based on what the visualization represents, whether it's money, population, or speed, you can predict the type of question. If it's time-based, look for comparative language involving change over time. Summarizing out loud. After analyzing a chart, briefly summarize its main message in your own words. This is the best self-assessment technique. If you cannot articulate the core finding of the graph simply and clearly, then you haven't fully understood it yet. Practice summarizing the data before looking at the questions. When you encounter high-level academic or economic texts, the vocabulary can seem overwhelming. These specialized fields use precise language to convey complex ideas. Learning this lexicon isn't just about memorization, it's about understanding context and relationships between concepts. We will focus on building conceptual frameworks around these powerful words. By mastering them, your writing and speaking will achieve an entirely new level of sophistication. Think of academic vocabulary like a specialized toolkit. Instead of using general verbs, you might use elucidate or extrapolate. The key strategy here is contextual listening. Don't just memorize the definition. Pay attention to how native speakers use these words in full sentences. This will make them feel natural when it's your turn to speak. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. A paradigm is essentially a foundational model or viewpoint that structures an entire field of study. When you say a paradigm shift, you mean that the basic way people understood something has completely changed. Remember to use this word when discussing major theoretical changes, not just small adjustments. The word is correlation. Say it again, correlation. This word is vital in statistics and social science writing. It means that when one thing changes, the other tends to change too. However, remember this crucial distinction: correlation does not prove causation. You must state that carefully in your academic work. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. This is a fantastic verb for policy discussions because it implies reducing risk rather than eliminating it entirely. Instead of saying stop, which can be too absolute, using mitigate shows nuance and sophistication in your argument. Think about mitigating risk or mitigating damage. The word is viability. Say it again, viability. When you discuss business or science, viability is your go-to word for questioning sustainability. It asks, Is this idea practical enough to actually work in the real world? If a plan lacks economic viability, it means it simply won't make money. The word is discrepancy. Say it again, discrepancy. A discrepancy is useful when you are pointing out contradictions in data, reports, or testimonies. It suggests an inconsistency, but it doesn't tell you why the contradiction exists. That leaves room for further investigation. Use this word formally to sound objective. The word is exponential. Say it again, exponential. In science and economics, exponential describes growth that accelerates faster and faster over time. It is much stronger than just saying rapid. If something grows exponentially, it means the amount increases by a multiplier at each stage, which quickly leads to massive numbers. Here are 5 examples. The discovery of plate tectonics caused a major paradigm shift in geology. Paradigm, IN. Notice how the word paradigm isn't used to mean just any pattern. It refers to a fundamental framework. It suggests that everything previously understood about geology had to be rebuilt after this discovery was made. We found a strong correlation between high rainfall and increased biodiversity in the region. Correlation EN. Here we see correlation used to link 2 variables, rainfall and biodiversity. The academic caution remains we are only stating that they move together, not that one causes the other. The new carbon tax aims to mitigate the impact of industrial pollution on coastal ecosystems. Mitigate via FOF. This sentence uses mitigates perfectly in an environmental policy context. The goal isn't elimination, but lessening the severity of damage, which is much more realistic and measurable. The committee questioned the viability of the merger given current economic volatility. Viability N. When viabilities is used in a business setting, it always relates to financial sustainability. The phrase economic volatility suggests unstable conditions, making the assessment of future practicality extremely difficult. The report highlighted a discrepancy between the 2 datasets regarding market growth. Discrepancy N. This example shows that discrepancies is perfect for pointing out conflicting information. It provides an objective observation point without passing judgment on where the error might lie. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, correlation. Compare it with causation. Relationship versus direct cause. This is perhaps the most important distinction in academic writing. Correlation means 2 things happen together, while causation means one thing makes the other happen. Never assume causation just because you observe a correlation. Always prove it with rigorous study. First, mitigate. Compare it with abolish. Reducing severity versus complete removal. If your goal is to completely eliminate something, you abolish it. But if the problem is too entrenched or complex for total elimination, using mitigate shows that you are dealing with practical reduction of harm. First, viability. Compare it with feasibility. Practicality versus possible to do. While often interchangeable, feasibility asks if something can be done in theory, while viability addresses if it is sustainable enough to function over the long term and make money. Viability carries a strong economic weight. First, paradigm. Compare it with model. Overarching framework versus simple example. A model is usually a specific representation or blueprint, like a scale drawing of an engine. A paradigm, however, is the entire accepted way of thinking that allowed us to even conceive of such a model in the first place. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Pairing words with common academic nouns and verbs. Example, mitigate risks or exponential growth. True fluency comes from knowing what words naturally belong together. These are called collocations. Instead of just learning viability, try to learn phrases like long-term viabilities or economic viability. This immediately makes your language sound more native. Sentence transformation. Rewriting simple sentences using a target word to increase formality. Example, instead of the growth was very fast, write the growth was exponential. This exercise is crucial for academic writing, where simplicity often sounds amateurish. By replacing common adverbs with precise adjectives like exponential or nouns like discrepancy, you instantly elevate your rhetorical style. Concept diagramming. Drawing visual maps to show the relationship between concepts, especially for correlation. When you are dealing with abstract ideas like correlation or paradigm shifts, a mental diagram helps solidify your understanding. Visually mapping out variables can help prevent confusing simple coincidences with true causal links. Spaced repetition review. Reviewing the words at increasing intervals over several days. Vocabulary retention is not linear, it requires repeated exposure. Use flashcards or spaced repetition systems to review these 6 terms regularly. Consistency, even for short bursts of time each day, will solidify them into your active vocabulary. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Climate change poses a complex challenge to global economies. Experts predict that without intervention, the rate of sea level rise will be exponential. To mitigate this threat, nations are focusing on developing sustainable infrastructure. However, current funding levels raise questions about the long-term viability of these ambitious projects. Furthermore, recent reports show a significant discrepancy between projected emissions and actual industrial output, indicating a potential paradigm shift in policy focus is needed. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means rapid, accelerating growth. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is exponential. In this context, exponential perfectly describes how quickly sea level rise can accelerate if global warming trends continue unchecked. It emphasizes the steepness of the potential curve, demanding immediate attention from policymakers. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the study helped to mitigate public fears about AI development by creating clear guidelines. When constructing your own sentences, don't just drop the word in, build a narrative around it. By using mitigates this way, you demonstrate that you understand its function is to reduce or lessen an existing negative emotion or risk. Academic writing is not a series of disconnected paragraphs, it is a carefully mapped journey for the reader. Understanding macro structure means recognizing the logical trajectory from your initial premise to your final conclusion. Every section must serve a specific, escalating function in building your argument. The introduction needs to establish context and clearly state the scope. The body must systematically develop evidence that speaks directly to that initial thesis statement. Finally, the conclusion shouldn't just summarize, it should synthesize the implications of what you have proven. The key takeaway here is movement. Think of your article like a funnel. You start with a broad topic in the introduction, narrow down to a specific argument, and then use the conclusion to show how that specific point connects to broader real-world implications. This structural flow is what separates competent writing from truly expert academic writing. Here are 4 examples. While many studies acknowledge the benefits of remote work, they often overlook its impact on corporate culture and spontaneous innovation. Effective topic sentence immediately identifies a gap in current literature, the overlooked element. Notice how this sentence doesn't just state a fact, it performs an intellectual action. It signals to the reader that the paper will be argumentative, pinpointing exactly what needs more attention. This establishes immediate academic authority. Consequently, policy changes must move beyond simple financial incentives and address core infrastructural deficits in rural economies. Strong transition uses consequently to signal a necessary logical consequence drawn from previous evidence. This is an excellent example of cause and effect signposting. Instead of just starting a new paragraph, the writer links the argument directly back to the preceding discussion, making the whole piece feel cohesive and inevitable. In summation, despite the compelling evidence presented regarding resource allocation, further research is required to quantify the long-term socio-economic shifts. Synthesizing conclusion does not simply repeat, it elevates the discussion by defining future necessary research areas. A weak conclusion restates, a strong one propels the conversation forward. By calling for further research, the writer positions their own work within an ongoing academic dialogue, which is crucial for high-level writing. This inherent tension between economic growth and ecological stability suggests a need for integrated governance models that prioritize systemic resilience. High-level synthesis combines two previously discussed concepts, economic growth and ecological stability, into a single, complex solution. When you see phrases like inherent tension, it means the writer is synthesizing complexity. They are not arguing point A or point B, they are arguing that point A and point B exist in critical opposition to each other. Let's compare four pairs. The economy is bad because of pollution. Declining air quality, driven by industrial waste, fundamentally undermines the stability of regional economies. Specificity and mechanism defines how the relationship works, pollution, instability. The weak version states a correlation, A causes B. The strong version explains the mechanism, A leads to B through X process, which is much more academic. People should use public transport because it is good for the planet. Shifting from private vehicles to mass transit offers a quantifiable reduction in carbon output, thereby mitigating local pollution risks. Quantification and formal tone. Using measurable terms, quantifiable reductions elevates credibility. Academic writing moves beyond general moral statements like good for the planet. It uses precise, technical language that implies data support and rigorous measurement. Another idea is that government subsidies help farmers grow crops. Furthermore, governmental subsidy structures can stabilize agricultural output, particularly in volatile global commodity markets. Transitional phrasing, furthermore, and the use of formal phrasing improves flow and connection to prior thought. Notice how the transition word does double duty. It signals addition and maintains structural momentum. It makes the argument feel like a continuous, well-supported expansion. In conclusion, we should all work harder on climate change. Ultimately, addressing climate volatility requires an integrated policy shift spanning technological innovation and international cooperation. Shifting responsibility moves from vague we to specific actors, policy-technology cooperation. The best conclusions don't just tell the reader what they know, they direct them on who needs to act and how. This specificity demonstrates mastery of the topic's practical implications. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Vague description. The global supply chain is complicated. It involves many countries and goods. Focused thesis statement. The complexity of the modern global supply chain necessitates a unified, transnational regulatory framework to maintain efficiency. The first version is merely descriptive. The corrected version takes that description and turns it into a clear, debatable argumenta thesis statement that the rest of the paper must prove. Digression, lack of scope. Also, this concept relates to history because pollution has always been an issue. Focused historical parallel. Historically speaking, patterns of industrial expansion have consistently preceded localized pollution crises, providing a longitudinal model for current challenges. A common mistake is digressing into general background. Here, the fix grounds the history by making it directly relevant to the current argument's scope and function. Overgeneralization, simplism. So, this means that technology will solve everything we have. Nuanced counterargument. While technological solutions offer significant avenues for improvement, they must be balanced with structural policy changes regarding resource management. In advanced academic writing, avoiding definitive statements is key. The correction introduces nuance by acknowledging the benefit of tech while immediately adding a necessary structural limitation. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline. After drafting your main points, read through and write a 1-sentence summary for every paragraph. This ensures no section wanders off topic. This strategy is incredibly powerful because it forces you to check coherence retrospectively. If you cannot summarize a paragraph in 1 concise sentence, that paragraph is likely structurally weak or too verbose. The transition map. Before writing, create a physical map showing the logical bridge between idea A and idea B. Use linking phrases as guideposts. Don't just list your points, map their relationship. Are you moving from cause to effect, or are you comparing 2 distinct theories? Naming this relationship helps maintain structural integrity throughout the piece. The three-tiered thesis. Structure your thesis statement to cover scope what, argument why, and limitation how far. For example, X is vital because of Y, but Z restricts its application. A strong three-tiered thesis does the heavy lifting for you. By predefining both the scope and the limits, you automatically structure your body paragraphs to address those boundaries. The topic sentence audit. Review every single paragraph and ensure its first sentence explicitly states the argument that the entire paragraph intends to prove. Nothing should be implied. In academic text, implication is dangerous, clarity is king. By mandating a clear topic sentence at the start of every body paragraph, you guide the reader's focus and prevent structural drift. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Task. Write an essay discussing the primary economic and social impacts of transitioning to renewable energy sources. You must analyze both government intervention strategies and private sector innovation. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the integration of two distinct analytical lenses as economic impact and social impact, while maintaining structural balance between state action, government, and market forces, private sector. This prompt demands a structured comparison. To score highly, you cannot treat the economy and society as separate topics. They must be interwoven throughout your analysis to show their mutual dependency. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a thesis that immediately defines the tension between these two elements, proposing that successful transition requires structural policy shifts rather than just technological adoption. The best approach is to define the central conflict in your introduction. Instead of listing impacts, propose a complex solution or problem like the need for better infrastructure and structure your entire essay around proving that specific concept. Advanced test takers realize that the best questions rarely ask for simple recall. Instead, they require you to infer meaning or understand the author's underlying stance. This means identifying what is implied but never explicitly stated in the text. The goal here is not just finding the correct answer, it's proving why the other options are definitively wrong based on subtle textual clues. Pay close attention to transition phrases and limiting words like sometimes or generally. Scoring highly requires moving beyond surface-level reading into deep interpretive analysis. Think of this process like being a translator, not just a reader. You aren't translating the words, you are translating the author's intent. To master nuance, you must train yourself to read between the lines and challenge every assumption you make about the passage's scope or tone. Here are 5 examples. Identifying paraphrase shifts. Look for synonyms and structural rewording rather than direct quotes. When the option uses different vocabulary but maintains the exact original meaning, it is likely correct. Don't let flashy academic language distract you. If the core relationship between the subject and verb remains unchanged, even if all the words are different, that connection holds true. This confirms strong reading comprehension skills. Analyzing modifiers, pay close attention to adverbs e.g., often, rarely, and limiting clauses. These words restrict the scope of the statement. If the text only says sometimes, don't assume it's always true. Modifiers are your best friends because they define boundaries. If an option makes a universal claim like always or never, but the passage uses restrictive language, you know that choice is incorrect immediately. Detecting contrastive signals, note transition words like however, conversely, and despite. These signal a shift in thought or an opposing viewpoint. The correct answer often summarizes this contrast. When you see a contrasting signal, stop and identify the argument that is being challenged. Your best option will usually reflect that tension point between two ideas presented sequentially in the text. Testing for overgeneralization, never select an answer that makes a sweeping claim beyond what the passage supports. If the text discusses 3 examples, but the option suggests it applies to all 5 types of things, eliminate it. This is perhaps the most common trap. The danger is making assumptions based on your own knowledge, rather than sticking strictly to the evidence provided in the passage itself. Always keep the scope limited by the text. Inferring author tone, determine if the author's tone is skeptical, supportive, critical, or objective. If the question asks for the author's attitude rather than the main idea, look for emotionally charged language. Understanding tone requires you to read the implied feeling. Is the author warning us, admiring something, or simply presenting facts? This skill helps you differentiate between a factual summary and an interpretive assessment. Let's compare 4 pairs, focusing only on keywords and direct matches, analyzing the relationship between concepts presented in the text. The key mindset shift. A weak candidate treats the reading like a dictionary lookup, searching for exact phrases. A strong candidate acts like a structural analyst, figuring out how idea A influences idea B across multiple sentences, dismissing options because they are too long or complex, evaluating options based on their fidelity to the source material's complexity and detail. Don't penalize an option just because it sounds academically dense. If the option correctly captures the passage's nuanced depth, its length is actually proof of its accuracy. Assuming that all provided options must be correct in some way. Systematically eliminating choices by cross-referencing their claims against specific lines or paragraphs. Never assume. Treat every option as a claim that needs proof. By rigorously checking the source text for explicit support, you build unshakable confidence in your final choice. Getting stuck on vocabulary difficulties and moving on. Using context clues to hypothesize the meaning of unfamiliar words before eliminating options. If you encounter a difficult word, don't panic. Look at the sentences surrounding it. They will provide enough context for you to determine its function and meaning, allowing you to continue your analysis. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrating high-level synthesis skills. Moving beyond simple comprehension to synthesize multiple ideas into one cohesive understanding. High band scores require more than just knowing the facts. They demand proving that you can connect disparate pieces of information. This skill shows examiners that you grasped the overall argument, not just isolated sentences, mitigating ambiguity and distractor errors. Understanding nuance allows you to reject plausible but incorrect distractors confidently. Many students lose points because they are tricked by highly plausible close calls. By mastering nuance, you become immune to these sophisticated traps because you know exactly where the text draws its boundaries, reflecting academic maturity in thinking, showing that your critical thinking matches the academic rigor of the passage. Academic texts are complex precisely because they resist simple answers. When you successfully navigate ambiguity, you signal to the examiner that your intellectual capacity is aligned with advanced university-level study. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active paraphrasing practice. Take challenging academic paragraphs and rewrite them 3 different ways without losing the original meaning. This exercise forces your brain to break down complex syntax. By rewriting passages, you solidify the core message so that when an option uses a synonym instead of a direct word, it won't throw you off. The why not drill? After answering a question, spend equal time justifying why the 3 incorrect options are wrong. This is crucial for deep learning. Don't just look at the correct answer. You must identify the specific textual evidence that invalidates every single other choice. This builds defensive reading skills. Source material diversification. Read articles from varied fields, science, philosophy, economics, and history. Don't rely only on IELTS practice materials. Reading diverse sources exposes you to different rhetorical styles and specialized vocabularies, making your interpretation skills universally applicable. Self-correction grading. When practicing, grade yourself using a rubric that penalizes structural errors, scope assumption more heavily than vocabulary misses. Adjusting your focus to pay extra attention to this type of error you make will guide your study. If you keep missing questions related to scope, then overgeneralization becomes your primary weakness to target. Collocations are groups of words that naturally go together in a specific language. They aren't just random word pairings, they are predictable combinations our native speakers use constantly. In academic writing, mastering these fixed phrases is crucial for sounding proficient and natural. Think of them as linguistic glue that holds sophisticated arguments together smoothly. When you learn a new vocabulary item, always try to absorb it within its common collocations. It's important to understand that collocation isn't just about synonymy, it's about semantic fit and frequency. A single word might be technically correct, but if the combination feels awkward, it immediately lowers your perceived fluency. Learning these fixed phrases helps you move beyond simply knowing words towards sounding truly academic. Here are 4 examples. The study highlighted the correlation between demographics and policy outcomes. Highlight a correlation. Instead of saying showed a link, using highlighted the correlation is more precise and formal. This specific phrasing immediately elevates the academic tone, signaling that you are discussing statistical relationships. We must address inherent biases in current research methodologies. Address inherent biases. The verb address works perfectly with abstract nouns like biases. By using inherent, we pinpoint that the bias is built into the system, requiring a deep critical analysis from the reader. These findings underscore the need for revised educational curricula. Underscore the need. Underscore is a powerful verb that means to emphasize strongly. It's much stronger than simply showed. When you use this phrase, you are making a definitive statement about the importance of the data. The results contradict established theories in behavioral economics. Contradict established theories. This phrase is perfect for introductions or discussions of gaps in knowledge. It signals a major departure from conventional wisdom and immediately grabs the reader's attention by promising novel information. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Natural flow and rhythm. Using correct pairings makes your writing sound native and effortless. Fluent speech, whether written or spoken, has a predictable rhythm. When you use collocations, the sentence doesn't require the reader to pause and mentally construct how those words fit together. It just flows. Precision of meaning. Collocations narrow down vague concepts, making your argument sharper. Think about choosing between strong rain or heavy rainfall. Both are clear. But heavy rainfalls is the established collocation that immediately signals a specific intensity level to an academic reader. Establishing academic tone. These fixed structures signal competence and deep immersion in the subject matter. Using sophisticated, natural-sounding phrasings is one of the quickest ways to elevate your writing from functional English to professional academic discourse. It shows you have internalized the language of academia. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say the data proved the theories. Say the data supported the theories. While proved is tempting, in academic writing, we rarely claim absolute proof. Instead, using verbs like support, suggest, or indicates maintains necessary intellectual caution and humility. Incorrect, we found a high degree of importance. Correct, we found the importance was significant. Be cautious with noun-noun combinations. Instead of vague stacks of nouns, focus on clear adjective plus noun structures or restructuring the entire phrase for better clarity and impact. Don't say, the policy has a major effect on society. Say, the policy has significant implications for society. When discussing broad, abstract impacts, implications is far more sophisticated than effects. It suggests not just a physical outcome, but a complex chain of potential consequences. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual immersion reading. Do not memorize lists. Instead, highlight collocations you encounter repeatedly while reading high-level academic texts. The best way to internalize these phrases is through massive input reading widely. Keep a vocabulary journal specifically for collocations, noting the entire phrase and its context of use. Active replacement drilling. When you write, try to identify weak or simple verb-noun pairings, then force yourself to replace them with stronger, more precise academic collocations. This is a practical editing exercise. If you wrote, "The problem was big," challenge yourself. Can I say, "The issue presented substantial challenges"? This active replacement strengthens your muscular memory for formal language. Spaced repetition review. Periodically test yourself on the collocations learned last week. Focus on usage, not just definition. Remember that recall is a skill that degrades over time. Use flashcards or quick writing prompts to force yourself to use the phrase correctly in varied contexts before moving on. Speaking practice integration. Use new collocations when speaking, even if it's just summarizing an article aloud for yourself. Fluency requires both reading and speaking practice. Force yourself to use the target academic phrases in conversations or presentations. This moves the knowledge from passive recognition to active production. Strategic time allocation in reading means distributing your limited minutes proportionally to the information's importance and complexity. Do not treat every paragraph equally. This is a common trap for advanced learners. Instead, you must constantly ask yourself, what does the prompt need me to identify here? This question dictates whether I should skim for keywords or slow down for deep comprehension. Successful readers are flexible processors who can shift instantly between these modes. They allocate more time to critical analytical sections and less time to supporting background detail. The core idea here isn't speed reading, it's intelligent pacing. Think of your reading time like a budget you have to spend wisely. If the question only asks for A, don't waste time extracting facts that relate to B. Always anchor your focus back to the specific demands of the test or assignment. Here are 4 examples. The initial overview paragraph establishes the historical context of early literacy programs. Strategy: skim for main idea and identify key dates names only. When encountering background history, treat the text as a guidepost. You are not required to memorize every detail about the founding date. Simply locate the general era or major shift mentioned here. This conserves valuable reading minutes. However, the subsequent section detailing cognitive load models presents complex theoretical arguments. Strategy: slow down and read deeply. Identify the core mechanism being argued, the how. This is where your time budget must expand. If the prompt relates to theory or mechanisms, you need deep processing. Circle back mentally and treat this dense section as the primary focus until comprehension is confirmed. Researchers noted that participation rates significantly dropped during the first quarter of implementation. Strategy: scan quickly for specific data points, numbers, percentages. If your question is purely factual, for instance, which quarter saw a drop, you are scanning. Your eyes should zip across the text looking only for numbers, ignoring all descriptive language around them. The ultimate implication suggests that multidisciplinary approaches yield superior long-term outcomes. Strategy: stop and summarize. Formulate a single-sentence answer in your head. When you reach a concluding statement like this, pause actively. Instead of underlining, mentally synthesize the entire preceding argument into one strong summary point. This verifies understanding without taking extra time writing notes. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming for overview, general idea. Reading for specific detail, fact retrieval. Mindset shift. What is the gist versus where is X located? The mental effort required for skimming and scanning are completely different. Skimming requires treating the passage like a film watching the plot unfold. Scanning, however, is like using GPS. You know exactly what specific coordinate or word you are looking for. High-density theory passages. Informative examples and case studies. Time allocation. Allocate more time to the theory, but less effort during examples. When you hit dense academic theory, prepare for a slow pace. But when you get to concrete examples, the case studies, you can often skim the setup and focus only on the results or conclusions presented. Identifying main arguments, thesis. Understanding, supporting evidence, support. Focus, the why versus the how. Do not spend equal time on both elements. If you need the main argument, look at topic sentences and conclusions. If you need supporting evidence, read the detail, but only to confirm that it supports a previously identified core claim. Reading for bias. Reading for neutral information extraction. Goal, whose view is this? Versus, what are the facts? When assessing bias, you must read slowly and critically, looking at loaded language. If your goal is simply to extract neutral data like statistics or timelines, you need to actively filter out any emotive or persuasive vocabulary. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Effective time management requires recognizing which parts of a text are critical and which sections can be briefly ICA. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skimmed. This blank tests your ability to prioritize reading effort. If you recognize a section is supporting background information, it's okay to skim it rather than giving it full attention. Before starting any passage, quickly identifying the question type allows the reader to adjust their focus and allocate time more why. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is strategically. The pre-reading phase is key. By knowing whether you need a name, a date, or a concept, your brain is primed, making retrieval much faster when reading. If the text suddenly becomes highly specialized, it is better to pause and formulate a quick summary of what was just read, rather than attempting to understand every single S. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is jargon. When complex terminology appears, don't panic. Acknowledging that you might not grasp every word allows you to move forward by focusing on the surrounding context and overall meaning. The goal is always proportionality, allocating more focused time to the most parts of the reading material. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is critical. Ultimately, successful readers are proportionate thinkers. They allocate their mental energy based on how crucial that piece of information is to answering the prompt. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-read the questions. Never start reading until you know what information you are looking for. This sets your brain's search parameters immediately. This is perhaps the single most useful tip. By knowing the goal beforehand, you transform from a passive receiver of information into an active hunter searching for specific evidence. Predicting content gaps. As you read, pause briefly and predict what the author might say next. This keeps your mind engaged and prepares you to absorb new information quickly. Prediction is an advanced metacognitive skill. It forces your brain to stay one step ahead of the text, making comprehension feel less like being carried along and more like leading the thought process. Time boxing practice. Practice timed readings on varied content, e.g., a scientific article followed immediately by a literary passage. This builds mental endurance for shifting focus. Treat this as physical training for your mind. The goal is not to improve the reading itself, but to improve the transition between different modes of thinking and reading. Active note. Taking mini summaries. Instead of writing everything down, jot down only keywords or simple conceptual links that connect main ideas. This is efficient recall practice. When summarizing in the margin, always use your own words. Paraphrasing forces you to prove genuine understanding, which solidifies memory and improves retrieval speed later on. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The concept of cognitive load suggests that our working memory has a limited capacity. When we are presented with too many novel elements simultaneously, for example, complex jargon alongside convoluted syntax, we experience overload. Effective learning materials must therefore scaffold new knowledge by providing scaffolding structures. This involves breaking down information into manageable chunks and gradually increasing complexity over time. Failing to manage this process can lead to cognitive exhaustion, rendering deep understanding impossible. Consequently, educators are advised to prioritize clarity of structure over sheer volume of content. Question 1. What is the primary limitation discussed in relation to learning? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the limited capacity of working memory. Notice how this question directs you away from discussing syntax or jargon and focuses solely on the core mechanism, the memory limit. This requires a quick scan for limiting terms like capacities or limited. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means supportive framework. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is scaffolding. This is a vocabulary check, but it requires context. Don't just look for the root. Read the sentence surrounding the unknown word to deduce its meaning based on the required function. The core skill here is synthesis, moving beyond simply understanding what a text says to being able to articulate its meaning in your own voice. Think of it as building an intellectual bridge between the page and the speaking moment. This process requires active processing. You are not just absorbing data, you are transforming it into usable knowledge. When transitioning insights, focus on identifying the core argument and the supporting evidence stream. Instead of reciting facts, structure your response around causality. Because of X, reading insight, we can conclude Y, spoken response. Many students confuse comprehension with articulation. Comprehension is passive, your brain processes the words. Articulation is active, you are assembling them on the spot. Always practice paraphrasing aloud, even if you think no one is listening. This builds the necessary muscle memory for spontaneous speech. Here are 4 examples. While experts debate causation, longitudinal data consistently links early exposure to literacy with higher academic attainment. Thesis statement, primary claim. When you mark a thesis statement like this, don't just underline it. Mentally rephrase it into a direct conversational assertion. The evidence strongly suggests that initial reading skills are foundational for later educational success. This shift makes the point immediately accessible to an audience. However, socioeconomic factors often mediate this correlation, requiring supplementary support. Now to argument limitation. A good speaker doesn't ignore counterpoints. When you spot a limitation, prepare your spoken response to acknowledge it, first using phrases like, while some argue X, we must also consider Y. This shows nuanced thinking. The concept of cognitive load suggests that excessive information can overwhelm the working memory. Key definition concept. For academic concepts, your goal in speaking is simplification. Instead of repeating the jargon, define it simply for your listener. For example, you could say, cognitive load essentially means giving someone too much information at once. This makes the complex idea instantly relatable. Therefore, interventions should prioritize sustained, spaced learning modules over intensive, single-session tutoring. Conclusion, actionable takeaway. When you read a conclusion, the goal is to extract the so what. Don't just repeat the recommendation, explain why it's the best approach. Use strong transition words like consequently or this suggests that to frame your spoken advice. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding, transitioning, reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills helps you communicate more effectively. When you master transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 2 common mistakes. Some learners say, I am confused about transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. The better way to say this is, I am confused about transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. The adjective needs the EED ending here because it describes how you feel, not what you are. Some learners say, she don't know. Transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. The better way to say this is, she doesn't know, transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. With she, we must use doesn't instead of don't. This is one of the most common errors in English. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute rule. After reading any academic section, force yourself to summarize the entire point aloud in exactly 2 minutes. This technique builds time pressure resilience. Speaking under a strict time limit forces you to trim unnecessary filler and only keep the absolute core ideas, mimicking real-life performance demands. Paraphrase chains. Take one sentence from a complex text and rephrase it 3 different ways: simple, academic, casual. Being able to shift your register is vital. By practicing multiple versions of the same idea from highly formal to very simple, you ensure that you can adapt your tone successfully no matter who hears you. The why deep dive. For every claim you identify, immediately ask yourself, why is this true? And answer the question out loud. This moves you beyond mere summary into critical analysis. When questioned about a concept, always follow up with the underlying cause or implication to demonstrate deep mastery of the subject matter. Pre-script linking phrases. Memorize and pre-plan phrases like, a key takeaway here is, or, to elaborate on that point. These phrases don't add content, but they boost your rhetorical confidence immensely. They give you a moment to collect your thoughts without sounding awkward, making your speech sound more structured and authoritative. Self-correction is more than just rereading. It's a metacognitive process. It means pausing after completing a task to critically evaluate your own work and thought process. Instead of assuming you got the answer right, you actively challenge your initial conclusions. Think of it as an internal quality control mechanism for your intelligence. This skill turns passive review into active diagnosis. When we talk about metacognition, we are really talking about thinking about our own thinking. The goal here is to move beyond simply recalling information and start evaluating the quality of that recall. By making self-correction a habit, you build a powerful layer of scrutiny around your academic performance. Here are 5 examples. Did I answer the exact question asked? Scope check. A common mistake is answering a related but different point. Always look for signal words like specificallys or most, as these narrow the focus. Your review shouldn't just validate your answer, it must confirm its precision relative to the prompt. Does this conclusion flow logically from the evidence presented? Causality check. Be wary of logical leaps. Sometimes we connect 2 ideas simply because they are both true in the passage. A strong self-correction requires you to map out a clear, undeniable path from premise to conclusion. Have I considered alternative viewpoints or assumptions? Bias check. This technique forces you to adopt the perspective of an opponent or a skeptic. By actively seeking counter-arguments, you strengthen your own reasoning and identify potential blind spots in your logic. Is there any ambiguity I overlooked? Definition check. Ambiguity often lies in key terms or loaded language. If a passage uses a word with multiple meanings, stop and confirm which definition is necessary for the context. Don't assume the meaning, verify it. Does my answer conflict with another part of the text? Internal consistency check. Sometimes we treat different parts of a passage as isolated facts. A thorough self-check requires you to read your chosen evidence against every other piece of information to ensure total internal harmony. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Counteracting confirmation bias. Our brains naturally favor information that confirms what we already believe. This is perhaps the biggest hurdle in critical thinking. Confirmation bias makes us unconsciously scan for evidence supporting our first hypothesis while ignoring contradictory data. Self-correction forces you to pause and actively hunt for that opposing view. Combating cognitive fatigue. When we are deep in a task, our concentration wanes, leading to careless errors. The human mind processes information in waves. By building structured review steps, you engage different parts of your brain for the second pass. This mental shift helps refresh your focus and catch simple mistakes that fatigue usually allows slip through. Improving working memory retention. The act of explaining or articulating an answer solidifies memory pathways. simply reviewing the correct answer isn't enough. You must verbally summarize why it is correct and why the alternatives are wrong. This effortful retrieval process dramatically improves long-term retention. Let's explore the topic of the art of self-correction, efficiently double-checking answers for common errors. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding the art of self-correction, efficiently double-checking answers for common errors deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2 passes system. First pass, focus only on comprehension. Second pass, focus only on identifying weaknesses and ambiguities. Do not try to read for both meaning and flaws at the same time, as this splits your focus. By compartmentalizing review, you dedicate intense attention to finding errors rather than just confirming knowledge. Verbalize your reasoning. Before writing down or selecting an answer, whisper out loud, "I believe X because of Y." Saying your reasoning aloud engages motor skills and auditory memory, making the process more effortful. This extra cognitive load is precisely what prevents you from accepting a superficially correct but flawed conclusion. Time box your review. Allocate 10 to 15% of your total time specifically for the self-correction process. Treating review as an afterthought is a critical error. You must proactively build this stage into your study schedule. By setting a dedicated time budget, you make it feel mandatory, not optional. Teach it to someone else. The absolute best test of understanding is teaching the concept or strategy to a peer. Teaching forces you into the role of expert, which requires organizing all your thoughts into clear, teachable steps. If you struggle to explain it simply, you haven't truly mastered it yet. Writing a high-scoring Task 2 essay requires moving beyond simply stating an opinion. You must develop sophisticated arguments that explore complexity. This means anticipating counter-arguments and integrating them into your discussion. Advanced writing uses concession acknowledging points of opposition before refuting them. Furthermore, every point needs deep support explaining the why and the how, not just the what. Remember, Band 8 and above demand intellectual engagement with the topic itself. Don't just list reasons, connect them using causality. Think of your essay as a conversation where you challenge assumptions, making your ideas feel well-researched and deeply considered. Here are 4 examples. While proponents argue that remote work increases flexibility, the erosion of institutional culture and spontaneous collaboration severely hinders long-term corporate cohesion. Effective use of concessive language, while XY remains true. This sentence is powerful because it doesn't ignore the opposition, it incorporates it. By using while, you show nuance, making your final critique the erosion of culture much more credible. To mitigate these risks, governments should implement targeted subsidies for localized infrastructure, ensuring that economic activity remains decentralized and sustainable. Provides a specific, actionable solution with clear scope. Excellent problem solution writing requires more than just saying solve it. This example specifies who must act, governments, and how they should act, targeted subsidies. Giving the argument weight. The primary fault in this assumption is that correlation often masks true causation. Improved funding may simply coincide with better academic results, not cause them. Highlights logical fallacy critique, correlation versus causation. This demonstrates critical thinking by challenging the premise itself. Instead of merely disagreeing, you educate the reader on why the original argument is flawed logically. Therefore, while technological advancements offer undeniable efficiencies, they must be paired with comprehensive retraining programs to prevent widening socioeconomic divides. Synthesis, balancing pros and cons into a balanced conclusion recommendation. This is the ultimate sign of maturity in writing. You avoid taking an extreme stance, instead advocating for a necessary balancier nuanced middle ground that shows comprehensive understanding. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, WW3, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, W23, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, W2, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, W2. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Because climate change is happening, we must stop all cars immediately. Strong. While the severity of climate change necessitates action, a complete ban on personal vehicles would cause severe economic disruption and fail to address underlying industrial issues. The initial mistake is presenting an oversimplified either-or choice. The correction uses concession to avoid extremes, suggesting a more balanced policy approach that acknowledges real-world constraints. Weak. Many people argue for mandatory vaccinations because they are good for the community. Strong. Advocates for mandatory vaccination primarily cite herd immunity and public health stability, arguments which carry significant weight in epidemiological planning. The weakness here is repetition. The strong version replaces vague phrases like good for with sophisticated technical language such as herd immunities and epidemiological planning. This demonstrates subject-specific knowledge. Weak. Money problems are bad, so governments should print more money. Strong. Inflationary measures, while addressing immediate cash shortages, risk devaluing currency and exacerbating long-term economic instability. This is a classic mistake, suggesting an obvious solution without considering the consequences. The improved version introduces counter-evidence, the risk of inflation, which shows you understand complex economic trade-offs. Here are 4 ways to practice. The warranting technique. For every point you make, ask, what evidence proves this? Don't just state the idea, provide a supporting mechanism or example. This is crucial for moving beyond personal opinion. When planning, physically write down the specific piece of data, statistic, or conceptual link that backs up your main point. The counter-argument map. Dedicate a section during outlining to list 2-3 opposing views. Then, dedicate equal time to refuting them. Do not wait until the conclusion to address opposition. Mapping these counterpoints early ensures they are integrated smoothly into your body paragraphs, giving your essay intellectual momentum. The impact chain method. Don't stop at point A. Ask, what is the consequence of point A and what is the consequence of that consequence? This forces you to build depth through causality chains. Instead of just stating a problem, trace its ripple effects across social, economic, and environmental spheres for maximum impact. Academic vocabulary register. Keep a list of sophisticated transition phrases related to disagreement, e.g., conversely, nevertheless, albeit. These are not just linking words, they signal a shift in intellectual perspective. Using them correctly demonstrates high proficiency and sophistication in argument structure. Advanced essay mapping is not just outlining, it's about creating a logical escalation of ideas across 3 tiers, the macro-level structure, the micro-level topic sentence, and the supporting evidence. The key rule here is maintaining argumentative momentum. Your introduction must clearly establish your scope. The body paragraphs must each tackle one distinct point while linking back to the main thesis. And the conclusion must synthesize these points without introducing new information. For IELTS, mapping ensures you achieve high coherence scores by demonstrating structural mastery. When we talk about logical escalation, think of it like a funnel. Your introduction is broad, narrowing down to your specific argument. Your body paragraphs maintain this focused intensity, and the conclusion widens out again to leave the reader with a final overarching thought. Use transitional phrases that signal these shifts in focus to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. The rapid rise of remote work has fundamentally altered urban planning. Firstly, it reduces the need for centralized office spaces. Secondly, it disperses economic activity into residential areas, Consequently, cities must reevaluate infrastructure to support localized commerce and community hubs. Effective cause-effect mapping, clear progression from problem, remote work to immediate effect, reduced offices to ultimate solution, revising infrastructure. Notice how this example doesn't just list points, it shows a chain reaction. The transition words, firstly, secondly, consequently are doing heavy lifting by guiding the reader through the logical sequence of causes and effects. While some argue that mandatory uniforms stifle individuality, others point out the significant financial relief for parents. Moreover, standardized dress codes eliminate status symbols based on expensive fashion trends, promoting equity among students. Balanced comparison mapping, it acknowledges the counter-argument but pivots smoothly to reinforce the primary thesis using moreover. This is a perfect model for concession and rebuttal. The structure allows you to show complexity. You acknowledge one side, then immediately use strong transitional markers like moreovers to deepen your own argument. Addressing climate change requires global cooperation across multiple sectors. Governments must enforce stricter emission standards, while industries need to invest heavily in green technology. Ultimately, individual behavioral changes, such as reducing consumption, reinforce these systemic shifts. Layered solution mapping. It systematically addresses different levels of action, government, industry, individual, demonstrating a comprehensive scope. The strength here is the systematic approach. By moving from macros policy changes to micros behavioral ones, you demonstrate that your argument is holistic and considers all necessary stakeholders. Digital literacy has become indispensable in modern society. It enables economic participation through online markets and facilitates educational access previously limited by geography. Therefore, mandatory digital education must be integrated into primary curricula worldwide. Thesis-driven mapping. The argument builds a cumulative case for a single required outcome, mandatory curriculum. This is highly persuasive because the evidence accumulates steadily. Each sentence provides a reason why digital literacy matters, building pressure until the conclusion. The mandatory curriculum feels like the only logical step. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should spend money on public transport. It is good for the environment and it helps people get to work. Investing in robust public transportation networks offers multifaceted environmental and economic benefits, substantially reducing individual carbon footprints while enhancing workforce mobility across major urban centers. Using precise vocabulary and expanding general points into specific claims enhances academic tone. The difference here is moving from stating an opinion to providing a detailed, specialized claim. Strong writing uses sophisticated verbs and nouns to make the argument sound authoritative. Students should read more books because it makes them smarter. Engaging with diverse literature nurtures critical thinking skills by exposing students to varied perspectives, thereby significantly expanding their intellectual vocabulary and depth of understanding. Focusing on the mechanism, how an idea works, rather than just stating a benefit. Don't just say something is good, explain why it is good. Instead of smarter, we specified nurturing critical thinking skills. This shows depth of knowledge. Traffic congestion is bad because people are late and the air gets dirty. Severe traffic congestion represents a cascading problem, impeding productivity by causing significant delays while simultaneously contributing to dangerous levels of airborne pollutants in metropolitan areas. Connecting 2 separate ideas, lateness and pollution, into one single complex cause and effect claim. The key structural improvement is linking the negative impact of congestion. It's not just slow. It's a cascading problem. This elevates the writing from simple observation to sophisticated analysis. Technology has changed how we communicate, and this is good because we can talk to people far away. While technology has dramatically globalized communication channels, allowing instantaneous connection across geographical boundaries, it simultaneously necessitates a re-evaluation of face-to-face interaction quality. Using while or although to introduce nuance and complexity rather than simple agreement. The strongest academic writing rarely takes an absolute stance. By using the word simultaneously, you show that your argument is nuance edit, has both positive outcomes and critical drawbacks. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, too definitive. Many people believe that physical exercise is the best way to improve mood. It releases endorphins and makes you feel happy. Strong, balanced, nuanced. While physical activity, such as jogging or swimming, stimulates the release of endorphins, leading to measurable improvements in mood regulation. Other factors like structured sleep also play a vital role. The common mistake here is being too dogmatic. Instead of making an absolute claim that exercise is the best, weigh a strong essay acknowledges other contributing elements, creating a more balanced and complex argument. Weak, overly simplistic. To solve poverty, we need money from governments. We must give handouts to the poor people. Strong, systemic structural focus. Addressing systemic poverty requires not only governmental financial aid, but also structural reforms in education and job creation, ensuring self-sustainability rather than dependency. This correction moves the argument away from quick fixes or charity. By using words like systemic and structural reforms, you show that your proposed solutions are deep, lasting changes rather than mere remedies. Weak, vague, emotional. Global warming is bad for us because it causes floods and raises sea levels. We must do something about it. Strong, formal, impactful. The accelerating phenomenon of global warming poses severe existential threats, manifested through intensified extreme weather events and irreversible sea level rise, demanding immediate and concerted international policy action. Notice the shift in tone. Replacing emotive words like bad with academic phrases like poses severe existential threats immediately raises your lexical resource score and makes the argument sound more objective. Here are 4 ways to practice. The thesis statement funnel. Draft the general statement first, the funnel opening, then narrow it down to your precise, debatable claim, the bottleneck. This ensures focus. When drafting your thesis, visualize the argument as having 3 essential components: the topic, your stance, and the scope. If you can't include all 3, your statement is likely too vague or too broad. Mapping into paragraph links. Before writing, write down 3 to 4 explicit transitional topics, T1, T2, T3. These are the internal subjects that link one body paragraph to the next. Don't wait until you start writing to think about transitions. By pre-mapping these pivots, you force yourself to maintain a continuous line of reasoning throughout your entire essay. The "so what?" test. After writing any point, ask, "So what does this prove about my main thesis?" If the answer is unclear, the paragraph needs structural tightening. This critical self-check ensures that every single sentence serves a direct purpose. It prevents digressions and keeps your argument razor-sharp and highly focused. Conclusion, synthesis, mapping. Do not summarize, synthesize. Instead, map out the 3 main takeaways or implications of your argument that haven't been stated yet. Synthesis means showing how your points interact with each other. It's the big picture. Think about what happens next after your arguments are proven true. A strong argument isn't just a statement, it's a structure. To build that structure, we rely on 3 major support pillars: specific examples, verifiable evidence, and logical hypotheticals. Examples ground your claims in relatable situations. Evidence provides the necessary factual weight, such as statistics or expert quotes. Finally, hypotheticals allow you to test boundaries by asking, what if? This combination moves your argument from mere opinion to compelling reasoning. Think of these 3 tools not as separate items, but as interlocking gears in a machine. An isolated claim is weak, but when you show how an example relates to evidence and then extrapolate that relationship using a hypothetical scenario, you build an undeniable logical chain for your listener or reader. Here are 5 examples. For instance, when implementing remote work policies, many companies reported a measurable increase in employee morale. Using specific examples. Notice how the phrase, for instance, immediately signals to the reader that you are moving from a general idea to a concrete, real-world scenario. This is much stronger than simply saying like, because it establishes a formal argumentative tone. According to a 2022 World Economic Forum report, the global market for renewable energy grew by 15% last year. presenting verifiable evidence. The key here is citation. You must tell your audience where that statistic came from, even if you only mention the source generally. Credibility hinges entirely on the apparent reliability of your supporting data. If we were to restrict access to public libraries, what would happen to community education resources? Posing a hypothetical scenario. Hypotheticals are powerful because they force the audience to think critically and engage with possibilities. Always frame them as questions or conditional statements using if or were. This engages their intellectual curiosity. The shift in agricultural practices toward vertical farming is a prime example of sustainable development, blending examples and techniques. Excellent argumentation often blends these tools. Here, vertical farming acts as the concrete example, which then supports your larger claim about sustainability. Look for opportunities to combine two techniques in one single thought. Should a country not invest heavily in public transport infrastructure, the economic consequences could include chronic traffic congestion and lost productivity. Hypothetical consequence. This example uses negative framing, which is highly persuasive. Instead of just saying what should happen, you warn them about what will go wrong if they don't adopt your viewpoint, creating a sense of urgency. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Adds credibility and weight. Facts supersede opinions. When you provide evidence, you are essentially borrowing the credibility of a third party, a reputable study, an expert body, or verifiable dataset. This makes your argument feel objective rather than merely subjective. Increases audience engagement. Relatable scenarios keep readers hooked. People remember stories and vivid images much better than abstract ideas. Using a well-placed example allows your audience to visualize the concept, making them emotional and intellectual participants in your argument. Preempts counter-arguments. Thinking several steps ahead. By introducing hypotheticals or potential challenges before your opponent does, you show that you have considered the topic from every angle. This positions you as a thought leader and makes your final conclusion much harder to refute. Let's explore the topic of argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline first, elaborate second. Before writing a single sentence, map out where your evidence and examples will go. Do not write in a free-flowing manner. Treat your essay outline like a blueprint. Each section must clearly label which techniques or will be used to support that specific point. Use signposting language. Employ clear transition phrases. For instance, this is corroborated by, and consider the case where. Signposting language acts like road signs for your reader. Phrases such as furthermore or to illustrate this point guide them smoothly through your complex logical arguments, ensuring they never get lost. The rule of specificity. Avoid vague qualifiers, names, dates, and numbers add power. Instead of saying many people, try to say urban workers in North America. Instead of some data, name the study or the year. The more specific you are, the more trustworthy your argument sounds. Practice combining techniques. Challenge yourself to support one core idea using all 3 methods. The ultimate goal is integration. Take a simple claim and write 3 supporting sentences, 1 example, 1 piece of evidence, and 1 hypothetical conclusion. This deep practice will make the technique second nature. Grammatical variety means avoiding a repetitive sentence pattern. For high scores in IELTS writing, you must demonstrate control over multiple complex structures. This involves skillfully using relative clauses, subordinating conjunctions, and participial phrases. The goal is to make your writing flow seamlessly while maintaining academic sophistication. Think of it as building an elaborate house with varied architectural styles. When examiners assess grammatical range, they are looking for evidence that you can manipulate structures naturally. Don't just throw in a complex word, use a complex S-sentence structure to carry the meaning. Varying your sentence beginnings, starting with conjunctions or prepositional phrases, an immediate way to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. Although renewable energy sources have greatly improved, the reliance on fossil fuels remains a significant global challenge. Effective use of subordinating conjunctions, although this immediately establishes a nuanced contrast. Notice how although sets up a concession. By structuring your sentence this way, you show that 2 things coexist, the improvement and the ongoing problem adding depth to your argument. Students who dedicate time to reading varied literature often develop a deeper understanding of complex social dynamics. Using who relative clauses. This allows you to provide descriptive information about the subject without starting a new sentence. Relative clauses are excellent for adding detail and academic weight. They allow you to condense 2 simpler thoughts into one sophisticated, flowing unit. Having witnessed rapid urbanization, many agricultural communities struggle with maintaining their traditional livelihoods. Beginning with the participial phrase, having witnessed. This opens the sentence dynamically by setting up the cause or circumstance first. Starting with a participle like having immediately makes your writing sound proactive and sophisticated. It foregrounds the context before presenting the main subject and verb. The government must intervene in unregulated markets, thereby ensuring fair opportunities for small businesses. Using a resultative phrase, thereby ensuring. This shows clear cause and effect relationships within a single sentence. When you use phrases like therebys or consequently, you are not just stating 2 facts, you are establishing a logical link between them. This elevates the rhetorical power of your writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. The population increased last year. This is due to better medical care. Due to improvements in global medical care, the population saw a noticeable increase last year. Starting with a cause-reason phrase, prepositional phrase, this immediately shifts the focus and improves flow. Compare how much stronger the second sentence feels. By front-loading the reason using due to, you guide the reader's attention right away, creating an academic, analytical tone. Governments should invest in education. Education is key for future economic growth. Investing heavily in education is crucial because it forms the foundation of sustained economic growth. Using because to combine 2 simple sentences into one strong cohesive structure. But in pressed, the weak version presents 2 separate statements. The strong version uses a subordinating conjunction like because, which grammatically links the ideas and makes the writing feel much more integrated. Pollution is bad for health. This affects many citizens who live near factories. Citizens living near industrial complexes who are frequently exposed to pollution face significant health risks. Using a relative clause who to embed descriptive details about the subject. The key here is embedding. Instead of making citizens the topic and then starting a new sentence with them, we use a relative clause to describe them within the main flow. People need to change habits. Changing habits requires education. Changing detrimental habits necessitates widespread public awareness campaigns that educate the general populace. Using advanced vocabulary and complex noun phrasing, nominalization. This shows lexical resource alongside grammatical range. Sometimes, complexity comes not just from grammar, but from word choice. Transforming simple verbs into nouns like changing to necessitates campaigns, greatly boosts your academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Comma splice choppy logic. The economy grew rapidly. It was because of technological advances. Single, integrated sentence. Technological advancements were the primary driver behind the economy's rapid growth. A common mistake is using 2 separate sentences when a single structure would be more elegant. By embedding because of into the main sentence, you create a causal link that reads much more smoothly. Comma splice, faulty coordination. Many students studied hard for the exam, they still found it difficult. Subordinating conjunction phrase. Despite studying diligently for the exam, many students found the difficulty level overwhelming. A comma splice is one of the most frequent errors. Remember that you cannot simply join two independent clauses with only a comma. You need a strong subordinating structure like despite or although. Vague phrasing. The government plans to improve infrastructure, which will help reduce traffic jams. Resultative adverbial phrase thereby. The government plans to improve infrastructure, thereby helping to mitigate severe urban congestion. Using which will helps is grammatically acceptable but weak. Replacing it with a phrase like thereby helping to mitigate immediately sounds more formal and authoritative, boosting your vocabulary range. Here are 4 ways to practice. The front load technique. Start sentences with a prepositional phrase or an adverbial clause. This immediately signals complexity and advanced structure. When revising your draft, specifically look at the first 5 words of every paragraph. Can you start them differently? Beginning phrases like, in contrast to, or following recent studies, instantly elevate the tone. The structure swap. Identify simple statements and manually convert them into complex ones using subordinators, e.g., because, while, or though. This is a targeted revision exercise. Take any 2 related ideas you wrote, say, rain fell. The traffic stopped, and force yourself to combine them using, because the rain was falling, the traffic stopped. The participial phrase, draft. Review your body paragraphs and look for areas where a preceding action can be condensed into a participle phrase. Think about actions that happen concurrently with the main subject. Instead of saying, he analyzed the data and he found, try streamlining it to, analyzing the data, he found. This makes your writing sharper. The parallelism check. Ensure any list or sequence of related ideas maintains perfect grammatical balance, noun-verb gerund. While parallelism is about consistency, it also contributes to structural variety. If you use studying, the next item should not suddenly be and writing, it must be and writing in a parallel form. Sophistication in vocabulary doesn't mean using the longest words, it means choosing the most precise word for your intended meaning. When writing or speaking at an advanced level, precision is paramount. We must move beyond general adjectives like goods or basic nouns that lack specific scope. Learning these nuanced terms will allow you to paint a much clearer and more academic picture with every sentence. The key takeaway here is precision over sheer length. Instead of saying something was really bad, for example, an advanced vocabulary choice might let you explain why it was bad. Was it chaotic? Was it detrimental? Focus on understanding the subtle shades of meaning these new words carry. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. Think of ubiquitous when you feel something is impossible to avoid. It's everywhere, all the time. A common mistake is using this word for just common. It implies a sense of inescapable presence across a wide area or context. The word is ambiguous. Say it again, ambiguous. If something is vague, it might just be poorly worded. But ambiguous suggests the text or situation allows for multiple interpretations, even if those meanings are equally plausible. This is crucial in legal and academic writing. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. When you use mitigate, remember that it's always about reducing severity or impact. You don't eliminate something entirely, you lessen its force. This is a perfect verb for discussions on policy and environmental science. The word is dichotomy. Say it again, dichotomy. A dichotomy is more than just a difference. It specifically refers to 2 opposing elements that form a single, contrasting whole. You often see this in literature when examining contrasts like good versus evil. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. While ubiquitous means being everywhere, pervasive often describes something abstract, like a feeling, smell, or influence that slowly spreads through an atmosphere. It has a slightly more intangible quality. The word is conundrum. Say it again, conundrum. Use conundrum when the solution isn't just hard, but seems logically impossible to solve with current knowledge. It carries a sense of intellectual puzzle or perplexing mystery. Here are 5 examples. The influence of social media is now so ubiquitous that it shapes daily communication patterns. Ubiquitous, adjective. Notice how ubiquitous immediately establishes the scope. It's not just present sometimes, it defines modern life. This phrasing elevates your descriptive writing instantly. The politician's statement was highly ambiguous, leading reporters to debate its true meaning for hours. Ambiguous, adjective. Using highly ambiguous suggests the ambiguity is significant and difficult to parse. When writing about rhetoric or politics, this word shows you understand the layers of implied meaning. New legislation was passed specifically to mitigate the severe economic fallout predicted by experts. Mitigate, verb. Remember that mitigate is an action taken against a negative force. You are actively working to lessen damage, which makes it perfect for policy discussions. The film explores the dichotomy between nature and technology in contemporary society. Dichotomy, noun. If you were writing an essay, framing your argument around a dichotomy immediately gives your paper structure and academic weight. It tells the reader exactly what opposing forces you are analyzing. A pervasive sense of urgency gripped the committee as they faced the sustainability conundrum. Pervasive, adjective, conundrum, noun. Here we see 2 words working together. The pervasive feeling builds tension around the difficult conundrum, creating a highly sophisticated image for your reader. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, ambiguous. Compare it with vague. Source of unclear meaning. While both mean unclear, vague usually means the information is simply lacking detail. However, if a statement is deliberately or structurally open to multiple readings, ambiguous is the much stronger and more academic choice. First, mitigate. Alleviate or alleviate. Type of lessening, physical versus abstract. Both mean to ease something, but mitigate often applies to risks, damage, or negative conditions. Alleviate, however, is frequently associated with physical pain, suffering, or emotional distress. First, ubiquitous. Compare it with pervasive. Scope of spread, physical versus atmospheric. This pair is tricky. Ubiquitous suggests physical presence like plastic bottles everywhere. Pervasive describes an invisible reach, like the pervasive influence of debt or media. First, dichotomy. Compare it with spectrum. Opposite ends versus gradual range. Never use a spectrum when the contrast is absolute. That implies gradation. Use dichotomy only when you are arguing between 2 mutually exclusive opposing poles. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Grouping words that naturally go together. Example, pervasive anxieties or mitigate risk. Don't just memorize single definitions, memorize the natural pairings. When you learn a word like mitigate, immediately write down things it collocates with, such as risk, damage, and impact. This makes your speech sound much more native. Contextual guessing. Predicting the meaning based on surrounding text. Ask, what kind of word is needed here? Noun, verb. When you encounter an unknown sophisticated word, don't panic and look it up immediately. Instead, read the entire sentence and try to predict its function. Is it causing something? Is it describing a state? This deepens your understanding of usage. Repetition. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals over time. This is the most effective memory technique. Don't cram definitions the night before a test. Review these 6 words today, then again in 3 days, and finally next week to truly cement them into your active vocabulary. Active replacement. Intentionally swapping basic words for advanced ones during writing. When you write a draft, highlight every simple word like big, bad, or many. Your goal is to force yourself to replace those common fillers with the more sophisticated options we learned today. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The debate over artificial intelligence presents a profound conundrum. While the potential benefits are undeniable and increasingly ubiquitous in our daily lives, there is also a pervasive fear of job displacement. Governments must act quickly to mitigate this risk, acknowledging that the dichotomy between technological advancement and human employment requires careful legislative thought. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a confusing problem. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conundrum. If you can identify conundrum here, it shows you grasp the overall tone of intellectual difficulty. It perfectly frames the seriousness of AI governance. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing a modern issue. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the pervasive use of deepfakes is an ethical conundrum that lawmakers have yet to fully address. Notice how I combine pervasive and conundrum. This practice technique forces you to build complex ideas using the new vocabulary, moving beyond simple definition recall. Cohesive devices are the linguistic tools that act like glue in your writing. They don't just link sentences, they establish a precise relationship between ideas. Understanding these transitions helps you guide your reader smoothly from one thought to the next. Mastering them moves your writing beyond simple description and into sophisticated argumentation. Instead of viewing linking words as mere punctuation, think of them as intellectual signposts for your reader. They tell the writer's voice where they are going. Logically, are we adding information? Are we stating a contradiction? This level of precision is what elevates writing from competent to truly academic. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is moreover. Say it again, moreover. This word is perfect for adding supporting evidence without sounding repetitive. It signals that you are building upon an existing point. Remember that moreover generally adds support, not contrast. The word is consequently. Say it again, consequently. Consequently establishes a clear chain of cause and effect. If you can identify the primary cause in your argument, using this word will demonstrate that specific logical connection to the outcome. The word is furthermore. Say it again, furthermore. While similar to moreover, furthermore sometimes carries a slightly more formal academic weight. Both are used for additive support, but using them interchangeably can make your prose sound less varied. The word is, hence. Say it again, hence. Use hence when you are summarizing premises and then stating the undeniable conclusion. It implies that the preceding evidence necessitates the next statement, giving your argument a strong sense of finality. The word is, nevertheless. Say it again, nevertheless. Nevertheless is excellent for acknowledging a weakness but pivoting back to your main point. It shows sophisticated critical thinking by recognizing counterarguments and then overcoming them. The word is conversely. Say it again, conversely. Conversely requires you to have 2 directly opposing ideas or scenarios. It's not just saying but, it demands a structural switch in perspective for maximum impact. Here are 5 examples. The market was saturated with similar products. Moreover, the marketing budget proved insufficient. Moreover, additive support. Notice how moreovers doesn't just add a fact, it adds a reason why the initial problem is even worse. This strengthens the overall narrative by layering problems. The study found significant correlation between diet and sleep quality. Consequently, changes in routine are necessary. Consequently, cause-effect. This structure perfectly mirrors a scientific finding. Cause A leads directly to effect B. Always ensure that the second clause is genuinely a direct result of the first. The initial research was promising. Furthermore, subsequent trials confirmed these early findings. Furthermore, additive support. When furthermore connects 2 related facts, it suggests mounting evidence. It builds momentum and convinces the reader that your point is backed by multiple sources. The critics panned the film. Nevertheless, the audience responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. Nevertheless, contradiction. This contrast creates drama in the text. By using nevertheless, you are signaling that the counter-argument is strong, but your point remains dominant and true. The industrial north was reliant on coal power. Conversely, the coastal areas utilized geothermal energy. Conversely, opposite comparison. This example demands a careful balance. You must set up two parallel structures, A versus band. Use this word to pivot cleanly between them. Let's compare four pairs. Therefore, formal. Causal. Focused on direct logical necessity. Both show results, but therefore often feels like a conclusion drawn from premises listed right before it. Consequently, tends to describe the observable outcome that followed an action. First, however, nevertheless, advanced. Difference in force and formality. However, is versatile but can be casual. Nevertheless, elevates your writing, implying a greater struggle or difficulty before stating the conclusion despite it. First, moreover. Compare it with, furthermore. Use for additive support, subtle difference. While interchangeable in many cases, vary their use to prevent monotony. If you use moreovers early on, try saving furthermores for a stronger point later in the paragraph. First, conversely. In contrast, structural opposition versus balanced comparison. Conversely is best when comparing two mirror image situations or two sides of an equation. In contrast works well when highlighting differences between two distinct groups or categories. Here are 4 ways to practice. The idea flows map. Map your arguments before writing. Before you write a single sentence, physically map out the logical progression of your ideas using these connectors. This prevents you from simply listing facts and ensures every transition serves a clear argumentative purpose. The collocation bank. Write down common pairings. Don't just memorize consequently. Instead, build collocations like heavy traffic consequently delays flights or limited funds furthermore restrict research. Pairing the connector with strong nouns and verbs makes it sound native. The substitution rule. Replace weak conjunctions. If you catch yourself writing too many times, and or but, pause. Force yourself to replace those basic words with one of these advanced connectors like nevertheless or moreover. This single change instantly boosts your vocabulary score. Strategic placement. Don't overuse them. The biggest trap is over-reliance. Treat cohesive devices as punctuation. Marks use them only when the logical relationship between two distinct clauses must be explicitly stated for maximum clarity and impact. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The initial survey showed that the new policy was well received by most demographics. Moreover, early adoption rates were surprisingly high across all sectors. The financial models predicted moderate growth. Consequently, investment in infrastructure increased rapidly. However, a key geographical area lagged significantly behind this trend. Conversely, regions with established rail links saw exponential growth, indicating a strong correlation between existing transport and economic vitality. Question 1. Find the word meaning in additions or further supports. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, moreover. In this context, moreovers is used to stack evidence. It suggests that not only was the policy good, but additionally, the adoption rates were high. This builds urgency and confidence in the claim. Question 2. Use one of the target words, e.g., consequently, in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the heavy rainfall, consequently, caused minor flooding downtown. When constructing your own sentences, think about building a simple cause and effect chain, cause plus, comma plus, connector plus, result. This forces you to maintain the precise logical relationship that consequently describes. A concession clause allows you to acknowledge a point of view that is valid or plausible, even if it ultimately contradicts your main argument. It shows intellectual maturity and balance in your writing. These clauses often begin with phrases like, While it is true that, or although some people argue that, they are not simply stating an opponent's view, they are conceding a point before pivoting back to reinforce your own stronger position. For IELTS, mastering this technique elevates your coherence score significantly because it demonstrates nuanced critical thinking. The key here is the structure of the pivot. You must never just state a counterargument and stop there. Your goal is always to concede, then immediately use sophisticated language to explain why your main point still holds true despite that acknowledged weakness. Here are 4 examples. While increased screen time offers undeniable benefits for remote learning flexibility, the corresponding decline in face-to-face social skills presents a more significant educational risk. The effectiveness lies in the balanced while but structure which acknowledges benefit before pivoting to the greater concern. Notice how we didn't just say screen time is bad. We gave credit for its flexibility first. This measured approach makes your conclusion feel authoritative and trustworthy to the reader. Although some argue that private car ownership reduces emissions by offering personal convenience, public transport infrastructure ultimately mitigates this issue more efficiently on a large scale. Using although and focusing on systemic solutions shifts the debate from individual actions to macro-level policy. This example moves beyond simple disagreement. It systematically critiques the premise of the counterargument by suggesting an alternative, superior solution. It is undeniable that economic growth drives job creation. Nevertheless, this focus often neglects environmental sustainability, leading to long-term resource depletion. Using nevertheless creates a strong formal break. It signals a pivot from acknowledging an undisputed fact to highlighting its flaw. The conjunction nevertheless is extremely powerful for IELTS writing because it establishes a clear contrast between 2 ideas, giving your argument weight. To concede that initial investment in renewable energy can be prohibitive, one must recognize the long-term cost savings and reduced reliance on volatile fossil fuel markets. This structure uses concession to introduce a counterfact, prohibitive, only to immediately dismantle it with deeper evidence, long-term savings. Here, you are not just arguing, you are reframing the economic perspective. You acknowledge the short-term hurdle but prove that the long-term payoff is worth ignoring that initial obstacle. Let's compare 4 pairs. Homework is hard because students have to do it at home. While homework can be burdensome for students, structured assignments are crucial for reinforcing classroom concepts and promoting independent study habits. The strong version elevates the discussion from a complaint, hard, to an academic benefit, reinforcing concepts. The first sentence is too simplistic. The improved version maintains a formal tone while simultaneously shifting focus from the negative feeling of difficulty to the measurable educational gain. Some people think cars are bad for pollution, but public transport also causes emissions. Although it is true that both private vehicles and buses contribute to air pollution, urban planning must prioritize cycling infrastructure to provide a zero-emission alternative. The strong version avoids circular arguments by introducing a third, superior solution, cycling. If you only list 2 problems, your essay feels stuck in an argument loop. A high-scoring response needs to break the cycle by proposing or identifying a better system. Reading books is good, but watching movies is fun and easier. Although cinematic films offer immediate entertainment value, the sustained depth of literature allows for unparalleled exploration of complex human psychology and narrative nuance. The strong version uses elevated vocabulary, sustained depth, unparalleled, to make the counterargument irrelevant compared to its own focus. Never let your concession clause simply list merits. You must use that space to set up a qualitative comparison, proving that intellectual depth outweighs simple enjoyment. Technology changes things fast, so people struggle to keep up. While rapid technological advancement certainly presents challenges in workforce adaptation, proactive government retraining programs are necessary to ensure societal resilience and employment stability. The strong version moves beyond stating a problem, struggle, to proposing a high-level policy solution, retraining programs. When tackling social issues like technology change, your answer must be structural. Pointing to the government or institutional level shows you are thinking at an advanced macro scale. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, informal. But I think education is important because it helps people get jobs. Strong, formal. While access to quality education is never guaranteed, its fundamental role in individual empowerment remains undeniable. The primary mistake here is the overuse of but, which is too conversational for academic writing. Always replace simple conjunctions with formal transitional phrases like however or nevertheless. Weak, choppy. It can be argued that cars are necessary, but pollution is bad. Strong, flowing. The necessity of personal vehicles is often cited. Nonetheless, the detrimental impact of fossil fuel emissions demands immediate and comprehensive policy intervention. A choppy structure reads like a list of disconnected thoughts. The improved version uses semicolons and sophisticated linking words, binding the counterargument to the main point dramatically. Weak, uneven weight. Not everyone agrees that diet is key. Some people prefer exercise only. Strong, balanced authority. Although physical activity is widely promoted for health benefits, nutritional intake remains a foundational pillar of wellness, demanding equal consideration. This mistake occurs when you treat all counter-arguments equally. A strong essay not only mentions the opposing view but explains why that opposition is less significant or incomplete. Here are 4 ways to practice. The acknowledge refutes method. Start by fully acknowledging the strongest point of opposition, the concession. Then spend more time dismantling it than you did discussing it. This is a strategic way to build credibility. By giving the counter-argument full weight and then explaining where its logic fails, you make your own position seem meticulously researched. Use concession pairs. Practice pairing a strong positive idea with an equally strong negative caveat. Example, benefit X is true, but only if condition Y is met. Don't just argue one thing. Show that you understand the complexities of the topic by identifying necessary preconditions or limitations on any given solution. Signal phrases, inventory. Keep a list of advanced signal phrases. Admittedly, whilst it is true that, despite the fact that, or granted that, varying these boosts vocabulary score. Memorizing 5 to 6 sophisticated signposts and integrating them naturally into your writing will instantly make your language sound more academic and proficient. The scope narrowing technique. If the counterargument is too broad, e.g., all technology is bad, narrow its scope down to a specific facet you can demolish. Never let an opponent drag your argument into their general field of attack. By narrowing the focus, you bring the discussion back to a precise point where your unique expertise shines through. Academic writing demands a specific voice, one that is formal, objective, and measured. This register requires us to elevate our vocabulary and syntax beyond casual conversation. Crucially, objectivity means presenting arguments based on evidence or analysis rather than personal feelings or beliefs. We must adopt a detached, scholarly viewpoint throughout the entire essay. Remember, your goal is not to convince the reader that you are right. It is to present a well-researched argument for consideration. The difference between an academic and informal register often comes down to perspective. Instead of saying, I believe, which centers the writer's opinion, try phrasing it impersonally. It can be argued that this immediate shift moves the focus from you, the student, to the idea itself, establishing a genuinely scholarly distance. Here are 4 examples. The correlation between increased screen time and diminished attention spans has been extensively documented by neuroscientists worldwide. Use a strong academic terminology, correlation, diminished, neuroscientists, and passive voice to maintain distance. Notice the use of nominalization, where we turn verbs into nouns like documentation or correlation. This technique makes your prose sound more abstract, scholarly, and less conversational. It signals that you are discussing concepts, not telling a story. Furthermore, the economic implications suggest that policy adjustments regarding carbon emissions must be prioritized globally. Employs formal transition words, furthermore, and focuses on analytical consequences rather than simple facts. Effective academic writing always moves beyond mere description. The use of implications forces you to analyze the meaning or the potential fallout of an idea, which is a higher level of critical thinking. Analysis indicates that while initial market resistance was evident, consumer behavior subsequently adapted to sustainable alternatives. Uses measured verbs, indicates, adapted, and sophisticated phrasing to describe observational data objectively. When describing trends or findings, always use hedging language. Words like suggests, indicates, or appears to be are more accurate than making absolute claims, which strengthens your credibility. The prevailing consensus among educational experts is that integrating practical simulations enhances learning retention across diverse age groups. Focuses on consensus and uses generalized academic sources, educational experts, rather than citing a single unverified source. By referencing the prevailing consensus, you demonstrate familiarity with the broader academic conversation surrounding the topic. This shows breadth of knowledge, which is crucial for achieving high band scores. Let's compare forebears. I think that climate change is a huge problem for the planet. The escalating frequency of extreme weather events necessitates immediate global policy intervention. Replacing personal pronouns I and emotional adjectives huge with objective nouns and formal verbs. The biggest shift here is eliminating, I think. Academic writing must sound like a reasoned argument, not an opinion piece. By focusing on the events and policy, you maintain scholarly distance. If people don't use public transport, it will make traffic really bad. A decline in reliance upon public transportation infrastructure is projected to exacerbate urban congestion exponentially. Elevating vocabulary, exacerbate, decline in reliance, and using sophisticated grammatical structures. Notice how the casual conditional, if people don't use, becomes a formal projection about a decline in reliance. This shows capability with complex sentence structures while keeping the tone academic. Lots of research says that education is really important for poor kids. Empirical evidence consistently suggests that educational access significantly mitigates socioeconomic disadvantages among vulnerable populations. Using precise academic terminology, empirical evidence mitigates socioeconomic instead of vague colloquialisms, lots of research, poor kids. We are upgrading the vocabulary to sound more specialized. Instead of saying something is important for poor kids, we use significantly mitigate socioeconomic disadvantages. This precision is key to academic writing. This proves that technology changes everything about how we live. Technological advancements have irrevocably altered the fundamental paradigms of modern human existence. Replacing informal linking phrases, this proves, with formal transition phrasing and using powerful abstract nouns. The shift from proves to have irreversibly altered adds weight and academic gravitas. The word paradigms is a high-level term that signals deep understanding of the subject matter. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, emotional, informal. It's really clear that warming the globe is bad for animals. Strong, objective, formal. The continued rise in global temperatures presents verifiable threats to various faunal species. First, avoid emotive language like reallys or bad. These words are subjective. By substituting them with neutral verbs and nouns, such as presents, verifiable threats, the tone remains scholarly. Weak, colloquial, vague. Basically, if governments don't step up their game, nothing will change. Strong, formal, precise. Insufficient governmental commitment is likely to impede meaningful progress towards sustainable policy goals. The phrase step up their game is completely conversational. We need technical, formal verbs and nouns like impede, commitment, and progress. This demonstrates a mature grasp of the topic. Weak, sweeping generalization. Everybody knows that eating vegetables helps you stay healthy. Strong, qualified objective, scientific literature consistently suggests that increased vegetable intake correlates positively with improved overall physiological health outcomes. The biggest mistake here is, everybody knows, never make sweeping generalizations. Instead, reference evident scientific literature suggests to ground your claim in verifiable sources, maintaining objectivity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The depersonalization scan. Read your draft specifically looking for first-person pronouns I, we, and personal adverbs. Simply, obviously. Replace these with impersonal structures. When revisioning, treat this scan like a checklist. If you find we argue, immediately rewrite it as, "It is argued that pasta," or "the evidence suggests." This systematic approach quickly pulls your essay back into the academic register. Formal vocabulary upgrade. Keep a list of high-frequency informal words, e.g., big, good, a lot, and their 3 strongest synonyms in an academic context. Don't just use big words for the sake of it. Choose precise ones. If you are struggling with vocabulary, ask yourself, is there a single specialized noun or verb that means what I am trying to say? Precision always beats complexity. The evidence anchors rule. After every major claim, pause and mentally check if you have an implicit or explicit reference point, e.g., data, expert consensus, study. If not, hedge the statement. This strategy forces objectivity. Instead of stating a fact as absolute truth, frame it as a potential finding. It appears that, or research suggests. This manages expectations and strengthens your argument. Varying sentence openings. Avoid starting consecutive sentences with the same subject or transition phrase. Use participial phrases or introductory clauses. Varied syntax prevents monotony and makes you sound more fluent and sophisticated. Instead of listing simple subject-verb-object structures, try leading with a dependent clause to add depth immediately. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that mandatory national service contributes positively to civic responsibility. Others claim it infringes upon individual liberties and career choices. Discuss both views and give your own perspective on the merits of such a policy. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain absolute neutrality when discussing both views before presenting an objective. Well-reasoned personal conclusion. The tone must be balanced and academic throughout all sections. Remember that because you are discussing 2 opposing viewpoints, your language needs to be incredibly careful. You cannot take a side too early. You must use impartial framing devices when summarizing the opposition's arguments. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring the introduction and body paragraphs using sophisticated concession clauses, e.g., while proponents argue X. It is equally necessary to consider Y. A strong attempt immediately establishes this tension with high-level language. By acknowledging the counter-argument's validity before minimizing it, you showcase intellectual maturity hallmark of academic discourse. Writing an argument under time pressure requires more than just good vocabulary. It demands structural discipline. The key skill here is rapid planning and maintaining argumentative focus from the first sentence to the last. You must allocate time not only for writing, but also for reviewing your overall coherence in a limited window. In IELTS, this means producing an essay that meets all criteria: task response, coherence, lexical resource, and grammatical range while operating on a strict clock. It's about maximizing the quality of your sustained argument rather than simply filling space. When you are under time constraints, the biggest mistake is often sacrificing structure for ideas. Instead, focus immediately on building a strong essay skeleton first. By dedicating 3 minutes solely to outlining your 4 main points and transitions, you save yourself valuable writing time later. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology fosters isolation, the documented rise in virtual communities proves otherwise. These platforms allow individuals with niche interests to form deep connections previously impossible due to geography. This example immediately tackles a counter-argument before pivoting to its own strong evidence, showing nuanced thinking in quick transition. Notice how quickly this paragraph moves beyond the simple statement of disagreement. It uses, while some argue, to acknowledge the opposition respectfully, which demonstrates high-level academic discourse management. Furthermore, implementing mandatory recycling programs generates an immediate economic benefit by reducing landfill waste and creating new local markets for recyclables. The use of furthermore signals a clear expansion of the argument, adding concrete details, economic benefits to support the main claim. Excellent academic writing doesn't just state an opinion, it presents actionable evidence. By linking environmental concerns directly to economic gains, the student makes their argument highly sophisticated and multifaceted. To conclude, while behavioral changes are necessary, governmental oversight remains paramount in regulating these complex sectors. The conclusion summarizes without repeating. It synthesizes previous points, behavior change, plus government role into a final, decisive statement. A strong conclusion rarely just restates the introduction. Instead, it provides a sense of closure by synthesizing the main arguments and offering a slightly broader final thought or recommendation. For instance, studies tracking coastal erosion in Southeast Asia show that localized planting efforts yielded significantly better results than large-scale concrete barriers. This example uses specific geographical and scientific details, coastal erosion, Southeast Asia, to ground the argument in reality. Academic writing thrives on specificity. Using proper nouns, regions, or quantifiable data instantly boosts your lexical resource score because it shows you are drawing from specialized knowledge. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding timed practice. Set 1. Argumentative essay construction. Under pressure, W6 helps you communicate more effectively. When you master timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use timed practice. Set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak oversimplification. If we reduce carbon emissions, then the climate will get better. Strong academic tone precision. A verifiable reduction in industrial carbon emissions is statistically correlated with a measurable stabilization of global temperature averages. The weakest mistake is making causal claims too easily. True academic writing requires you to use qualifiers like is correlated with or tends to suggest instead of definite statements. Weak, vague linking. Also, many people agree that we should teach coding in schools. Strong, specific topic focus. Moreover, the integration of computational thinking into primary curricula is increasingly supported by educational research and industry demand. Never use vague linking phrases like alsos or many people agree. Instead, name the specific group or concept you are referencing to. Maintain your authoritative tone. Weak, repetitive, unconvincing. In conclusion, I think that technology is good and we should keep using it. Strong, synthesizing, and nuanced conclusion. Ultimately, while technological advancements present ethical challenges, their unparalleled capacity for global connectivity solidifies their necessity in modern society. A poor conclusion simply restates the thesis. A strong one synthesizes your points by acknowledging complexity. The although or while structure works wonderfully here. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline. After writing a full draft, read it and write down the main idea of every paragraph. This immediately exposes any section that wanders off topic. This is your most powerful editing tool when time is short because it forces you to check for structural integrity. If a paragraph doesn't support the essay's core thesis, cut it ruthlessly. Pre-select vocabulary banks. Before writing practice, write down 10 advanced words and 5 complex phrases related to common topics, e.g., environment, education. Don't try to remember vocabulary during the test. Prime your brain. Keep these banks handy for quick reference during preparation time so they are accessible when you need them most. Focus on topic sentences first. Write only your first sentence of every body paragraph. This ensures that each supporting idea has a clear, argumentative roadmap. The topic sentence is the pillar of your argument. By mastering this, you guarantee to the grader exactly what point that entire paragraph will make, improving clarity immensely. Use time markers for flow. Incorporate sophisticated transitional phrases like consequently, conversely, or notwithstanding frequently. These connectors don't just link sentences, they signal the logical relationship between ideas, cause and effect, contrast, or addition. This dramatically boosts your cohesion score. Self-correction is not just proofreading, it's a metacognitive process. It means viewing your first draft with the critical eye of an examiner. We are moving past simply structuring arguments and focusing on refining tone, precision, and complexity in every sentence. Identifying weaknesses allows you to upgrade general statements into academic insights. The goal here is to develop a habit of scholarly skepticism towards your own writing. When you review your essay, don't just check for commas, challenge the core ideas. Ask yourself, is this claim too broad? Am I using passive language when active voice would be stronger? This critical distance is what elevates a Band 6 effort into a high Band 7 performance. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology erodes social ties, it is more accurate to say that these tools simply necessitate a redefinition of what social interaction means in the modern era. Effective hedging and nuanced language. This avoids absolute statements. Notice how this sentence uses phrases like, it is more accurate to say. Instead of taking a hard stance, the writer hedges their argument. Hedging shows academic maturity because it acknowledges complexity rather than offering simple binary truths. The economic ramifications stem predominantly from regulatory inertia, suggesting that policymakers must preemptively adapt to market shifts. High-level vocabulary and nominalization, ramifications, inertia. This example showcases strong academic register by using abstract nouns. Remember that nominalizing verbs turning actions into concepts, a powerful way to keep your writing formal and intellectual. A failure to invest in green infrastructure will inevitably result in heightened vulnerability to climate-induced economic instability. Strong causal link established with will inevitably result in. When writing about causality, never use weak linking words like because or so. Use strong phrasal verbs and transitional structures such as consequently or. This will invariably lead to for maximum impact. Furthermore, the educational sector should prioritize experiential learning models over rote memorization to truly foster critical thinking skills. Clarity of purpose and strong recommendation using should prioritize. This provides a clear call to action within an academic context. When you make recommendations, don't just say what is wrong, clearly articulate what the solution must look like for the reader to understand your scope. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think cars are bad for the environment because they pollute. Concerns surrounding vehicular emissions suggest that personal transportation contributes significantly to air pollution levels. Replacing colloquialisms with formal, objective phrasing. The key difference here is formality. We replaced many people think with concerns surrounding, which immediately elevates the tone. Always aim to sound like you are reporting on an issue rather than giving your personal opinion. If governments did nothing about pollution, the air quality will get really worse. Should governing bodies fail to implement robust environmental policies, ambient air quality is projected to decline significantly. Using conditional structures and sophisticated verbs for prediction. Look at how will get really worse was changed. We used is projected to decline. This shift from simple future tense to academic prediction sounds much more authoritative and objective. It is important that we teach kids about money so they know how to save. Integrating financial literacy into the curriculum would empower young learners with necessary economic management skills. Focusing on impact, empowerment, rather than just stating importance. Instead of telling a reader something is crows, show them the positive outcome. Using verbs that describe benefit like empowers or foster makes your arguments feel more grounded in policy and theory. Saving time at work is good for companies because they make money. Optimizing workplace efficiency could potentially enhance corporate profitability by streamlining operational processes. Adopting technical, academic jargon related to the field of study. This segment demonstrates how using precise subject-specific vocabulary like operational processes or profitability shows the examiner that you are operating within an expert academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, redundancy, clunky. The reason we need to change is because it is important. Strong, concise, academic. The necessity for change stems from its crucial importance. Students often over-rely on linking phrases like "the reason is because." This structure is technically redundant. Aim to combine the concepts into a single, sophisticated noun phrase. Weak, vague, subject overuse noun. Many people feel that global warming is an issue. Strong, precise terminology, objectivity. The perceived severity of anthropogenic climate change remains a subject of widespread public debate. Stop using general terms like global warming or issue. Use precise, established scientific terminology instead. This instantly boosts your lexical resource score and shows depth of knowledge. Weak, general, unspecific. This idea suggests that we should make things better for everyone. Strong, specific action, academic tone. Consequently, a paradigm shift towards equitable resource management is warranted. The biggest fix here is specificity. Instead of "make things better," name the mechanism of improvement. Equitable resource management. Academic writing thrives on measurable concepts, not vague good intentions. Here are 4 ways to practice. The scope check macro. Did I answer ALL parts of the prompt? Circle every key word in the question and ensure your essay addresses them explicitly. This is where many students lose points, even if their grammar is perfect. Always treat the prompt like a checklist. If it asks for causes and solutions, you must dedicate space to both equally. The idea depth audit mid-level. For every claim, ask yourself, what is the real evidence? Can I provide an example or a counter-argument? Don't let your body paragraphs just list facts. You need depth. If you state a problem exists, immediately follow up by suggesting how we could measure its impact or who would be most affected. The vocabulary swap sentence level. Identify 5 common words like good, bad, important, and challenge yourself to replace them with 3 higher-level synonyms. This is simple but high impact. Keep a running list of low-frequency academic alternatives for the basic adjectives you overuse. Swapping out just a few key words makes your entire essay sound more sophisticated. The flow test paragraph level. Read only the first sentence of every paragraph and the last sentence of every paragraph. Do they create a smooth, logical narrative progression? This test ensures that your essay flows like a conversation between ideas, not just a series of disconnected points. Strong topic sentences are crucial because they act as miniature thesis statements for each paragraph. Beyond just knowing advanced vocabulary and complex grammar structures, success in speaking hinges on how you deliver your ideas. Examiners are listening for a seamless flow, what we call fluency. This doesn't mean never pausing, it means managing those pauses effectively. Sophistication involves deploying discourse markers that signal to the listener precisely how certain or unsure you are about your statement, making you sound thoughtful and nuanced. Remember, true confidence isn't just speaking loudly, it's speaking with measured authority. We want you to move past simple statements and into complex, well-structured arguments. When we discuss fluency here, we aren't talking about speed. Think of it more like rhythm. Our goal is to sound natural, as if you were an educated native speaker giving a thoughtful presentation. Practice linking your ideas not just with "and," but by creating logical bridges between points in your argument. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective, I believe that. Say it again. From my perspective, I believe that. This phrase immediately elevates your contribution by framing it as a personal viewpoint rather than absolute fact. It's useful when you need to sound authoritative but also open to debate. Use this instead of simply saying, "I think." The word is, while I appreciate that point, I must argue that. Say it again. While I appreciate that point, I must argue that. This is a powerhouse phrase for academic discussion. It allows you to acknowledge the speaker's intelligence before pivoting to your opposing view. By validating their point first, your counter-argument feels respectful yet firm. The word is, to elaborate on that dimension. Say it again. To elaborate on that dimension. Instead of just saying "and also," this phrase signals a shift in focus and promises deeper analysis. It tells the listener, wait, I'm not going to stop at my surface level point, prepare for more detail. This is excellent for expanding your discussion. The word is, if I understand correctly, you are suggesting that. Say it again. If I understand correctly, you are suggesting that. This technique is a masterclass in confidence building. It buys you time to think while making the speaker feel heard and understood. It shows excellent listening skills and helps prevent you from answering a question that wasn't actually asked. The word is, it might be worth considering whether. Say it again. It might be worth considering whether. Academic discourse often involves uncertainty. Using it might be worth considering, or similar phrases helps you sound intellectual by acknowledging complexity rather than just presenting a single definitive answer. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's kind of hard to say. It is challenging to make a definitive assessment. Using precise vocabulary, notice the shift from vague fillers like kinda and simple adjectives. Academic language requires substituting these shortcuts with specific, high-level vocabulary that precisely captures your meaning. I guess it's a big problem. Essentially, this issue presents considerable challenges. Formalizing qualifiers and intensifiers. Replacing weak fillers like I guess with stronger adverbs or nouns gives your argument weight. We are aiming to make every word count and sound deliberate. Because of that, we gotta change things. Consequently, it would be imperative that we implement changes. Shifting from contractions and colloquial verbs. Contractions like gotta are fine in casual chat, but in an academic setting, fully spelling out words like must or will maintains a steady, formal rhythm. This signals high competence. Yeah, that's true enough. I wholeheartedly concur with that assessment. Demonstrating measured agreement. Instead of simple affirmative agreement, using phrases like I concur or I agree entirely shows a more sophisticated command of the language. It elevates your response from conversational to persuasive. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid filler reliance. So I think that maybe technology is good. Better, immediate focus. I would argue that while technology presents some risks, its potential benefits are undeniable. The biggest mistake is letting hesitation fillers like or take over your thought process. Instead of filling the pause with a filler sound, replace it with a sophisticated phrase that buys you thoughtful time. Avoid simple conjunctions vocabulary. It's about money and also food because people need these things. Better nominalization and precision. The core requirements are economic stability and adequate sustenance in order to maintain a viable lifestyle. We need to elevate basic nouns and verbs. Instead of just saying money or food, try nominalizing them, turning them into abstract concepts like economic stability. This is a hallmark of advanced speech. Avoid topic drift wandering. I talked about the environment and then I also mentioned cars, but really it's about pollution. Better refocusing and summarizing. While my initial points touched upon environmental degradation and vehicular emissions, the central theme remains global air quality. When you realize you've wandered off topic, do not apologize or draw attention to it. Instead, use a strong transitional phrase that gracefully steers the conversation back to your main argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and analysis. Record yourself answering a prompt. Then listen back specifically for your filler words and moments of hesitation. Treat this like an audit. You are the examiner, listening only for weak spots. Don't focus on vocabulary. Focus solely on smooth transitions between your main ideas. This metacognitive practice is incredibly powerful. IELTS Part 2, Timed Practice. Use a full 2 minutes to describe something complex, focusing only on maintaining linguistic flow and varied structures. This exercise forces you to speak under the time pressure of an actual test. When time is short, your tendency is to revert to comfort zones. Push yourself to use advanced phrasing even when nervous. Advanced shadowing technique. Listen to academic TED Talks or podcasts and repeat not just the words, but the rhythm and intonation of the speaker. Shadowing is excellent for mastering natural speech patterns. Pay close attention to where native speakers pause for emphasis. These are often much shorter than the you might use. Mimicking their rapid pace builds fluency. The 3-point expansion drill. Take any random topic and structure your spontaneous speech around 3 distinct complex points. This forces structural discipline in improvisation. Instead of listing ideas, you must develop point A fully, then use a sophisticated connector to transition smoothly into developing point B. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe the ideal role of technology in modern education. You should cover its impact on accessibility, how it changes traditional teaching methods, and whether personal devices are helpful or distracting. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced view that avoids absolute statements. You must acknowledge both the incredible potential and the inherent drawbacks of technology. The key here is balance. Do not take a side completely. Instead, use concession clauses and nuanced language to show you understand complexity. This demonstrates critical thinking alongside your fluency. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional tenses. If this happens, then it would lead to and modals should, might, could. Using conditionals is the perfect way to sound sophisticated because it allows you to discuss hypothetical outcomes. This demonstrates a structural control over the language that goes far beyond simple statements of fact. Thinking out loud is the practice of verbalizing your internal thought process as you speak. It means that instead of pausing completely when you need a moment to gather your next point, you use conversational phrases to bridge that gap. These phrases are known as discourse markers. Their purpose isn't just to fill silence, they structure your thoughts for your listener. They make your speech sound more spontaneous and thoughtful. Think of these markers less as filler words and more as signposts on a roadmap. They signal to the listener that you are still actively processing information and guiding them through your logic. Mastering this skill instantly elevates your perceived fluency, even if you aren't speaking perfectly every second. Here are 5 examples. I think that's a good idea. To clarify, hesitation. Using I mean is perfect for correcting or refining a thought immediately. It tells the listener, wait, let me rephrase this little bit. This shows critical self-monitoring in real time. When you consider that aspect. Introducing a tangent consideration. Acts as a gentle pause opener. It's less jarring than silence, and it invites the listener to follow your train of thought with you. To be honest, I wasn't expecting that. Stating an opinion, transition. Phrases like, to be honest, or frankly speaking, are excellent for shifting tone or delivering a nuanced point of view. They preface the information with a personal framing statement. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, summarizing, rephrasing. When you feel like your explanation got too complicated, this marker helps you pull back and simplify. It gives the listener a clear signal that a summary or main takeaway is coming next. That said, we also need to consider contrasting, introducing complexity. Markers like that said or however are crucial for academic discussion. They signal that you are about to introduce a necessary counterpoint without shutting down the previous point. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Buying thinking time. They provide a natural cushion to organize your thoughts and select precise vocabulary. This prevents awkward, dead silence. The primary function is simply timing. Instead of freezing up when you lose your train of thought, these phrases act as verbal padding, buying you the few seconds needed to recall a complex word or structure, boosting perceived fluency. Even if you are translating ideas in your mind, using markers makes your speech sound smooth and effortless. You sound less like you are reading notes. Fluency is measured by how continuous your speech sounds to the listener. These markers make the connection between your internal thought and external speech seem seamless. Guiding the listener. They act as signposts, telling the audience exactly where you are in your argument. This makes complex ideas easier to follow. A good speaker doesn't just dump information, they guide it. These markers help create a logical flow, making even abstract or challenging topics accessible and easy for others to track. The key to mastering these markers is variety. You cannot overuse the same phrase like "you knows" or "I mean." Overuse makes you sound unprepared and hesitant, even if it buys time. Instead, categorize your pauses. Use a marker when you are clarifying, when transitioning a topic, or when giving an example. Varying the marker helps convey different types of thought processes. The goal is to make the pause feel intentional, not desperate. If every gap in speech requires like, or, your listener starts to hear the filler more than the content. By using a diverse range of phrases, from "to illustrate this point" to "on the other hand," you demonstrate mastery over the language itself. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prep your transition phrases. Before speaking, jot down 5 strong alternatives for "because" or "in conclusion." Make them sound different from each other. Don't wait until the moment to think of a transition word. Preparation is key here. Having these backups ready means you can deploy them naturally when needed. Embrace imperfection. Understand that occasional pauses and markers are perfectly normal in spoken English. Do not panic if you stumble. When we strive for perfection, we often freeze up completely. Accepting that some stumbles or clarifying phrases are okay takes immense pressure off your speaking performance. Practice topic switching. Drill yourself by shifting between unrelated topics every minute. This forces rapid thought organization and marker deployment. The best way to conquer this skill is through high-speed, varied practice. If you can talk about 3 disparate things back to back and keep your markers varied, you are building real fluency. Record and review. Use voice recording software to capture yourself speaking for 5 minutes straight. Listen specifically for where you went silent. Listening back is invaluable. You will quickly hear the dead air spots those moments where silence occurred that could have been filled by a strategic discourse marker. Paraphrasing is much more than simply replacing a few words with synonyms. It is the skill of restating someone else's ideas or information in your own unique voice and structure. This process allows you to demonstrate that you understand complex concepts rather than just repeating them. When done correctly, it makes your writing sound highly sophisticated and academically mature. Remember, the goal is always clarity while maintaining distance from the original text. Don't confuse paraphrasing with summarizing. A summary condenses main points, but paraphrasing requires you to re-engineer the entire sentence structure or paragraph. Think of it as translating an idea from one language to another. You keep the meaning, but the grammar and flow change completely. Here are 4 examples. Original: climate change necessitates rapid international cooperation. Passive structure to active voice. Notice how we shifted the subject. Instead of saying change needs action, we are stating that nations must act. This active voice immediately makes your writing more dynamic and engaging for the reader. Original: because the economy struggled, job losses increased significantly. Cause-effect to nominalization. Here we changed a causal clause into a noun phrase. We move from stating because X happened to discussing the consequence of X. This formal grammatical structure is excellent for academic writing. Original: the report stated that most citizens felt anxious about rising costs. Reporting verb change. Instead of directly quoting the report statement, we used a more advanced reporting verb. Verbs like suggest, imply, or indicates are far stronger than simply saying said and show nuanced reading comprehension. Original: technology has improved life quality in various ways. General statement to focus scope. The original is too vague. By adding various ways, we limit the scope and make our statement more precise. High-level writing always sacrifices generality for specific, detailed claims. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic integrity and avoiding plagiarism. It is the primary method for integrating external research ethically. If you simply copy definitions or facts, even if you cite them, your writing lacks originality. By paraphrasing, you integrate the information into your own intellectual framework, proving synthesis, demonstrating lexical range. It proves you can access multiple vocabulary options for the same idea. Examiners are looking for evidence that you do not rely on a handful of high-frequency words. The ability to swap out synonyms while keeping the meaning intact is key proof of advanced vocabulary skills. Achieving eloquence and flow. It makes your writing sound less copied and more naturally argued. Good academic prose rarely has repetitive rhythm or sentence patterns. Strategic paraphrasing ensures that every paragraph builds upon the last using varied syntax, creating a smooth, professional reading experience. Paraphrasing involves changing the grammatical architecture of a sentence. Don't just swap nouns for other nouns, change the C parts of speech. If the original uses an adjective, try turning it into a noun and vice versa using nominalization. Also, pay close attention to if the source is highly emotional. Consider toning it down slightly to maintain your objective academic register. Finally, reorganize the flow of ideas within the sentence. Sometimes, starting with the consequence rather than the cause is far more impactful. This advanced technique requires you to think like an editor who has been given a bad draft. When you see a complex idea, don't fix the vocabulary first. Ask yourself, how can I restructure this whole thought? That will lead you to the most natural and sophisticated phrasing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-step rule. Read the chunk of text, cover it up, write down the main idea in your own words, then compare. This active process forces you to retrieve the meaning without seeing the source language. If you can explain it simply in English after covering the original, you are ready to paraphrase it academically. Mapping key concepts. Identify 3 or 4 core concepts before writing anything down. Instead of sentence-by-sentence paraphrasing, focus on mapping out the underlying ideas. This prevents you from getting bogged down in overly detailed language and keeps your focus on high-level conceptual understanding. Using signal phrases. Always introduce paraphrase material with a signal phrase like, according to Smith, or evidence suggests that. Signal phrases are crucial because they formally separate your voice from the source's ideas. They act as linguistic signposts for the reader, making the integration of external knowledge feel smooth and seamless. The revision checklist. After writing a draft, check, did I change 50% of the structure? Is my vocabulary varied? Does it sound like me? Treat paraphrasing as a mandatory revision step. Don't assume you did it well just because you swapped 3 words. Go back and challenge yourself to build an entirely new sentence around that core idea. The point, reason, example, or PRE method is a framework designed to ensure every claim you make in an academic essay is fully supported. First, state your main point clearly. This is your topic sentence. Next, provide the supporting reason, which explains why that point is true. Finally, cement your argument with a specific example or piece of evidence that illustrates the reason in action. This structure moves writing from mere assertion to persuasive academic discourse. Remember that PRE isn't just an outline, it's a logical flow. When you hit the reason part, think about causality the why, and when you get to the example, don't use a generic idea. Make it specific enough that someone could visualize it happening. Here are 4 examples. The primary shift to remote work has significantly boosted employee autonomy. This is because eliminating the daily commute restores valuable time and control over personal schedules. For instance, a survey showed that workers gained an extra hour each day, which they reinvested in hobbies or family care. Highly effective because it follows PRE perfectly. Point autonomy, reason, restored time control, example, survey data. Notice how the transition from reason to examples is seamless. The reason explains the concept, and the example makes that abstract concept utterly concrete for the reader. Investing in public transport systems is crucial for urban sustainability. This is necessary because vehicle emissions contribute heavily to respiratory illnesses within city limits. Consider London's extensive underground network. It moves millions of people daily without creating localized smog pollution. The use of a specific global case study, London, strengthens the argument and adds high-level evidence. Using geographical examples, like citing an actual city or system, elevates your writing from general opinion to informed analysis. Always ask yourself, what specific place can I point to? Education institutions must integrate behavioral economics into their curricula. This is vital because traditional models often fail to account for human irrationality in financial decisions. For example, teaching students about anchoring bias helps them recognize when they are making an emotionally driven purchase rather than a logical one. Excellent use of specialized academic terminology, behavioral economics, anchoring bias that demonstrates deep subject knowledge. Don't be afraid to use complex vocabulary if you can immediately back it up. The key is showing mastery. Defining the term and then explaining its real-world effects achieves this perfectly. Renewable energy sources offer a viable path away from fossil fuels. This shift is driven by global climate regulations which mandate reduced carbon output. For instance, Germany's commitment to Energiewende, or the energy transition, serves as a major model for adopting solar and wind power at scale. This example uses policy and international initiatives, Germany's Energiewende, providing authoritative backing to the point. When addressing global issues, referencing specific policies or national strategies adds immense weight. This shows you have done your research beyond basic textbook knowledge. Let's compare four peers. The government should spend more on green energy. Increased public spending on green energy is essential because it stimulates job growth and reduces long-term carbon dependency. For example, the recent investment in offshore wind farms has created thousands of specialized engineering jobs. Adds a reason job growth and quantifies the impact with an example. The difference here is immense. The weak version is just a plea. The strong version provides a mechanism, the job market, and proof of that mechanism in action. Reading books is good for students. Regular reading significantly enhances critical thinking skills by exposing students to diverse viewpoints and complex narratives. This exposure allows the brain to process varied arguments, a skill necessary when analyzing difficult text or debating policies. Explains how it works, mechanism, rather than just stating that it is good. Instead of simply listing benefits, we need to explain the underlying cognitive process. Saying it enhances skills is weak. Saying it exposes you to diverse viewpoints explains the mechanism. Cities should invest in pedestrian zones. Creating pedestrian-only zones improves urban air quality and encourages physical activity, thereby boosting public health. For example, cities like Copenhagen have seen a measurable decrease in heart disease rates correlated with their extensive network of bike paths and walkable areas. Links the action pedestrian zone to two distinct benefits, air health, and uses data correlation as evidence. Linking multiple positive outcomes like air quality and health makes your argument richer. Using phrases like measurable decrease sounds authoritative. Technology makes life easier for everyone. While technology offers undeniable convenience, its integration into daily life has created new challenges regarding data privacy and digital reliance. For instance, the constant need to carry smart devices raises ethical questions about surveillance and personal information security. Acknowledges a counterpoint, concession, while still providing structured support for skepticism. A very advanced technique is conceding that something is good, but then using PRE to argue why it has a flaw. This shows sophisticated critical thinking. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak vague, climate change is bad for coral reefs because the ocean gets warmer. Strong, specific and causal, elevated sea temperatures threaten coral reefs by triggering mass bleaching events, which occur when corals become stressed and expel their symbiotic algae. This process starves the coral and leads to widespread death. The original statement is merely descriptive. The correction provides a scientific, causal mechanism bleaching events, which is much more persuasive and academically rigorous. Weak general, students should learn coding because it is important for the future economy. Strong, specific application, learning foundational coding skills is vital for modern careers, as automation is rapidly changing job requirements across sectors. For example, Knowing basic Python allows students to analyze data in health and finance, making them more versatile candidates. Moving from the vague important for the economies to naming specific applications like Python in health or finance shows deep understanding and makes the point immediately relevant. Weak, unsubstantiated, governments must regulate social media because misinformation spreads quickly. Strong, evidence-based and scope-defined, government regulation of major platforms is necessary to mitigate the spread of dangerous misinformation, which undermines democratic processes. For instance, studies during recent elections showed that targeted fake news campaigns could significantly alter public voting intentions within weeks. The initial statement is a broad call to action. By narrowing the focus to undermining democratic processes and citing election studies, you transform a general complaint into an evidence-backed policy argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3 questions drill. When you formulate your main point, immediately ask yourself, why is this true? What proof do I have? So, what? This drill forces you to move past surface-level agreement. Instead of just thinking, it's good, you must mentally map out the causal chain from belief to evidence. Mapping your evidence. Before writing a single word, list 3 specific pieces of supporting material, a statistic, a historical event, and an expert quote. Don't rely on general ideas. Having these concrete inputs ready prevents your argument from becoming vague or overly theoretical during the timed writing. Structuring transitions. Map out explicit transition phrases. I will state P, then use the primary reason is for R, and finally A. Compelling illustration of this is for E. Explicitly writing down your structural signposts like for instance or consequently helps both you and the reader follow your complex train of thought smoothly. The reverse outline check. After drafting a paragraph, read it back and label sections. Is this P? Is this R? Is this E? If one is missing, rebuild that section. This reflective exercise is incredibly powerful. It forces you to be your own critical editor, ensuring structural gaps don't undermine the overall coherence of your writing. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people argue that the primary focus of education should be on technical skills to meet job demands. Others believe core liberal arts subjects are fundamentally more important for developing well-rounded citizens. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires you to discuss 2 opposing viewpoints, technical skills versus liberal arts, and then state a clear personal opinion, all while maintaining academic balance. When planning, do not simply list points for each side. You must plan how your PRE will directly address the tension between those 2 views before presenting your final thesis. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, start with a nuanced point that acknowledges both sides, then dedicate body paragraph 1 to PRE for technical skills, and body paragraph 2 to PRE for the arts, before concluding with your own balanced position. A Band 7 response doesn't just argue, it discusses. This means spending equal structural time showing you understand both sides deeply, demonstrating comprehensive coverage of the prompt. In part 1, examiners aren't just listening for correct grammar, they are listening for natural flow and conversational depth. The goal is to sound like an articulate native speaker who thinks on their feet. This means providing detailed responses that feel genuine, not rehearsed. Focus on expanding your answers by describing how or why you feel a certain way. Remember that even simple topics require rich description. The key shift here is moving from simply answering the question to painting a picture with your words. Don't just list facts, give context, mention specific memories, or describe sensory details. This instantly elevates your response and shows genuine engagement with the topic. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, I tend to feel that. Say it again. I tend to feel that. Instead of just saying, I like it, using this phrase adds thoughtfulness. It suggests your preference isn't absolute, making you sound more reflective and natural in conversation. The word is, it actually reminds me of. Say it again. It actually reminds me of. This is incredibly powerful for part 1 because it instantly expands your answer with personal detail. It shifts the conversation from abstract concepts to concrete memories, making you engaging. The word is what I really appreciate about. Say it again. What I really appreciate about. This phrasing helps structure your praise or appreciation. It shows that you aren't just giving a generic compliment. Instead, you have thought critically about the specific merits of something. The word is, if I had to pick one thing, it would be, ah. Say it again. If I had to pick one thing, it would be. When faced with multiple choices, this phrase gives you a clear structure for making your selection. It signals to the examiner that you have considered other options before narrowing down your answer. The word is, to be completely honest. Say it again, to be completely honest. Use this phrase when the topic requires genuine emotional response. It signals vulnerability and authenticity, which is exactly what part 1 conversation aims for. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's fine. I find it quite satisfactory and relaxing. Vagueness versus city. The casual phrase is too brief and lacks detail. The formal version uses stronger vocabulary and more descriptive adverbs, demonstrating a wider lexical range while still sounding natural. I kinda like the beach. I find spending time by the coast particularly soothing. Informal slang versus sophisticated tone. We are replacing slang and vague intensifiers with more precise academic language. This maintains a formal, yet conversational, tone perfect for the test setting. It was just last week. I recall that happening only recently, perhaps within the past few days. Simple time reference versus elaborate language. In speaking tests, expanding simple time markers shows grammatical flexibility. We are replacing simplistic adverbs with more elegant and precise phrasing. I prefer staying home. I generally prefer the comfort of a quiet environment at home. Direct statement versus nuanced preference. Adding generalise or the comfort of softens your statement. This technique makes you sound less absolute and more reflective, which is key to sounding like an advanced speaker. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Excessive hesitation. So I think it's good because. Smooth discourse markers. Speaking of that, a major reason I favor it is that trying to fill pauses with filler sounds actually costs fluency points. Instead, use sophisticated discourse markers like speaking of or to elaborate, which sound planned and natural. Under describing experiences, flat language, I went there last year and it was good. Adding vivid adjectives, verbs. My trip there last year remains a vivid memory because the scenery was breathtaking. The mistake here is summarizing instead of detailing. Always replace weak words like goods or nice with powerful, evocative adjectives that help the listener visualize your experience. Vague non-answer, deflecting. I don't know, I guess it depends. Conditional expansion. It really does depend on individual circumstances. For instance, if you are feeling adventurous. Avoid giving vague non-answers. If the question is complex, structure your response using "it depends on" and immediately follow it with a precise condition or example to guide your answer. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed wise drills. Take a simple topic, like coffee, and force yourself to give 3 rapid-fire reasons why you love it. Time yourself at 60 seconds. This drill trains your brain to sustain detailed speech under pressure. The goal isn't just speaking fast, it's remembering specific supporting details for every single point you make. Sensory detail focus. Describe a location or object using all 5 senses: sight, smell, sound, taste, and touch. This forces deep description. Examiners are looking for descriptions that immerse them in your experience. By consciously activating all 5 senses when speaking, your responses become incredibly rich and engaging. Advanced shadowing. Listen to natural podcasts or interviews, not academic speeches, and mimic the speaker's rhythm, pausing, and tone exactly. This improves conversational flow more than anything else. You are training your mouth muscles and intonation patterns for real-life speech, making you sound less scripted. The deep dive record. Record yourself answering the same question 5 different ways: emotional, practical, historical, personal. Play them back. This exercise builds rhetorical flexibility. It teaches you that a single topic can be approached from multiple angles. A deep dive approach is always more impressive than a shallow one. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe your ideal weekend activity and explain why you find it so restorative. You should speak for approximately 1 minute. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, always use descriptive language and structure your reasons using because clauses rather than just giving a list of things you do. Remember that we are not aiming for vocabulary count, we are aiming for complexity and depth. Use conjunctions and adverbial phrases to connect ideas smoothly, showing how one idea leads naturally to the next. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to elaborate using conditional or hypothetical statements, e.g., if I could escape for a day. To show mastery, don't just state facts, make them conditional. Saying, if I had the time, immediately shows that you can expand your thinking and predict scenarios, which is a high-level speaking skill. When speaking for 2 minutes, examiners are listening less to individual perfect sentences and more to the sustained flow of your ideas. You must demonstrate narrative coherence, meaning your story or account moves logically from one point to the next. To achieve this, think of your answer as having a clear beginning, middle, and end with natural build-up. Focus on establishing chronological markers and using descriptive detail that keeps the listener engaged throughout the whole time frame. Remember that fluency isn't just speaking quickly, it's speaking smoothly and logically. A common mistake is rambling, detailing one point for too long and then forgetting the original topic. The key to success here is maintaining a guiding thread, making sure every detail you mention relates back to your main narrative goal. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, initially, what happened was. Say it again. Initially, what happened was. Use this phrase to establish a clear starting point in your story. It helps signal to the listener that you are beginning an account or describing the setting. By using initially, you instantly structure your speech, giving it a strong chronological foundation. The word is, as things progressed, I realized. Say it again. As things progressed, I realized. This is perfect for marking a shift in emotion or action within your story. It shows the examiner that you can track complexity and causality over time. Instead of just saying then, this phrase elevates your narrative style dramatically. The word is, by the time marker arrived, we had managed to. Say it again. By the time marker arrived, we had managed to. If you are describing a process or an event over hours, this phrase is invaluable. It gives precise temporal weight to your account. Using specific time markers helps build tension and structure the elapsed time needed for a long answer. The word is, looking back on that experience, I can see bis. Say it again. Looking back on that experience, I can see. This phrase is essential for rounding off your account and providing the necessary reflective conclusion. It elevates the answer beyond simple retelling by adding personal insight. Always conclude with a lesson learned or an impact described. The word is, the most striking element was, T. Say it again. The most striking element was. When you feel yourself losing focus, use this to draw the listener's attention back to a key piece of evidence. It allows you to pause briefly for emphasis and describe a specific sensory or emotional moment in depth. Let's compare 4 pairs. So, it was just crazy and then nothing really happened. The experience was quite overwhelming. The key events unfolded rapidly without much pause. Structuring the narrative arc. Notice how the casual version is vague and uses filler words. The formal version replaces those fillers with strong descriptive verbs and sophisticated adjectives. This immediately elevates your language while making your story sound more polished and credible. We were waiting there for ages. We waited at the location for a considerable period of time before anything occurred, using precise vocabulary. Swapping out common intensifiers like likes or really with academic synonyms is crucial. Using words such as considerable, period, or subsequently makes your speech sound more measured and academic. It was super cool because we saw all the animals. The most striking element was encountering various wildlife, which proved to be fascinating. Focusing on impact's striking detail. Instead of just stating a fact W saw animals, you are describing the quality of the experience. Using striking elements or fascinating shows richer vocabulary and depth of observation. And then we left, I think. Ultimately, our time at the museum concluded when providing a definitive conclusion. Never end an answer with uncertainty or hesitation. Always provide a clear closing signal to wrap up your story effectively. This gives the impression of total control over your narrative and structure. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vagueness. It was a really big day and I don't know what happened after. Mitigated uncertainty. The sheer scale of the event was remarkable, though my memory becomes hazy regarding the immediate aftermath. If you genuinely forget a detail, don't panic or waffle. Use sophisticated hedging language to acknowledge the gap while maintaining fluency. This shows rhetorical skill rather than a memory failure. Simple listing. Lack of connection. I went shopping and then I ate food. Thematic linking and detail. Following my initial bout of retail therapy, I decided to treat myself by enjoying some local cuisine. Do not just list actions, you must explain the relationship between them. Use phrases that show cause and effect, such as consequently or as a result of, to bind your activities into one cohesive narrative. Single-sense description. The color was blue and it smelled good. Multi-sensory academic detail. Visually, the deep azure tones were arresting, complemented by an earthy, fragrant aroma that filled the air. High-level speaking requires describing more than just what you saw. Engage multiple senses, sight, sound, smell, and touch. Using strong adjectives for these senses adds incredible depth to your account. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed retelling. Choose a short article or podcast segment and retell the entire story out loud without notes, aiming to hit 120 seconds. Start by timing yourself with simple stories. The goal here is muscle memory. You want your brain to automatically transition from point A to point B using connecting language. This builds endurance for sustained speaking. Impromptu narrative building. Give yourself a random object, e.g., an old key, and talk about its entire imagined history, who owned it, where it went, etc. This exercise forces you to build a story from nothing, which is the closest simulation to part 2. Focus on using time markers and descriptive language to make the imaginary object feel real. Shadowing high-level speakers. Listen to TED Talks or professional narrators and immediately repeat what they say, focusing solely on their natural rhythm and pacing. Shadowing is excellent for absorbing native rhythm and intonation. Pay specific attention to where the speaker pauses for dramatic effect. These are your opportunities to use a sophisticated discourse marker. The 4-pillar expansion. Take any random topic, e.g., coffee, and force yourself to speak about it in 4 distinct categories: history, impact, future, and personal memory. This method guarantees breadth and depth. By forcing yourself into different conceptual pillars, you prevent topic drift and ensure your narrative is comprehensive and highly structured. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a memorable journey you took. It could be a trip abroad or just a long commute through your city. You should include the preparation phase, the key moment that surprised you, and what lesson you derived from it. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear chronological structure using advanced transition phrases, e.g., initially, subsequently, ultimately. Do not just tell the story, guide the listener through it. By explicitly signaling changes in time or focus, you demonstrate control over your narrative arc. This shows examiner that you can organize complex ideas logically. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is multisensory descriptive language combined with reflective conclusion markers. Don't just state what happened, describe how it felt and smelled. After recounting the event, always take time to reflect on its meaning. This combination of vivid detail and intellectual reflection is the hallmark of a high-scoring narrative. When discussing abstract or philosophical topics, the examiner is not testing your factual knowledge. Instead, they are assessing your capacity for nuanced thought and sophisticated discourse. You must demonstrate that you can consider multiple viewpoints without committing to a single answer too early. Key strategies include defining key terms at the outset, establishing clear boundaries for your argument, and structuring your response using conditional language. Remember that depth of discussion is always valued over sheer volume of words. The biggest mistake students make here is trying to solve the question. You don't need a definitive answer. Instead, aim to build a thoughtful intellectual tapestry for the listener. Think of yourself as a skilled mediator who can guide the conversation through complexity with grace and precision. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, on the one hand, but on the other hand. Say it again, on the one hand, but on the other hand. This structure is perfect for weighing pros and cons, showing you understand the tension in the topic. Use it when the debate has no clear winner, allowing you to sound balanced and highly analytical. The word is, it strikes me that. Say it again, it strikes me that. This phrase elevates your response from merely stating an opinion to presenting a unique, reflective moment. It suggests deep contemplation and is excellent for connecting disparate ideas. The word is, from a philosophical standpoint. Say it again, from a philosophical standpoint. Use this when you need to move beyond societal norms and approach the topic with academic detachment. It signals that your response is rooted in theoretical analysis rather than just personal feeling. The word is, while I understand X, I believe Y. Say it again, while I understand X, I believe Y. This shows advanced critical thinking because you are acknowledging the validity of an opposing view before pivoting. Remember to maintain a respectful tone when making this pivot. The word is, to consider the broader implications. Say it again, to consider the broader implications. My! When you use this, you are forcing your answer out of the immediate discussion and into a wider context. It's a powerful move that demonstrates foresight and comprehensive thinking. Let's compare forepears. It's hard to say. It is quite challenging to determine definitively whether. For academic caution, notice how we replaced a simple contraction with full, formal phrasing. This shift adds weight and intellectual distance to your statement, making you sound more authoritative. I guess it depends on. The answer largely hinges upon the framework through which one views this issue. For complexity, instead of giving a vague, "it depends," we are guiding the listener to identify the specific variables that change the outcome. This is sophisticated analytical language. That's not really true. I respectfully disagree with the premise that, for formal disagreement, never just say no. By using phrases like this, you are challenging the argument without challenging the speaker. It maintains decorum while still making your point strongly. What's the big deal about it? Could we discuss the broader societal impact of this concept? Flaw for shifting focus. We are moving from colloquial questioning to formal framing. This transition helps you steer a potentially meandering conversation back toward an academic core. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid. Lack of precision, this is bad because it's wrong. Better, targeted critique. The inherent flaw here lies in the assumption that instead of simply stating something is bad, a strong speaker identifies why it fails. Pinpointing the specific logical flaw makes your criticism much more credible and detailed. Avoid giving up. It's complicated, so I don't know. Better, turning ambiguity into research points. The complexity suggests that we should investigate multiple theoretical angles. When a topic feels too big, don't admit ignorance. Instead, frame the difficulty as an area for academic investigation. This turns a weakness into a strength. Avoid oversimplification. Everyone thinks X. Better, acknowledging differing viewpoints. The prevailing consensus tends to favor X, although dissenting views emphasize never assume a universal truth. High-level discussion requires acknowledging the spectrum of thought. Use phrases that suggest widespread belief while still leaving room for counter-arguments. Here are 4 ways to practice. Concept, mapping speaking. Take a single word like freedoms or justice and speak for 3 minutes linking it to 5 different disciplines, economics, philosophy, psychology, etc. This exercise forces you to maintain fluency while pivoting between wildly different academic vocabularies. It's the ultimate test of breadth and quick mental switching. Hypothetical debates. Respond to, what if technology suddenly disappeared? Practice making arguments for and against a sudden systemic change. These speculative scenarios are perfect because there is no right answer. Your goal is to create a detailed, structured argument that covers both the immediate pitfalls and potential long-term adaptations. Structured summarizing. Listen to an academic podcast segment, 3 minutes on a complex topic, and summarize it aloud in 250 words, ensuring you introduce at least 3 hedging phrases. This trains your ability to process high-level English quickly and synthesize core ideas under pressure. Focus intensely on maintaining the formal tone while summarizing. Mini debate roleplay. Ask a friend or tutor to argue a position you disagree with. Practice interrupting politely using advanced discourse markers. The key takeaway here is not the content, but your conversational agility. Learning how to interject, redirect, and question respectfully will drastically boost your fluency score. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cue card topic. Discuss the idea that technological progress inherently improves human life. You must cover 3 points: economic impact, ethical boundaries, and personal identity. Speak for 3-4 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a nuanced framework that avoids absolute claims. Start by defining what progress means in this context. Is it just technological advancement? Or does it require moral growth too? Build a balanced argument using, on the one hand, and while I understand X, ma. Remember to structure your response around tension points. By constantly balancing the perceived benefits against the ethical costs, you demonstrate intellectual maturity beyond simple listing. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is hedging and qualification language. Use phrases like, it could be argued that, or this might suggest instead of definitive statements such as, it is. This strategy shows the examiner that you recognize uncertainty, which is a hallmark of advanced academic discourse. It keeps your language sophisticated even when discussing difficult moral questions. Today we are focusing on 2 sounds that look and feel similar but are physically distinct in your mouth. We're contrasting the short I sound with the long E sound. For the short vowel, like in sit, your jaw should be relaxed and the airflow is quick and clipped. When you say the long vowel, like in seat, you need to stretch that sound out, keeping your lips spread into a wide smile. The key difference isn't just length, it's tension. Think of this as a muscular exercise for your mouth. For the short sound, imagine quickly saying it, For the long sound, imagine holding the letter E in front of you. That stretch is what we are practicing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ship. Say it again, ship. Remember to keep the vowel short and crisp here. Don't let your sound stretch. It should pop out quickly. Think of a small, contained burst of air for this word. The word is sheep. Say it again, sheep. For the E sound, truly stretch it out as you say it. It requires specific muscle movement in your cheeks and lips that is different from the short vowel. Practice lengthening the air slightly on every repetition. The word is fill. Say it again, fill. When you say fill, make sure your tongue stays low in your mouth and doesn't lift toward the roof of your throat. This helps maintain that relaxed, short vowel quality. The word is feel. Say it again, feel. The feeling of the air should be continuous when you extend this word. It is important to sustain the vowel without letting your jaw drop open too much. The word is fit. Say it again, fit. Focus on the initial consonant F, making sure it's a clear friction of air over your teeth. Then, drop into that relaxed short vowel quickly. The word is feet. Say it again, feet. When moving from the I's in fit to the E's in feet, imagine pulling your lips into a wide smile and holding that shape for an extra beat. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, ship. Compare it with sheep. Focusing on the length of the vowel. The sheer difference between these 2 words comes down entirely to that single vowel sound. If you hear a short, quick burst of air, it's ship. If you hear a sustained, stretched sound, it must be sheep. First, fit. You compare it with feet. The physical stretch required for the long vowel. Think of this pair as a natural progression. Start with the relaxed mouth shape for fit, and then deliberately pull your lips wider and hold that tension longer when you say feet. This exaggerated focus helps build muscle memory. First, bit. Compare it with beat, testing your ability to transition between sounds. These examples are excellent for practicing the mouth's quick transitions. Try saying them 10 times. Alternating rapidly this forces your speaking muscles to stay nimble and precise with every single word. First, pig. Compare it with peak, maintaining consistent airflow. Notice how the initial consonant sound remains stable, but the vowel dramatically changes. This shows that your core technique is maintaining constant breath support while adjusting only the mouth shape. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, good. Right, would. A very common error is confusing the short oo sound with the long oo sound. When you say good, your mouth should be open and rounded, like when whistling a low note. For would, keep that roundness but add the stretched vowel. Wrong, goin'. Right, going. Another mistake is dropping those final consonants, particularly the G sound. Even when speaking quickly in conversation, you must articulate that last consonant for maximum clarity and comprehension. Wrong, develop. Right, develop. Many learners struggle with syllable stress. Remember that even if a word feels like 3 syllables, you must give equal weight and clear pronunciation to every single part of it. Slowing down dramatically helps highlight those weak beats. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Saying rapid sequences of sound. Tongue twisters are fantastic because they force your mouth to move quickly and precisely between challenging phonemes. Don't focus on speed at first. Instead, focus on perfect clarity for every single word in the sequence. Minimal pairs drill. Practicing contrasting pairs. This drill is pure auditory discrimination and muscle training rolled into one. The goal is not just to say the words, but to hear the subtle difference between them before you even open your mouth. Shadowing. Repeating after native speakers. Shadowing means listening and immediately speaking what you hear like an echo. This technique helps you naturally absorb the rhythm, intonation patterns, and stress placed on words by native speech. Mirror work. Observing your mouth movements. Never underestimate the power of seeing yourself speak. Using a mirror allows you to physically check if your lips are relaxed, if your jaw is moving correctly, and if your tongue placement matches what you intend. A full mock test is designed to replicate the actual IELTS exam conditions precisely. It allows you to practice all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking in one continuous session. The goal isn't just to get a score, it's to build endurance for the entire duration. We must treat this simulation as if it were test day itself, maintaining focus from start to finish. Remember that simulating the environment is half the battle. Don't just do the practice questions at home, time yourself strictly and minimize distractions. This comprehensive approach helps you identify fatigue points moments in the exam where your performance dips, which is crucial data for improvement. Here are 5 examples. Mastering pacing. Allocate time proportionally across all sections. If writing is harder, build in extra minutes. Do not let one difficult section derail your entire strategy for the next 3 hours. Successful test takers are masters of resource management. Before starting any mock, spend 5 minutes mapping out an ideal time budget for every single task. This prevents panic when you hit a challenging question early on. Active listening. During the mock, don't just hear words, predict content shifts and note keywords immediately. Even if you are focusing on writing structure, maintain an open listening ear for potential review material. This strategy trains your brain to process information continuously. If you find yourself daydreaming or zoning out during a long section, force yourself to jot down the main topic of the recording immediately. The 2-pass reading technique: first pass for skimming the text, second pass for locating specific answers. Never read the questions and then search the text. Instead, quickly scan the entire passage first to grasp the structure. This technique prevents you from reading the same paragraph multiple times. By scanning first, you create a mental map of the material, so when you return for specific details, your brain knows exactly where to look. The mental resets break. Take deep breaths and pause between major sections, e.g., reading ending before writing begins. Use this time not to check your score, but to physically move or change your focus. Mock tests are mentally draining because they require sustained high effort. Taking a minute break helps reset your cognitive load and prevents emotional burnout from the previous section. Simulating real materials, use textbooks or articles that mimic academic complexity rather than casual blogs. Familiarity with high-level vocabulary and dense argumentation is key to solid performance. The IELTS tests formal, academic English. If your practice materials are too simple, you won't be challenged enough. Always source content from reputable journals or university reading lists. Let's compare 4 pairs. Struggling with difficulty, dwelling on one hard question until time runs out. High scorer approach, marking the difficult question and immediately redirecting focus to the next topic. The key mindset shift. A strong candidate understands that test score is cumulative, not dependent on one perfect answer. If you get stuck, acknowledge it quickly, make a note of where the problem was, and trust your ability to solve the rest. Weak approach. Only studying grammar rules or vocabulary lists in isolation. Strong approach. Integrating new language into full practice. Tasks like writing an essay using target vocab. You must transition from passive learning to active application. Simply knowing a word isn't enough. You need to know when and how to deploy it correctly in context under pressure. Weak approach. Only checking the final score of a mock test. Strong approach. Conducting a detailed post-mortem analysis, identifying patterns of weakness across all 4 skills. The grade is just data. The real learning comes from asking, why did I lose points here? Was it time? Misunderstanding the instruction? Or was it grammar structure? Weak approach. Writing essays without a clear plan or organizational framework. Strong approach. Outlining an essay with dedicated space for thesis statement, 3 supporting points, and a conclusion preview. The structure is often more important than the vocabulary in the writing section. A clear, predictable organizational pattern makes your argument easy for the examiner to follow and score highly. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building cognitive stamina. Full mocks train your brain to maintain focus and high-level processing throughout a long, intense period. Exam performance isn't just about knowledge, it's about mental endurance. By completing many full simulations, you condition your mind to stay sharp even when your energy starts to dip in the afternoon. Pinpointing vulnerability patterns. Mocks serve as diagnostic tools, revealing recurring weaknesses that isolated practice might miss. Maybe you score well on reading but consistently lose points in writing task 2 because of faulty cohesion. The mock test doesn't just tell you a low band, it tells you the specific skill needing attention. Reducing test day anxiety. Repeated exposure to the full test format normalizes the pressure, making the actual day feel less daunting. The unknown is often scarier than the material itself. By repeatedly simulating the environment, the time constraints, the quiet room, the flow of sections, you build confidence and reduce performance anxiety. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timed writing drill. Write at least 2 full essays per week under strict time limits. Treat the timer like a physical constraint, forcing you to be concise and direct with your arguments. Don't just write, practice writing efficiently. If you spend too much time perfecting opening sentences, you won't have enough time for solid conclusion points. Aim for quality over overly ornate phrasing. Skill-specific deep dives. Spend dedicated sessions focusing only on one challenging task type, e.g., matching headings. If matching headings trips you up, dedicate an entire study day to that single skill until it becomes automatic. When a specific question type is difficult, don't jump randomly between skills. Isolate the problem area and drill only that concept. This focused repetition builds mastery. Mock review protocol. After every mock, spend 3 times the test time reviewing your mistakes. For every wrong answer, write down why you were wrong and what the correct strategy should have been. Reruns are useless if you just look at the right answers. You must analyze your own process. Did I misread the question? Was my vocabulary too basic? This self-correction is where major scores are gained. Build routine stamina. Integrate short, high-intensity study blocks with mandatory physical breaks. Study for 50 minutes, then take a full 10-minute break away from the desk. Stretch, walk, or hydrate. Your brain is a muscle. It needs recovery time to consolidate learning. By building these structured breaks into your study routine, you teach yourself how to sustain high focus for hours. Listening for specific vocabulary means more than simply recognizing a word. It requires activating your existing knowledge base and deducing the precise meaning based on surrounding words and phrases. This process is called lexical recognition in context, and it's essential because many advanced English words have multiple meanings, or polysemy. Instead of listening for just the definition, you must listen for how the speaker uses that word to paint a clear picture. Mastering this skill transforms your listening from passive hearing into active linguistic detective work. The biggest mistake learners make is trying to translate every single word they hear immediately. Instead, train yourself to anticipate. By focusing on the surrounding context first, you give your brain enough information to narrow down the potential meanings of that tricky vocabulary item. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The research team needs to refine its initial hypothesis before submitting it. Currently, the scope is too broad and lacks sufficient focus on measurable variables. We must pivot towards a more granular analysis of user behavior. Specifically, I suggest we integrate ethnographic data. The qualitative observations, though, complement the quantitative metrics we already possess. This will help us pinpoint genuine correlations rather than just surface-level trends. Furthermore, the methodology needs to be rigorously vetted by an external panel. Relying solely on internal assumptions carries significant risk. If we can establish a clearer causal link between A and B using this deeper dataset, our proposal will gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. Question 1. What specific action does the speaker suggest to improve the research scope? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they suggest integrating ethnographic data, qualitative observations. This question tests your ability to filter out general statements and pinpoint a concrete, specialized solution. When you hear phrases like complement or integrate, remember that they are suggesting combination, not replacement. Question 2. Why is the speaker concerned about relying solely on internal assumptions? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is because it carries significant risk and lacks external validation. The key phrase here is significant risk. Listen carefully for adjectives that modify nouns, as they often carry the most critical information regarding potential pitfalls or limitations. Question 3. What does the speaker hope to achieve by establishing a clearer causal link? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. This requires you to identify the ultimate goal, or the why. Often in academic discourse, the conclusion is tied directly back to the initial problem statement in this case. Gaining approval. Here are 5 examples. Refine its initial hypothesis. To make it clearer or more precise. Don't just change it, improve the detail. When a speaker asks you to refine, they are implying that something is already good but needs polish. Think of it like editing a first draft. You are tightening the argument, not starting over. Granular analysis. A very detailed or fine-grained level of examination. If something is described as granular, visualize it like sand. It means the analysis must be broken down into tiny, manageable components. It suggests depth over breadth. Ethnographic data. Qualitative information gathered through observation of people in their natural environment. Unlike numbers, quantitative data, ethnographic data tells you why someone behaves a certain way. It's the human story behind the chart data, which is why it's so valuable. Measurable variables. Factors that can be quantified or assigned a number. This phrase immediately directs you to objective data. If you can put a percentage or a count next to it, it's likely a measurable variable. This is the opposite of subjective opinion. Causal link. A definite and verifiable relationship showing that one thing causes another. The word causal suggests cause and effect. When you hear this phrase in a scientific setting, the speaker is moving beyond mere correlation. They are making a strong claim about direct influence. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The committee advised that we first need to test our assumptions before presenting them. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is refine. We often default to general verbs, but refine carries a much more academic weight here. It implies taking an existing idea and making it stronger through careful revision. To understand the users better, we must implement a R study that observes them in their daily routine. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ethnographic. Remember this modifier ethnographic. It immediately signals that the speaker is talking about culture and behavior, not just recorded metrics. It's a specialized term you need to catch. Our current report focuses too much on anecdotes. We need more variables. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is measurable. This contrast between anecdotes and measurable variables is key. It highlights the difference between compelling stories and statistically valid proof. The goal is not just to find a correlation, but to establish a firmer link. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is causal. This final blank tests your ability to grasp scientific certainty. You are moving from maybe related to definitely caused by, which requires strong evidence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-listening prediction. What information is most likely to be discussed? This primes your vocabulary. This technique tricks your brain into being ready for specific types of words. Instead of waiting for every word to make sense, you are already anticipating where the specialized vocabulary will land. King speech. Don't try to process the entire message at once. Break the audio into 3 or 4 second segments and focus intensely on those small chunks. Listening is a processing skill, not just an intake skill. By chunking, you give yourself micro pauses to process difficult vocabulary items before moving on to the next idea. Inferring meaning. If you miss a word or don't know a specific term, do not panic. Use the surrounding context to guess what the speaker meant. This is critical for fluency. Advanced listening often involves educated guessing. If one key vocabulary word is opaque, but the rest of the sentence makes sense, you can usually deduce the intended meaning and keep the main thread of comprehension intact. Post-listening summary. After hearing a passage, immediately summarize the core ideas aloud or in writing. This forces your brain to retrieve and organize the vocabulary used. Summarizing solidifies learning because it moves you from passive reception to active production. You are essentially proving to yourself that you truly understood the specialized language that was just presented. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. To finalize the Q3 rollout, we need to solidify our market penetration strategy. Our primary competitors are currently underestimating the demand for sustainable tech solutions. We must pivot away from just selling products and instead focus on offering integrated service packages. This will significantly boost our perceived value and establish us as thought leaders in the sector. Furthermore, we should allocate resources towards streamlining our supply chain logistics to mitigate potential bottlenecks. If we can demonstrate a robust operational framework combined with superior localized customer support, we will be perfectly positioned for rapid scaling next year. Question 1. What is the speaker's core strategic shift recommendation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to move from selling only products to offering integrated service packages. The key vocabulary here is pivot. It means making a major, deliberate change of direction. Recognizing this kind of high-level business jargon shows you are listening for strategy rather than just details. Question 2. Why should the company focus on streamlining its supply chain? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to mitigate potential bottlenecks and ensure robust operations. Operational vocabulary like mitigates, to lessen severity, and bottlenecks are crucial in a business context. Listening for these specialized terms helps you understand risk management within an industry. Simulated timed listening tests are challenging because they demand sustained focus under pressure. It's not just about understanding words, it's about maintaining concentration over an extended period while processing complex information. Our key strategy must be active, chunking, mentally breaking the long passage into smaller, manageable segments to prevent cognitive overload. Another vital technique is prediction. As soon as you hear a topic or phrase, predict what comes next. This shifts your listening from passive reception to active anticipation, allowing your brain to stay engaged even if a word is unclear. Finally, remember that pacing is everything. Don't panic if you miss one detail. Keep moving forward. The most common mistake students make in these simulations is trying to memorize every single piece of data, which leads to burnout. Instead, view the passage as a narrative arc. What is the main idea of this section, and how does it lead into the next? By focusing on structure rather than isolated facts, you manage your energy much more effectively. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The purpose of timed listening practice is to build stamina and confidence in high-pressure academic settings. Many test takers underestimate how quickly the pace accelerates once the simulation begins. To manage this, we recommend adopting a two-part strategy. First, listen for the general idea or main argument. Second, take quick notes, focusing only on key names, dates, and numerical data points that support the core claims. Remember to pay attention to transitions. Phrases like however or in addition signal shifts in thought, which are often crucial for understanding complex arguments. Furthermore, practice should simulate real-world conditions. This means using appropriate materials, maintaining a consistent time limit, and most importantly, treating every missed question as diagnostic feedback, not failure. Question 1. According to the speaker, what is the recommended 2-pass strategy for test takers? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, first listen for the general idea or main argument, and second, take quick notes focusing on key names, dates, and numerical data points. This question tests your ability to follow sequential instructions under pressure. When you hear a list of steps, try repeating them mentally as they are spoken. This dramatically boosts recall accuracy. Question 2. What function do transition words like however or in addition serve in complex arguments? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they signal shifts in thought which are often crucial for understanding the core arguments. These types of inference questions require you to understand the function of language, not just the meaning. Treat transition words as road signs guiding you through the speaker's logic. Question 3. Why does the speaker suggest treating missed questions as diagnostic feedback? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is because it shifts the focus from feeling failure to using the mistake constructively for improvement. This requires listening comprehension on a conceptual level. Don't just listen for facts, listen for advice and underlying philosophy behind the speaker's words. Here are 5 examples. Sustained focus. Maintaining concentration over a long period. Use this when talking about required mental effort. When you hear sustained, think of endurance. It suggests that the activity requires stamina, much like running a marathon rather than just jogging. Not cognitive overload. Meaning, when your brain receives too much information to process fully. This is excellent academic vocabulary. If you are struggling during a test and feel overwhelmed, recognizing that feeling as cognitive overload helps you name the problem and find a solution. Transition words. Meaning, words like however, therefore, that signal shifts between ideas or paragraphs. These are linguistic signposts. Mastering them allows you to predict the speaker's direction change before they even finish their thought. Diagnostic feedback. Meaning, information that helps identify strengths and weaknesses used in testing. Instead of thinking of a test score as a final grade, think of it as diagnostic data. This mindset shift makes failure less daunting because the goal is information gathering. Underestimate how quickly. Meaning, to wrongly assume that something will happen faster than it actually does. This phrase helps you understand common test-taking pitfalls. It advises recognizing the reality of increased speed when the actual exam starts. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To counteract test anxiety, students should learn to blank their physiological responses. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is manage. The verb manage here means handling or controlling. It suggests that managing anxiety is an active skill you must practice, not just something that magically disappears. Instead of panicking when a question is difficult, they should first blank for supporting evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is search. The preposition for tells us the direction of your search. You are actively looking for specific proof within the text to support your answer. Remember that poor time management often leads students to blank critical sections. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skip. This illustrates a common behavioral consequence in testing skipping questions due to panic. It highlights the need for pacing control throughout the entire exam. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening, the why. Don't just listen to the words, listen for the speaker's intent and purpose. Ask yourself, why is the speaker mentioning this? Before moving on. This technique elevates listening beyond comprehension into critical thinking. You are analyzing rhetoric, the art of persuasion which is vital in academic settings. Dictation practice. Transcribe short passages, focusing not just on words but on connecting sounds and pauses. This strengthens your muscle memory for English pronunciation. Dictation forces you to slow down the information stream artificially, allowing you time to verify grammar and subtle vocabulary usage that might otherwise rush past. Shadowing. Immediately repeat what a native speaker says after hearing it. Mimic their rhythm, intonation, and speed exactly. Shadowing is arguably the single best way to improve fluency and auditory processing. It trains your mouth muscles and ears simultaneously, making you sound more natural. After practice, don't just check answers. Review why you got them wrong. Was it vocabulary, speed, or misunderstanding context? This is the debriefing phase we talked about earlier. The true learning doesn't happen during the test. It happens when you analyze and correct your weak points immediately afterward. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A common concern among students preparing for high-stakes tests is managing performance anxiety. This stress often causes physical symptoms that disrupt concentration, such as rapid breathing or shallow focus. To combat this, it's vital to implement specific mental and physiological techniques right before the exam begins. Try deep diaphragmatic breathing. Inhale slowly through your nose while counting to 4 and exhale for a count of 6. Additionally, visualizing success can be powerful. Spend 5 minutes imagining yourself calmly reading an unseen passage and accurately recalling details. Remember that preparation isn't just about knowledge acquisition, it's equally about building mental resilience. Question 1. What physical symptoms are often caused by test anxiety? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is rapid breathing or shallow focus. Listen for the direct list of consequences. When a passage mentions causes and effects, make sure you clearly separate those two categories in your mind. Question 2. What is recommended as a mental tool to improve test-taking confidence? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is visualizing, success imagining, calmly reading an unseen passage. This question tests your ability to synthesize advice. The key takeaway isn't just relax, but specific, actionable mental exercises like visualization. Advanced reading skills require moving beyond simply identifying facts or summarizing points. The highest level of comprehension is synthesis, the ability to combine information from multiple sources or disparate sections of one text. When you synthesize, you are not just repeating ideas, you are creating a new understanding that the author may never have explicitly stated. This process involves inferring connections and evaluating the relationship between concepts. Think of it as building a mental model using all the pieces of evidence provided. Synthesis is arguably the most challenging reading skill because it requires you to become an active participant in generating knowledge, not just receiving it. Instead of asking, "What did the author say?" ask yourselves, "What does this information mean when combined with what I already know?" This shift from recall to connection is where true academic understanding begins. Here are 4 examples. The report noted the sudden decline in migratory bird populations last quarter. Crucially, it failed to mention any conservation efforts. Implied meaning, a lack of intervention is linked to the problem's severity. Notice how the text itself doesn't draw a conclusion, it just presents 2 facts, the decline and the omission. By annotating, we infer that the omission is significant because it suggests negligence or oversight in policy. The committee meeting was cancelled with only an hour's notice. No alternative arrangements were provided to the attendees. Inference. The cancellation may have been due to a lack of consensus or urgency. When authors provide logistical details like this, they are often providing emotional context. We infer poor planning or internal conflict because the suddenness and lack of effort suggest underlying issues. While the new policy promises efficiency improvements, early user feedback highlights a steep learning curve for all demographics. Synthesis. Efficiency gains are offset by practical implementation challenges. This sentence sets up a contrast. You can't just read efficiency and stop. You must synthesize it with the negative point about the steep learning curve. The main takeaway is that promise versus reality. Dr. Elena Reyes spent 2 decades researching deep-sea ecosystems before her groundbreaking discovery in bioluminescence. Inference, her current research credibility and expert authority are extremely high. We use prior knowledge here. If the text establishes a long, specialized career, it automatically builds trust with the reader. This is how authors establish expertise, and advanced readers must recognize that rhetorical tactic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading for main idea. Reading for argument structure. Focus on the core message versus tracking support. If you're looking for the main idea, you are summarizing the what. But if you are mapping the argument structure, your job is to identify the sequence. What premise leads to which evidence, and where does it pivot to a counterargument? It's about tracking the logic flow. Identifying theme. Identifying topic. Theme is abstract, topic is concrete. The difference here is subtle but crucial. The topic might be global warming, which is a physical subject. But the theme, the underlying message about it might be human responsibility. Always look for the deeper, moral or philosophical statement. First, summarizing. Compare it with paraphrasing. Summary is big picture. Paraphrase is detail replacement. A summary reduces scope. It covers many pages in a few sentences. Paraphrasing, however, keeps the same core idea but completely rewrites the sentence structure and vocabulary. Use paraphrasing when you want to incorporate specific ideas without plagiarizing. Identifying tone. Identifying bias. Tone is emotional coloring. Bias is slanted perspective. Bias tells you why the author might be favoring one side, often through selection or omission. Tone tells you how they feel about what they are writing. Are they skeptical? Self-explanatory. Analyzing both helps reveal the true reliability of the source. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Climate change is not merely a natural cycle. It represents a significant human-driven shift in global atmospheric composition. The primary source of concern involves excess greenhouse gases, specifically those released by industrial activities and burning fossil fuels. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anthropogenic. When blanks require highly specific academic terminology like anthropogenic, you must recognize that the author is elevating the discussion from general conversation to scientific discourse. These words imply a measured, objective approach. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged strategy focusing on technological innovation and mandatory policy shifts globally. Individual action is important, but systemic change demands coordinated efforts across nations and industries. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is systemic. The distinction between individual action and systemic change is key to the author's argument. Systemic implies that the problem needs a structural or institutional solution, not just better individual recycling habits. Furthermore, sustainable energy sources like geothermal and advanced solar power must be prioritized in infrastructure development worldwide. This transition cannot occur quickly enough without substantial governmental investment and deregulation of older, carbon-intensive models. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is deregulation. Identifying words like deregulation requires you to read the context surrounding the term. The author isn't just listing energy types, they are arguing for specific governmental mechanisms to enable that transition. Ultimately, mitigating these risks involves not only reducing emissions, but also fostering global cooperation and developing resilient economies capable of adapting to inevitable environmental shifts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is mitigating. When a word like mitigating is used, Remember that the author isn't just solving the problem, they are discussing how to lessen or soften the impact. Advanced reading means understanding degrees of change rather than absolute fixes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Predictive reading, the journalist's mindset. Based on the introduction, anticipate what techniques or evidence the author will use next. Don't wait for the information to appear on the page, actively predict it. This forces your brain to engage with the material immediately, transforming passive reading into an active prediction exercise that vastly improves retention. Chunking information, mental grouping. Divide long paragraphs or complex arguments into 2 to 3 smaller conceptual units. Process one unit before moving to the next. When faced with dense academic writing, chunking prevents cognitive overload. Treat each paragraph not as a single block of text, but as a mini argument that needs its own distinct label in your mind. Question-based reading. Before reading, formulate 23 specific questions based on the title and subheadings. Use the passage to answer only those questions. This technique acts like a laser focus for your comprehension. Instead of trying to absorb everything equally, you are strategically hunting for answers, which drastically improves efficiency and depth. Rereading for nuance, the deep dive. After an initial read, circle specific adjectives or adverbs that modify key claims. These often carry the author's true tone. Most people focus only on nouns and verbs. However, the modifiers, the how and the to what extent words there, where authors inject their bias or reveal subtle limitations in their own argument. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The transition to circular economy models presents unprecedented challenges for traditional manufacturing sectors. While the reduction of waste is desirable, implementing true material recapture requires massive infrastructural overhaul and a complete redesign of supply chains. Experts suggest that policy incentives must favor modular design and product longevity over cheap disposability. Furthermore, consumer behavior must shift from ownership towards service access, thereby valuing durability over novelty. Without this integrated approach combining regulation with cultural shifts, many promising initiatives risk remaining isolated pilot projects. Question 1. What is the central challenge outlined in the passage regarding circular economies? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the main challenge is that implementing material recapture requires massive infrastructural and systemic overhauls, making it more complex than simply reducing waste. This question forces synthesis. You cannot answer by pointing to one sentence. You must pull together infrastructural overhaul and redesign of supply chains to define the core obstacle. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means requiring significant change or improvement. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is overhaul. When tackling vocabulary, always check the surrounding context. The phrase massive infrastructural overhaul tells you exactly what the word means. How it's not just a minor fix, it's a massive reconstruction. Reading skills are not one size fits all. The most effective reader knows exactly what they need to find. Skimming is reading quickly to grasp the general overview or main idea of the text. Think of it like previewing an entire book chapter before diving into details. Scanning, on the other hand, involves moving your eyes rapidly down the page looking for one specific piece of data like a name, date, or keyword. To summarize, skimming covers the what and the why, while scanning finds the precise who or when. It's crucial to remember that these are not opposing skills, they are complementary tools in your reading toolkit. When you approach academic material, asking yourself, do I need the overall argument or a single fact, will immediately tell you whether to skim or scan first. Mastering this choice is what elevates you from a basic reader to an information retrieval specialist. Here are 4 examples. The core premise of quantum entanglement suggests a link between particles regardless of distance. Skimming for the central concept thesis statement. When skimming, you are looking for the topic sentence or the boldest claim. Notice how this first sentence immediately establishes the main idea without giving away supporting evidence. It's a high-level summary of the entire section. The initial research was conducted by Dr. Anya Sharma in 1985. Scanning for specific names and dates, who, when. If your assignment requires you to know who first studied quantum entanglement, skimming will waste time. Instead, your eye must jump quickly until it hits the target paterna name, followed by a date, which is the essence of efficient scanning. Because of these findings, global policy recommendations were revised in 2018. Skimming for cause and effect relationships. Main takeaway. A good skimmer doesn't read every word. They look for transition phrases like because, consequently, or due to. These signal the author's core argument, helping you grasp the logical flow of the passage quickly. The required temperature range is between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius. Scanning for numerical data, specific numbers ranges. When you are searching for quantitative information, a number, a percentage, or a measurement to your focus should narrow to those specific visual anchor points. Don't read the surrounding text. Let your eyes hunt only for that pattern. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming an editorial piece. Scanning a legal contract. Purpose mismatch, overview versus precision. If you skim a legal contract, you might miss a critical clause because your brain is looking for general meaning. Always use scanning when the stakes involve details, think fine print or medical instructions. Reading an academic abstract, skim. Reviewing footnotes and citations, scan. Focus shift, idea versus source. An abstract is meant to be skimmed for the thesis. It summarizes everything. However, if you are tracking which source supports a claim, you must scan those citation clusters specifically. Reading a news magazine article, skim. Retrieving flight times from a schedule board, scan. Context, broad narrative versus fixed data. The flow of a narrative article is unpredictable, requiring broad skimming strokes. Conversely, a timetable or manifest has predictable structures that allow for highly efficient scanning. Reading complex scientific theory, skim. Finding the definition of a key term in a glossary, scan. Goal clarity, understanding versus definition. If your goal is simply to understand what the theory means generally, skim the introduction and conclusion. If you need to know exactly what quantum means, scan the vocabulary section. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Skimming allows you to grasp the passage's overall blank, making it perfect for initial review. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist refers to the general meaning or core idea. If an author wants you to get the main point quickly, they want you to understand the gist without getting bogged down in subsidiary details. Effective scanning requires knowing exactly what specific blank you are looking for. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is data. We use data here because it is a general term that encompasses facts, figures, and names. The more specific your search parameter, whether it's a date or an acronym, the faster your scanning will be. Reading for the main idea requires focusing on topic sentences and the passage's central blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is argument. The central argument is the author's position, which they are trying to persuade you of. This is what skimming is designed to reveal. It helps you identify whether the article supports a thesis or presents multiple conflicting views. When seeking specific information, always maintain a disciplined search for keywords and blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is patterns. Recognizing patterns like the format of dates, MMCDDYYY, or currency symbols is key to scanning. It turns reading into a visual pattern matching game, allowing your brain to filter out irrelevant text. Here are 4 ways to practice. Time yourself consistently. Set a timer and force yourself to find 5 key points in 3 minutes. This builds speed and discipline. The best way to improve reading speed is through timed, focused practice. Always treat these drills like a simulated test environment. This builds the necessary mental resistance against distraction. Pre-read the source material. Before reading anything new, look at headings, subheadings, and conclusions first. This primes your brain for the information to come. This technique is called pre-reading or surveying. It's like creating a mental map of the text before you even start walking through it, giving your focus points a predictable structure. Use visual anchors. When skimming, physically underline or highlight potential topic sentences to force yourself to see the main idea. Don't rely only on passive comprehension. Engaging your hands by underlining or taking quick notes forces physical interaction with the text, which significantly boosts retention and focus. Vary your reading material. Practice skimming scientific papers one day and articles about arts history the next. This keeps your skills adaptable. A single technique doesn't solve every reading challenge. By exposing yourself to diverse subjects from chemistry to cultural critique, you train your brain to adjust its reading gears instantly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The shift toward decentralized finance, or DeFi, represents a major overhaul of traditional banking structures. Instead of relying on centralized institutions for trust and transaction validation, DeFi utilizes blockchain technology to create self-contained, transparent networks. This innovative approach allows users global access to lending, borrowing, and trading services without needing intermediaries. However, this autonomy is not without risk. The volatility of cryptocurrencies and regulatory uncertainties remain significant hurdles that must be addressed for mass adoption. Question 1. What is the overall main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, DeFi fundamentally changes banking by using blockchain to remove intermediaries, but it faces challenges regarding risk and regulation. Notice how we didn't get lost in jargon like self-contained networks. We captured the core conflict, massive opportunity countered by significant risks. This is a perfect example of successful skimming. Question 2. According to the text, what specific element allows users access without intermediaries? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is blockchain technology. Here, we ignored all the surrounding descriptive language and zeroed in on the key mechanism. When you need a single factual answer from a dense passage, your eyes should act like radar, searching only for keywords or phrases that answer the question.